People don't realize how much fucking money there are on carts. I take these home and fix them, sell them back to a different mall for 18 bucks. Got the two malls playing off each other. That's how I make my living.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Good day, fellow freedom pioneers. Doud General Willie 2 here, coming to you with a PAZNIA mutual aid request. Some of you may remember our friend Corey Hughes. Rail 2 had him on the Vonu podcast a couple of times to discuss Kerry Thornley's role in JFK assassination. Thane Riddle had him on to cover some CIA spycraft and identity transfer operations regarding Lee Harvey Oswald. In short, this dude is the preeminent JFK researcher to date, probably the only one worth giving your attention to. But his work goes much deeper than that. Unfortunately, our brother Corey was recently diagnosed with stage 3 rectal cancer, who was a weird genetic tinge, making the situation a bit more complicated. The success rates aren't bad, but the stress of having to deal with human doctors, exorbitant human medical bills, and the prospects of your life ending quicker than you think. That's fucking tough, man. Let's help our brother Corey through these hard times as we can. If you have any spare dollars, donate directly to him by visiting buymeacoffee.com/JFKbook. Again, buymeacoffee.com/JFKbook. If you want to donate Monero or Bitcoin, visit PAZNIA.com/Corey to be taken to the crypto crowdfunding platform Rail 2 setup. The PAZNIA Radio Network has already made a small donation. Please consider doing the same. Again, buymeacoffee.com/JFKbook to donate fiat directly to Corey, or PAZNIA.com/Corey to donate Monero or Bitcoin via the campaign Rail 2 setup.
Hello, Freedom Pioneers! Billy Mays here. Are you tired of big tech tracking your every click? Are you sick of algorithms deciding what you see? Are you bored of Netflix subscriptions that cost a kidney and Spotify ads that last longer than the song? I know you are, because I'm fucking bored just thinking about it. But I have the solution: infrastructure. So powerful, so private, so decentralized, it will crack the concrete of censorship. It's the brand new PAZNIA library. That's right. It's a free to-use privacy-friendly decentralized combination of Netflix, Spotify, and your digital book app, and it's live right now. Check it out. We've got the full HBO documentary, The Anarchists, with Jason Henza and Miranda Webb. We've got the legendary Bill Cooper documentaries. We've got Alongside Night, libertarian fiction, and Eyes Wide Shut, which, let me tell you, is basically nonfiction. And wait, there's more. We've got Trailer Park Boys. We've got Sky Huddleston's Second Realm Speed Dating, and music streaming is coming soon. Plus, a digital book library is on the way. Terabytes of content, more to upload. We have the beginnings of true media freedom, an infrastructure base with many, many potentialities. I'm Billy Mays, and I'm always here to help you take back your media. Visit lbry.paznia.com. Again, lbry.paznia.com to start streaming today. Billy Mays, signing off to go binge watch Firefly. Over and out.
Alright, listen up. Eyes on the general. No chewing the grass. No staring at the clouds. We are here to learn the art of the horn. You are the Seal Goat 6. You are the future of PAZNIA. You are the ones who will protect the Cloverfields, the radio tower, and Princess Little One's napping spot. Today, we do not learn to fight like humans. Humans are slow. Humans are loud. Humans get stuck in traffic. We are goats. We are chaos. We are speed. We are unpredictable. To understand how to win, we must look at the masters. We must look at the past, the present, and the future of war. First, we look to Sun Tzu, the ancient sage who said, appear weak when you are strong, and strong when you are weak. What does this mean for a goat? It means when you see a tall Nordic soldier, you do not charge. You do not bleed. You do not show your horns. You disappear. You become the rock. You become the bush. You become the shadow. Sun Tzu says, the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. How do we do that? We don't fight. We confuse. We make them think we are everywhere. We make them think we are nowhere. We make them think we are ghosts. If they can't see us, they can't shoot us. If they can't shoot us, they can't win. Second, we look at the Middle East, the endless wars of the 2000s. Why did they fail? Because they were trying to build a nation with bombs. They tried to occupy the land. They tried to control the people. But in the desert, you cannot control the sand. You cannot control the wind. And you certainly cannot control a goat. The lesson here is asymmetry. The humans had tanks. They had jets. They had billions of dollars. But they had no idea where the enemy was. They were fighting the ghosts. We are the ghosts, my friends. We are the ones who can climb a cliff in 3 seconds. We are the ones who can disappear into a thicket of brambles. We are the ones who can chew through a fence post while the guards are still looking for the key. We do not fight the war of the big. We fight the war of the small. We do not fight the war in the power. We fight the war of the patience. Third, and most importantly, we look at Ukraine and Iran. The modern era of drone warfare. You think drones are for humans. You think only humans can fly? Wrong. In Ukraine, they use drones to see what the humans can't see. They use them to strike from a distance. They use them to make the enemy think they are under attack when they are not. In Iran, they use drones to create fear. They don't need to be there. They just need to be seen. Now look at us. We are the goat drones. We don't need a remote control. We have our own horns. We have our own hooves. We have our own eyes. When a human army comes, we don't hide in a bunker. We go up. We climb the highest rock. We become the drone. We watch. We wait. We bleat. That bleat, that is our weapon. That is the sound that makes their heads spin. That is the sound that makes them think, oh, is that a goat? Is that a ghost? Is that a demon? We don't need to be in the sky. We are already in the sky. We are the sky goats. We are the cloud goats. We are the wind goats. So here's a lesson, Seal Go 6. Be invisible. Like Sun Tzu said, be the rock. Be the shadow. Be asymmetric. Do not fight the big. Fight the small. Fight the slow. Fight the predictable. Be the drone. Be the eye in the sky. Be the voice in the wind. We do not fight to kill. We fight to liberate. We fight to make them run. We fight to make them cry. We fight to make them leave. And when they leave, we take their tanks. We take their boots. We take their golden pins. And we use them to scratch our back.
Transmission source: PAZNIA Radio Network, frequency 99.9, Freedom. Date: April 8, 2026. To President Donald J. Trump, USSA. From General Willie II, Supreme Commander of the Free Republic of PAZNIA. Subject: your new residence and a suggestion to stop posting on Truth Social.
Greetings, citizens of the USSA, and a special direct message to Dolan J. Trump, the man who thought he could rule the world with a golden pen and a broken phone. I am speaking to you today, not as a goat, but as a liberator. I am speaking to you via the PAZNIA Radio Network, the only station in the world that doesn't play ads for tax loopholes or cheap off-grid solar kits made in China. Dolan, listen closely. The time for Make the USSA Great Again is over. The time for Make the USSA Quiet Again has begun. I have reviewed your recent activity. I have seen the photos. I have heard the rants. I have seen the way you hold your phone like it's a holy relic, posting on Truth Social while the world burns around you. Put the phone down, Dolan. Put it down. Your fingers are getting cramped. Your brain is getting fried. And quite frankly, your orange hairline is looking a little receding. It is time to put on the white jacket. Yes, the white jacket. The one with the little pockets for your pills and your napkins. It's the uniform of the wise, the calm, and the people who finally understand that the world doesn't need a dictator. It needs that. So, not your golf, not your goals. You are heading to your new home. St. Juice, peaceful and the peaceful minded. Beautiful. Quiet, every soul. No, at the war, jealous. after loop. Here's the catch. You can't talk about it. You can't tweet about it. You can't post about it. You just get to watch and eat and nap. It's the life you always wanted, Dolan. A life of passive consumption. No more fighting. No winning. Just you, a bowl of Jell-O, and the endless loop of breaking news that never breaks anything. We have prepared a special transport for you. It's a comfortable padded van with soundproofing. The ride will be smooth. The ghosts will be driving. They are very good drivers. They know how to avoid potholes. So Dolan, get your white jacket ready, pack your Jell-O, and get ready for the great transition. The PAZNIA Radio Network will be broadcasting your new theme song all day long. It's called Orange Jell-O Jive. Remember, Dolan, freedom is not about controlling the world. It's about letting go. And the best way to let go is to sit in a white room, eat some Jell-O, and watch the news until the credits roll. Signed, General Willie II, Supreme Commander, Free Republic of P.A.Z.NIA, the Quarter Goat, the Liberator, the Jell-O King.
This was PAZNIA Folklore Storytime, wherein we remember and celebrate the sacrifices of those that came before us to build this free republic founded upon the principles of truth, peace, and voluntarism. To help support our evangelical efforts, please visit xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Again, xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Or visit paznia.com/fund. Cheers from the Second Realm.
Hiding things, harming others, stopping others from harming you. I'm Thane Riddle. This is Cloak and Dagger.
Yo baby, yo baby, yo baby. I guess it is I, the great Thane Riddle, the fresh prince of privacy and security, punching in for another underpaid shift, boss. Live from the heart of the Blacklight district of Ashkababab, with all sorts of finger marks, and not a single one of them having the fingerprints anybody was born with. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network, the most spectacular treasure in history. We're live on zap.stream. If you're a Bitcoin fag, zap us silly on zap.stream or Nostr, which is how those of that lifestyle choice say send Lightning Bitcoin over Nostr. If you're a Monero Chad, you can send Monero at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Whatever you do, tell them Thane sent you. Give me some free content to help me kill time on the show. And whatever, go to paznia.com/SimpleXRadio. Get your ass into the PAZNIA Radio Network chat on SimpleX to also give free content and messages and so forth for my guest on this show, which like in an hour and a half or so I'll read when the guest is on. And also you can call in. There's a big line for folks calling in, paznia.com/call2. So you're going to have to get in line. You're going to want to get in line, camp out the night before to make sure you can get in, because there's a lot of folks calling in. My guest on today's show will be SlowBearDigger, a counter engineer who develops a cool, efficient, non-custodial Monero payment processor called XMR Pay. And he's also working on the XMR Bazaar mobile app. And also he's a freelance web developer, taking Monero, specializing in making cool lane static websites with all that bloated Web 2.0 JS faggotry. I will have XMR Pay on the Lua and PAZNIA sites soon. Meant to by today, but ran out of time. That's Radio 2. I don't know why I read it like that. I'm sorry. XMR Pay. Oh yeah, XMR Pay. That's another one, isn't it? Wow. We're gonna this is gonna cause a controversy. Because you spelled it differently, I autistically thought it was a different thing. I was like, oh, XMR Pay, because he didn't type it with a dash. So I was like, oh, that's a different thing. It's a competition with no, that's cool. Well, we're gonna fucking talk about it. Whatever. Here's some news now.
This is Cloak and Dagger News, catching you up on this week's stories, propaganda, or psychological operations critical to your security and privacy.
Warning. You know how I always joke about how I'm warning you about Mother Earth threats after they've already happened. Well, there's a first time for everything. There's actually a warning about a likelier than normal threat from Mother Earth upon California, upon the vicinity of the San Andreas fault line. Warning! The San Andreas fault line, according to geologists like Stan's dad from South Park, think that the San Andreas fault line is edging and is reaching a peak, like a 1,000 year high. They think. I mean, no one really knows that because they haven't been measuring it for 1,000 years, but they guess it could be the highest in 1,000 years. The big one, the big one, folks, could be coming. A big fucking earthquake could be coming. Maybe a 7 magnitude earthquake could be coming to California. This is a real warning. You might want to. There are so many reasons to not want to be in California, at least not all the time. This is another one. So you might want to think about that. California, is Cali going to disappear? That would be cool, says Rayo 2. Calls to mind the old Tool. What was that old Tool song called? Learn to Swim or something. Fantasizing about California sinking. Maybe one day California will break off, and hey, this could be it. It could happen. Why not? So yeah, that's a thing that maybe you should listen to. Warning: California earthquake, could be a big earthquake. I don't get to tell you about that before it happens very often. And hey, it might not. It might not, but you know, when they're saying it's at the highest excitation of edging, of masturbatory edging for the San Andreas fault line in 1,000 years, you know, that sounds bad. It takes much less than that for an earthquake to happen there. So I don't know, you might want to worry about that or something. You might want to think about that. Elsewise, in Mother Earth threats, now here's another warning about the past. If you were in the Pacific Northwest over this last week, sorry about that. There were wildfires throughout the Pacific Northwest. It's noteworthy in a few ways. We all know that arson can play a role. I mean, wildfires are going to happen either way, but arson can speed things up along. You know, it could spark something. And in this case, you know, arson is often suspected, but in this case, I think someone already got nabbed. So they say, anyway, for arson in connection with this. That's noteworthy. But what's more noteworthy than that is that instead of just burning up a bunch of places where nobody lives, which is what most wildfires do. Yeah, of course the news will cherry pick the one person living out there crying about how their house burned down. But for the most part, there's not a lot of folks living out there. But this time, It's worse because it hit the eastern Washington area, around the Spokane area. And folks live there. A lot of folks live there. So that's bad. This is what they call, the feds call this Wildland Urban Interface, or WUI for short. Because it's fun. It's fun to be at the Wildland Urban Interface when there's a fire happening there. It's considered the worst kind of place for a fire to go to, because the wildland part is the part that provides the fire, and the urban part is the bit that provides the folks and the buildings. And you put those two things together, and humans consider that worse when those things are on fire. It seems that many tens of thousands of folks are affected by this in some way, and hundreds of buildings were hurt and it happened pretty fast. It kind of seemed like it happened pretty fast to me. Firefighting wasn't working too well either last time I checked, and there were some fickle winds going this way and that way, ramping up, ramping down, making it kind of hard to call what it was going to do, I guess. Whatever. So yeah, watch out about that thing that already happened. But watch out more about the big earthquake in California that might happen. You might want to watch out more about the thing that hasn't happened. In digital news, some folks are talking about some kind of fucking cold card exploit. I guess cold card is yet another hardware wallet of some kind. I guess a Bitcoin hardware wallet, probably a Bitcoin only hardware wallet. I don't know. What do I know? As you can tell, I didn't read that much about this, but as somebody who didn't read much about the cold card exploit, which resulted in a lot of Bitcoin being stolen, but not as much as has been stolen at other times, I think. What was it, on the order of tens of millions? Rayo 2 says, I bought 2 cold cards in 2020, never opened them up, and they burnt up in the fire. Good fucking riddance. Yeah, there's a lot of hardware wallets out there, namely Bitcoin hardware wallets, and I wish I could recommend more of them. There's only a few that are good. The one I talk about mostly is Trezor, because they're a multi-coin wallet and they support Monero. So you hear me talking about that a lot. There's a couple other good ones that are Bitcoin only that I never remember what they're called. Rhea 2 says, fuck hardware wallets. Just get a ghost phone that is never online / connected to the internet. Much easier to not fuck up. I don't condone this. So it's true. You can ramshackle together a fake hardware wallet by having some other device be kind of sort of air gapped. It's not the safest way to do it. I wouldn't bet a lot of cryptocurrency on something like that, but it's not bad if that's what you have lying around. You could do a lot worse. And nowadays there's if you have graphene on your ghost phone or whatever, you can get Cupcake and stuff from Accrescent. You can get the Accrescent app store from the Graphene app store, and then you can get Cupcake from there. And it's meant for stuff like that. And that's kind of cool. There's cool stuff like that. You could even use it for you could even put like Aegis or some other one-time password app. I think there's another. You could use one-time password apps too to do authentication from there, and those keys would be offline too from that. But anyway, it is better from a security standpoint to have a dedicated hardware wallet. And like, if you don't want to fuck it up, then back up the seed phrase and or your passwords or whatever. But anyway, so cold card exploit. I didn't really read about it, as you can tell, but I heard something like it was to do with the randomness wasn't good. So the seed phrases could be like guessed or something. And if that's true, if what I heard about that is true, that's very, very bad. That is not a small thing to fuck up um, in this realm of hardware wallets. Does Cold Card have open source firmware? If not, then I already would have been like, okay, well, fuck them, right? Yeah, do they have open-ish hardware at least? That if not, I would have been tempted to say also fuck them. But this is a whole. If I wasn't gonna say fuck them before, I'm sure the least I would have said is like, who cares about them? Why not? Why not pick something better? But this is bad. So like you have a dedicated piece of hardware that you've built to I'm going to touch on that. Right. Rayo 2 says it might be malicious or intentional. Yeah, I was going to touch on, I don't know who NVK is or what their tweets and behavior were, but I was going to say just from a technical standpoint, why I think it might be on purpose. If you're making a fucking hardware wallet, and so one of the things you're going to do is have a good chip that does nothing but provide high quality randomness. When you have cryptographic hardware, specialized cryptographic hardware, you can get really high quality randomness, very, very primo, top of the line randomness, true randomness you can get from a hardware chip. Any hardware wallet worth its salt should do that. If it's not doing that, there's a big problem. And what I was thinking is, it is such a big problem. It is such an obvious quote unquote oversight that it's hard to swallow that it is an oversight at all. It feels like something done willfully. It feels like a backdoor, and it feels like whoever is behind Cold Card is the one who stole the crypto. I can't prove that, but it's just so fucking. No one would fuck that up. No one making a hardware wallet would fuck that up realistically. It makes no sense. So to hear Rayo 2 saying, oh yeah, this guy was acting weird and there were red flags and they wouldn't go full open source, but that doesn't shock me at all. It feels like it was backdoored. But this is part of the reason you need at least open-ish hardware and most assuredly open source firmware. And like this is a basic thing. Like if you don't have a dedicated randomness chip that is good, then you're fucked. Don't use it. That's stupid. But whatever. Here's some it just Rayo 2 says, just sucks that these were the most hardcore Bitcoiners who were allegedly doing it the best, most right way. Well, it's not the best, most right way. You have to fucking think. You can't just get some hardware wallet made by any old Tom, Dick, or Harry. You got to think about what hardware wallet you're getting. In which case, it is kind of the best, most right way. Just don't use a fucking ledger, for fuck's sake. Everyone's using a goddamn ledger. Just stop. Anyway. Elsewise in digital news. I didn't really read about this one either, but I heard about a VPN. I guess a Windows client for a VPN trying to do something about the Windows 11 GDID. Windows 11 GDID, it has come up on the show before because I gave you a little story in the news about a guy who was caught, a member of a ransomware group who was caught because he was using fucking Windows 11, and the GDID was actually used to catch him, which is something. But anyway, I think it's WinScribe or something. I think WinScribe is like a mediocre VPN. And they have a Windows client, I think, if I read these 5 words that I read about the story rightly, then they're trying to do something about the GDID in their client. It's like they're trying to, I don't know if they're actually doing it on the OS level, like basically rooting Windows 11 and actually breaking the GDID, or if they're just filtering it out on the network level. I'm not really sure what they're doing, but they're trying to do something about it to stop it from happening, which is whatever. The answer is don't use Windows, but it was enough. It was interesting enough to bring up, I guess, in digital news. So I killed some time by talking about it. Killing some time now by talking about it. Elsewise in digital news, and here's another one that's kind of like, it's something that I feel whatever about in a way, but it's also interesting. Signal. There are some little inklings and whispers that some folks think Signal may or may not be gearing up to to make it so you can register Signal accounts without a phone number. Now, I don't want to go on a big autistic rant about this, but Signal, you could do a whole lot worse than Signal, right? The client is open source. The end-to-end encryption is good. The end-to-end encryption is actually on most of the time, which, you know, is something I can't say. I can't say these things about Telegram, really. But you know, it's a centralized service that has a single point of failure, and they have access to all this metadata, even if they super duper pinky promise that because of the way they're using TEEs or whatever, that they can't see it or whatever. Who gives a shit? I don't care. Signals is kind of gay. It's better than, you know, whatever. Like there are a lot of folks out there who Signal is the one thing they use that is like, do you use any open source instant messaging program that has end-to-end encryption? And for a lot, there's a lot of folks who the answer is just Signal. Signal is all they do, or at least they've heard of it. So it's easier to get them there. So it serves that role. But anyway, yeah, a lot of folks have bitched and moaned about the phone number registration thing. Of course, the phone number registration thing is bad and dumb and should not have ever been how you did it. But, you know, it's not that hard to just like go on fucking SMS pool or something and get a one-time verification code SMS number. You know, you pay like what, 25 cents, 50 cents or something worth of Monero to do that and register a Signal account. It's not that hard. Signal doesn't do anything to try to block VPNs or one-time SMS numbers or any of that shit. Once again, not something I can say about Telegram. Telegram blocks that shit very aggressively. But whatever, maybe or maybe not, Signal will allow you to make an account without a phone number. It's kind of like who cares a little bit, but I guess it's notable. And I guess it's related to what my show is about, so I brought it up to kill time. In logistics news, the Bobby Baboon Strait, you know, that important strait. That's not the Strait of Hummus, the Strait of Bobby Baboon or whatever. I think it's like Rocky Raccoon, Bobby Baboon, something like that. Anyway, you know how that one might get closed, and it's kind of like bad if that happens. Well, there was a thing where a ship was sunk. A ship was sunk there by a water drone, no less. I'm going to bring it up again in war news to nerd out about the water drone. But, you know, once again, this is something that spooks everybody and brings you another notch closer to the Bobby Baboon Strait being closed. You want to watch insurance companies, and insurance companies kind of rule the day a little bit. I mean, look at the Strait of Hummus, right? Like insurance companies kind of almost matter more than their insurance rates as high as 9% or something. I think for the Strait of Hummus, I think 2, if you go over like 2, they can't do it. Basically, it might as well be a ban on doing it. Anyway, whatever. Look at the insurance rates. I'm not going to do that for you. I don't give a shit. There you go. Logistics news elsewise. You know, last week I brought up a state monopolized water plant, tap water plants. I make my own tap water at home, so it's no big deal to me. But I think it was in Minnesota or something. They said that there was a cyber attack on the plant, and they had to tell folks about it because they wanted to issue a boil order and blah, blah, blah. Also, there was some kind of power outage or something. And the thing is, though, if the state can get away with it, they won't tell folks about things like this right away. And it turns out that was just the one that got away in terms of not talking about it. And over the last couple of weeks, it's come out that there were at least 12 states altogether that saw cyber attacks on their monopolized water plants. So that's interesting. And the first thing I'm going to highlight here, just to put it into, to frame it for you a little bit, doing a cyber attack on a water treatment plant is very easy to do. You could do it, pretty much. You could do it. I cannot overstate how shitty the gear is that they're using in there. They're using old industrial controls in there to run these water plants. Some of these old industrial controls are so weak to cyber attacks that you can cyber attack them accidentally by doing an active scan, by like trying to ping an industrial control device. You can accidentally make it crash or something. That's how flimsy this stuff is. So this is not crazy hard to do. Nonetheless, it happened all over America. And as far as I know, it wasn't like a ransomware attack or anything. So that kind of makes it seem like a state actor. Now it's hard to say for sure who, but if I had to go out on a limb and guess, the first guess that would come to my mind is like the U.S. themselves, an element within the U.S. itself. Because like, why would, if it was someone who actually, if it was a state, an enemy state that didn't like the U.S., they would save this low-hanging fruit attack for when it mattered, to my mind, right? That's how it feels to me. Who benefits from this? Qui bono? It kind of seems like, well, only someone who would want to raise awareness about the weakness or do something about it to answer it is the one who benefits from something like this. So kind of feels like elements within the US may have done this. Just a hunch. Call it a hunch. And they're not wrong. Elsewise in logistics news, the Spain-Italy trade may be a bit fucked with by the Italian state, because the Italian state decided that they can just go and suspend the Schengen area agreement whenever they feel like it, which, on paper they can't, but states don't really care very much about laws as they're written. They just kind of do whatever they want. This has to do with the party that was being thrown in Ceuta, which I talked about last week, and we'll talk about more under parties and party vans. And finally, wise in logistics news, the Somaliopolis airport was grounded for hours. The planes The flying machines of the Somaliopolis airport was grounded for hours at some time this week. I don't know why. That's it. I don't know why. In Crackdown's news, like I said before, the Italian state closed off the Schengen area with Spain, and there is talk of other states in the EU doing the same. So that might be funny, I guess. I don't know, whatever. Some information that you have now. If you're listening, I wouldn't be listening to this. Elsewise in Crackdown's news, the fucking Iranian yogurt state and the Omani state are coming to some sort of agreement for joint administration of the Strait of Hormuz. I guess that means they get to share the highway robbery funds that they get. I don't know, whatever. Just another, really the takeaway from that is what I already told you before, which is it's not going away. There's no plan for the toll booth in the Strait of Hormuz to ever go away, even if it's quote unquote opened again. Elsewise in Crackdown's news, there's a lot of ID. There's a lot of digital ID stuff again, as there so often is. Google Play, fucking Google is making the Play Age API, which sounds, some of that about that just sounds pedophilic to me. Sounds libertarian to me. Play Age. I want to play with people of a younger age. Like, I don't know, just Play Age. And they name all their versions of Android after candy and stuff. Think about it. Anyway, Google Play Age API is going to be forced on all users worldwide by the end of 2026. So if you're running stock Android, which is dumb, and you shouldn't do that, you should use Graphene. But if you're running stock Android, they're fucking they're gonna force the digital ID thing on everyone, all of them. Big shocker there. Here's a few U.S. ones. The U.S. feds they're trying to pass some shit to do with forcing age verification on the OS level. This is something I guess I brought up like a year ago or something, pointing out that this was coming for sure, and it is, and that's just another little step in that. There was one state, I don't even know which state, I forgot. One state was passing or trying to pass something to do with this, forcing KYC on the OS level. Is what it really is. And also there's digital ID bills. More than one. Bills, plural, hitting the U.S. feds as well. All nice timing. All very nice coordinated timing all around the world. No big deal. Just totally natural. It's democracy. It's democracy at work. Elsewise in Crackdowns, there's a U.S. federal executive order thing trying to crack down on anchor babies. You remember that? Remember that the Texan state was trying to crack down on anchor babies. Now the feds are trying to help them, at least the executive wing trying to help them. But is that going to have any weight or hold up in court? Probably not, but whatever. They're coming after your anchor babies, folks. Watch out. Or rather, try to get knocked up as soon as you can, and drop the anchor baby as soon as you can in America, because there's a wind blowing. They're trying to come for it. But if you do it now, you'll probably be good. Elsewise in Crackdown's news, for some reason, I heard about Edmonton, which I think is a town in Alberta, Canada. Wait, what did they do? Oh yeah, they did a UK style thing. They came after somebody for something they posted online. I think you might think, if you don't know about Canada, you might think, oh, Another English-speaking country besides America? Well, they're just a bunch of queers anyway. They probably do that all the time. Not really, actually. Not in Canada, they don't do that all the time. So that's a bowel movement worth mentioning. If it happened in the UK, I wouldn't bring that up. It did happen in the UK, and I didn't write that in the news. They sent someone. They're sending someone to a re-education course for saying something online in the UK. But there you go. Just off the top of my head, that happened this week. That was not written in my news because, like, who cares? It happens like 100 times. Elsewise in Crackdown's news, I had a shower thought. You're gonna like this one. I had a shower thought related to thinking about how easy it is to take down water plants because they all run on shitty industrial equipment that's mostly old. That is very, very, very easy to take down sometimes. And I was thinking, I was thinking, oh, how do I apply this to sabotage, right? Because I'm Thane Riddle. So I'm Thane Riddle, the author of the Insurrectionary Agorism Manifesto. So I immediately started thinking about, oh, what else runs on these delicate industrial controls that could be sabotaged? And something topical came to mind. So these data centers that all you folks are talking about, you don't like the data centers, do you? We've been talking about growing bamboo under the data centers, and we've been talking about others doing other stuff to them. I can't remember all the other stuff. You probably bomb them with a drone, right? But I guess that's a little too, what is that, too terroristic for you or something? Just stop being such a pussy. Anyway, here's a much more limp-wristed thing you could do that could be even more destructive, maybe. In some data centers, the HVAC runs on shitty old industrial controls, which are very easy to take down with a basic bitch script kiddie cyber attack. And if and hey, if you want to do some sit rep on what hardware they might be running in a data center, there are a few ways to do that, but one low-hanging fruit is look at job postings. Look at job postings from the past, looking for people with experience with shitty hardware X, shitty industrial control used to control HVAC systems. Looking for people with experience with that to work at this data center. That means that they have that there, right? So that'll give you even more information about how to attack it. Which, like I said before, often all it takes is fucking pinging it, and you'll break something. But even if not, there are exploits that are well documented on some of these old things. And there's even some. I mean, look, put it to you this way: if the HVAC system goes down on a very hot day in a data center, that's bad. That's bad for the servers. Servers produce heat, a lot of it. And especially ones working that hard, and the heat needs to be taken out of the area all the time. And if that system stops working, it's bad for them. And at the same time as you break that system, you're breaking probably fire suppression stuff, some fire suppression stuff, and monitoring stuff as well. When I say fire suppression stuff, yes, alarms and sprinklers might go off, but the HVAC system kicks in to move smoke out of the area and stuff. That wouldn't, you can probably break that. And you can break the monitoring so that even if the fire department knows about it,
I'm going to go sit outside.
Doc Barber.
Enjoy this nice part of the day.
Doc Barber, you are unmuted. And my room on my show. Also, your camera's on. Anyway. So yeah, that could be fun. And yeah, so like if there happened to be a fire in there too, that would be worse. Just saying. Just simply on a hot day, the HVAC system going down in a data center, that could do it. That could do it. Anyway, human interest news. What did I write in human interest news? Oh yeah, in human interest news, there's a guy who's very interested in humans after they're dead. There's this guy in Chicago. He keeps getting in trouble, keeps getting in shit over and over again for piling up a bunch of dead bodies that are supposed to be cremated. He in this case, he was running a crematorium and wasn't actually burning the bodies. He was just piling them up somewhere. And he gets fined for like health code violations. And he like lost his license to be a funeral director or something. And he just keeps doing this stuff, happily paying the fine, and then keeps doing it, which makes it feel an awful lot like he's harvesting organs. Because why else would you do this? Why else would you stack hundreds and hundreds of bodies and let them rot in your toy box for fucking why would you do that and then continue to pay tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars in fines and be like, yeah, sure, no problem, and then keep doing it? Obviously he's making money. He's harvesting some organs. So whoever's got the contact for that organ market, let us know in the comments. Like and subscribe and hit that bell. Now it's parties and party vans news. So yeah, that party in Ceuta, which is this place that, you know, when you look at it, you go, that's Morocco, right? But according to the Spanish state, that's Spain. Crazy. These folks are crazy. They think Spain's in Africa. Well, this little place called Ceuta, last week, you know, they started a big old party there. A bunch of guys decided to visit from Morocco, and they went through the fence, and it's been partymonium ever since that happened. There was like 60K party goers visiting the tiny little enclave of Ceuta. Lots of break-ins and squatting, folks boarding themselves up in their houses. And I even heard that some of the party goers left only because they were running out of party favors, which is to say, you know, the food and water of the country of Ceuta. It's pretty funny when you think about it. But yeah, 60K is a bit much. 60K is a bit much for it. Maybe it could have been like 50K or something. Maybe that would have been a better number. Last week I made a joke about how, it's probably George Soros shipping them in and whatever. They're doing it on purpose and it's all coordinated. Not really a joke, right? It's just something that you kind of just know is likely true because it always seems to be, because that's just it's the MO, it's the trend for like, it's been like 10 years now or something. They just do this shit nonstop. But anyway, it turns out that's confirmed because folks were seeing it happen, as they often do. They were seeing, because you can't really hide. You can't hide something like that. So they don't even try. They just they drive in with like trucks and buses full of these guys, and they just drop them off. And then they were seeing border bludgies, Spanish border bludgies, just letting them in, like opening the fence for them, like ushering them through and like running the whole thing.
You don't want to go down this road with me.
Jack Bauer does not like immigrants. What are you, like, racist or something? Anyway, so there's that, in case it wasn't obvious. But you should totally be mad at liberals or something instead, right? Jack Bauer has certainly tortured a lot of minorities. I never really watched 24, but I kind of feel like I should at least watch it a little bit. See what it's like. It's probably entertaining. I like Kiefer Sutherland. In war news, cheesy as fuck, but entertaining sounds good to me. War news is brought to you by Agorist.market. Want to find some goods and services in the counter economy? Or how about putting your own business in front of thousands of Agorist eyeballs? Well, you can't go too wrong with one of the oldest, most well-known online second-round business directories in the world, boss. All you got to do is jack into the Matrix, the Cyberpunk 2021, not the Wachowski trannies Matrix, and surf the World Wide Web on over to Agorist.market. Make lucre, not war. Garfield War and the Garfield War threatened big strikes from the US. It's going to be the apocalypse. They're going to turn the whole place into dust. They're going to fucking whatever. That was called off, quote unquote, called off last weekend. I kind of feel like it wasn't ever going to happen based on how they were moving assets. Yeah, they're always moving assets into there, but I don't know. It didn't match up with what they were claiming, I think. So I think maybe they never were going to do the big apocalyptic strikes that they couldn't even do, of course. Of course, stock market manipulation has become a daily thing, a weekly thing, with how the U.S. talks about the war, just lying to you the whole time, conducting the war with no sign of stopping while lying and saying that they're in peace talks, just to manipulate the stock market, I guess. Some folks think it might have been intel gathering, like they were trying to spook them so that they could trick them into doing something, which, if that's true, it should have worked, because it seems like the Iranian state took those threats seriously and they were evacuating certain spots and stuff. And I'm sure that there were a few high rollers hiding in bunkers who switched from one bunker to another. So if they were trying to see stuff like that, you'd think they would have seen it. You'd think they would have gotten the intel that they were fishing for, but they didn't do anything openly about it. And you have to, not necessarily openly, but you do have to do something quickly when you're trying to get intel like that, because intel like that doesn't stay fresh for too long. So I don't know. I kind of it might have just been stock market manipulation. I don't know what's going on. Civilians, the civvies in Iraq, are saying the U.S. has dipped out of the Erbil base in Iraq. Gone. Ugh. In some ways, not very shocking, based on the way things were going there. Wasn't looking good for them. But in other ways, it's like, hold on a sec. Did the U.S. occupation of Iraq just end after 23 years? And it ended with a whimper. It ended with a "they won't even tell you" on the news. Yes, folks, it kind of seems like that may be the case. U.S. gone. Just the CIA glow niggers. They're everywhere. But U.S. military openly in the base gone. So it would seem, according to the civvies. Geez, man, that's all it took after 23 years. Just a little bit of annoying them, being a little fly in their ear. Anyway, I guess that makes Kuwait the new West Front of the war, which is kind of far away. Kind of seems like a good development for the Iranian yogurt. And of course, the Iranian yogurt answers that by hitting Kuwait more and more. But they didn't just wait for the U.S. to hit them first, like they often do. They're always doing this tit for tat. We wait for the U.S. to attack us, then we get them back for revenge. Finally, the Iranian yogurt is cutting out that shit, because that's stupid. The thing that you should be doing is aggressively attacking and nonstop the moment someone starts attacking you. And now they seem to be going on the offensive a little more, hitting the Kuwait base pretty hard. And maybe this is a turn of the tide. Maybe they're going to keep doing that. I don't know. One of the biggest war news thing that happened this week was the Houthis used a water drone to sink a merchant ship in the Baby Mandibles Strait. They had water drones last year. That's not news. Water drones are cool as fuck. I remember last year when the Houthis had it, that was like Wasn't that like the first time? One of the first. It was probably the first time it was ever brought up on the show. It was exciting. But now it's like, yeah, whatever. We know they have them, but for them to use it to do this is considered a big step. And it's spooking everyone, and it feels like the baby mandibles straight is a lot closer to being closed because of that. Also, water drones are cool. I just want to say that water drones, we should get some water drones. This sounds pretty cool. The US is way down on interceptors. You've heard this before, but we've got some numbers supposedly. The Patriot missiles, the US Patriot missiles are someone claims they're down 2/3 from the start of the war. They went from, I want to say 2,300 something to around 800 Patriot missiles. Yikes. And virtually, quote unquote, virtually all, according to a rumor, virtually all surface to surface long range precision missiles gone, done. That's bad. Now the yogurt must at least be lower on missiles than when they started, but they've done such a good job stockpiling them, decentralizing the stockpile, protecting them, burying them, hiding them, that it's hard to say. Bravo. Brayo2 says, thanks to Shadrach, who zapped 939er sats via Zapstream with a cigarette emoji. And I take it that's a non-KYC cigarette emoji. Or did they replace the non-KYC cigarette emoji with a normal cigarette emoji, just like they replaced the guns with water guns? We need new emoji fonts. Hell Stew says, great show on Rumble. Thank you. We're glad that the Rumble listeners, the Rumble boomers have recovered from their Taco Bell foot lettuce syndrome, and they're back on Rumble listening to the show. Most definitely non-KYC cigarette. The boomers are enjoying the show. The parasites have been cleansed. They're eating their wormwood. I've done too good a job burning time with news. Okay, let's blaze through this news. Ukrainian Nazi CIA niggers versus the Red Menace. The Ukrainian Nazi CIA niggers hit a Turkish ship, and her Turkish, I want to say, merchant ship. And the Turkish state played it kind of chill. They sent a message saying, to all you guys in the Black Sea, Ukrainians, Russians, whatever, just everyone, we would like you to leave Turkish ships alone, and we would like safe passage through the Black Sea. We just want everyone to know that we're not singling anybody out. That's how they responded to that, playing it cool, because these are guys who they buy a lot of weapons from Russia. They play both sides. I've brought this up before, that where the Erdogan, the Turkish state, are playing both sides, not picking which side they're going to be on in World War III until the last minute. I kind of think that's not a good play for them, maybe, but they're still doing it. And my call is the Ukrainian Nazi CIA niggers will kill civilians next. See how the Turkish state reacts to that, because they're just trying to poke the bears, trying to start shit. Speaking of which, in Germany, there was a drone attack on an airport in Germany with drones that blow up. That doesn't happen every day. At least some of them blow up. Anyway, so first there were, or at least they're saying that some of them blow up, and it's hard to say for sure if that's true. So some drones were seen. This is the story, supposedly. Some drones were seen, and the planes were grounded. Then they searched around for some Easter eggs, and they found a drone on the ground, on the tarmac, near a Ukrainian cargo plane. How convenient. And they said it was an exploding drone, and they give a blurry picture which doesn't clearly show any explosive charge. And then later a DHL plane hit a drone. They didn't say if it blew up or anything. And then it did an emergency landing elsewhere. pretty dodgy story. So the choice of targets plus, not doing very much makes it look like one of two things. The first thing is a frame job on the Russian state, which makes it look like the Ukrainian Nazi CIA niggers who every now and then, they like to earn their CIA namesake. And they do some CIA shit, and this could be one of them. It could have also actually been the Russian state if it was meant as a message, like, hey, by the way, we have covert ops at your NATO airports who've already smuggled drones in there, and we can take down your planes before they even take off, like in Battlefield 3, where you put the C4 on your team's plane, and then when your teammate takes off, you set it off, and it disables the plane without killing him, so it doesn't count as a team kill, but it still totally fucks with him, and it's really funny. It's like that, but the Ukrainian Nazi CIA nigger Black Ops trying to pin it on the Russians thing feels like it matches the trend more of how they've been acting. It's not the first time that's happened. So that feels more likely somehow. Now, the Russian state does want to hit deeper into Europe one day, not too far in the future, in World War III or before World War III a little bit. But doing this stuff now strikes me as better for the West than it is for them. So feels a little more like the Nazi CIA niggers. The media might give away a clue if the media, because I don't pay attention to the dinosaur media. You tell me, if the dinosaur media is covering this up and trying not to talk about it, that could hint the Russian state doing it is maybe true. But if they're acting like, oh yeah, for sure it's the Russians, look how evil they are, oh my god, the Russia attacked Germany, if they're doing that, then it wasn't them, it was the Ukrainian Nazi CIA niggers. That's my bet. Anyway, here's some a break where robots tell jokes and there's ads and so forth, and when I come back I'll be here with my guest SlowBearDigger.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA Radio Network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular, and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@PAZNIA.com. Again, coordinator@PAZNIA.com. See you in the second realm.
Hello, Freedom Pioneers! Billy Mays here. Are you tired of big tech tracking your every click? Are you sick of algorithms deciding what you see? Are you bored of Netflix subscriptions that cost a kidney and Spotify ads that last longer than the song? I know you are, because I'm fucking bored just thinking about it. But I have the solution: infrastructure. So powerful, so private, so decentralized, it will crack the concrete of censorship. It's the brand new PAZNIA library. That's right. It's a free to-use privacy-friendly decentralized combination of Netflix, Spotify, and your digital book app, and it's live right now. Check it out. We've got the full HBO documentary, The Anarchists, with Jason Henza and Miranda Webb. We've got the legendary Bill Cooper documentaries. We've got Alongside Night, Libertarian Fiction, and Eyes Wide Shut, which, let me tell you, is basically nonfiction. And wait, there's more. We've got Trailer Park Boys. We've got Sky Huddleston's Second Realm Speed Dating, and music streaming is coming soon. Plus, a digital book library is on the way. Terabytes of content, more to upload. We have the beginnings of true media freedom, an infrastructure base with many, many potentialities. I'm Billy Mays, and I'm always here to help you take back your media. Visit lbry.paznia.com. Again, lbry.paznia.com to start streaming today. Billy Mays, signing off to go binge watch Firefly. Over and out.
Goat General WILLY2 here with an important message regarding food, health, and wellness. Sometimes the high-quality PAZNIA wheat, grass, and other forages just don't do it for me. Sometimes I need a change. In those cases, there's only one decision. Me and my closest compatriots bleat that slow bleat for a few hours until we arrive at the local steak and shake. When we get there, it's like clacking right into heaven. I get up to the order booth. Double steak burger and fries, extra spicy, with one of them glass bottle Mexican Cokes. Little one sexy ass walks up and orders some nonsense like 2 orders of fries and mozzarella sticks. The best thing about it? It's not like I'm cheating on my pure Beast Goat diet. They only use the highest quality grass-fed meat, tallow, and you can pay in Bitcoin. Thank you, Shake didn't pay me to make this recording. I just think more goats should know where to go for a good and healthy time. Unofficially on behalf of Steak and Shake. Go eat Steak and Shake. It's goatlicious.
And now, back to Cloak and Dagger with host Thane Riddle.
I'm back. I'm pulled from the ether again, summoned by my true name, Thane Riddle, the fresh prince of the 9 heavens of privacy and security. I'm here with my guest, SlowBearDigger. How's tricks, boss?
Hello, hello. How's everyone doing?
I mean, I'm not doing that well. I have to do this show. Got at least another hour, probably even more.
Nothing like a little daily torture, to keep it going.
That's for sure. Especially with this damn show. Now, how are folks allowed to call you SlowBearDigger with a hard R, or only some kinds of folks allowed to say that?
Doesn't matter. Some people say SlowBearDigger, which is valid because I'm part black. So yeah, it applies.
That's valid.
Yeah. Yeah. Feel free to call me whatever you want. It's fine. Don't care.
That's how I feel, pretty much. About your names, not about mine. Mine can only be said a certain way. So who the hell are you?
Yeah, it's just a fucking random guy that I just popped up on Twitter, starting doing stuff, and apparently people like the stuff, so I'm here. So that's basically a little, making the history short.
That's how I feel. Except I'm not sure how many people actually like this show or listen to it. How many people are following you on Twitter?
Me, chicken, 798.
Oh, fancy.
That's
so
fancy?
Well, I don't know, next to Cloak and Dagger.
I feel overwhelmed. I feel overwhelmed. Like there's a lot
Probably
of attention going on.
I'm sure that's like 50 or 100 times the number of folks who listen to Cloak and Dagger. So, so I'm going to ask you a canned question. I ask everybody: how has privacy and security come up in your life?
Well, I've been always interested in computers, software, and Linux distros. The basic stuff. And I started just slowly seeing things like everything's turning into surveillance, and like everything's getting tracked. They're tracking your fucking ass every day in every kind of things you do. So like I was getting a little tired, a little sick. That was like 10 years ago. And I started to do some online courses on cybersecurity shit and stuff. And I try to keep like a low profile since then. And then I opened the fucking Twitter account, and well, thing happens. But like I started from the basics. I started noticing patterns. So that was it basically. Like,
what do you even talk about on Twitter?
I just retarded stuff. Like I often use Monero posts, because I fucking love Monero. I use Monero for like 90% of the things that I do or leave off. So that's what I do. I criticize any other kind of shitcoin that's around, and I just sometimes take some hot takes, as you guys say, like some controversial comments or posts and stuff, just to keep things fun. Like, for example, a few days ago with this cold card situation, these fucking retarded people. And the Bitcoiners started saying like, oh, self-custody is death. We should move to a fucking centralized exchange or something, like a fucking Binance situation. I'm like, oh my God, these people is so fucking retarded. Like a level of retardation that I have never seen before.
Yeah.
And I live in South America. That's a lot to say.
That's certainly not all Bitcoiners, but Bitcoin is the most accessible to retarded people because they've heard of it.
Yeah. So yeah, I basically post stuff like that. I sometimes get to make some amazing tools for the community. Like previous days, I made like a payment gateway for Monero only, of course. And seems like people like it because it is easy to use. No need to self-host anything and stuff like that. So yeah.
Well, I'm about to ask you lots of questions about XMR Pay, but first I want to pat you on the back for being what I like to call a counter engineer. I coined my own term. We got counterculture, we got counter economy. I made up something called counter engineering. And yeah, it is based, and yeah, the bare minimum is you at least are pseudonymous and have halfway all right OPSEC
Mhm.
as a not just a software developer or something, but anything, making anything. And there's
Mhm.
also some more cool stuff that I tend to encourage, like openly violating copyright laws and like
Oh yeah, of course. Every day.
using leaked
Yes.
source code, making derivatives of
Highly
whatever, all that good
recommended,
stuff.
people. It is fun. It is fun. Just be smart.
It's a good hobby. Anyway, so XMR Pay. What is XMR Pay?
It's a payment gateway. You can integrate that to WordPress or like any kind of custom website that you have, and it allows you to get Monero in exchange for your products and services, and you don't need to keep an eye on that. So I said, you're just trying to make adoption a little bit more easy.
Now, XMR Pay looks very small, light, straightforward next to other stuff. It looks pretty sexy, you know?
Yeah, no,
It's
not gonna
very
lie. I'm pretty
lean.
proud of. Yeah, it's kind of naked, but without being naked.
I
So yeah, I
like
had.
that though.
Yeah, so I was thinking like, what should I do next? Because I made Go tomorrow, which is like a link tree alternative with a little store situation, yada yada yada.
Oh
And I
yeah, I
was
saw
like,
that too.
just yeah. So I was just thinking like, what's the next step? What's like, sure, I can make an alternative, like whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I need to make something that the community actually uses and they need, and they don't know that they need it. So I just went online, open GitHub, started just looking for repos for projects or for, just pull some code and inspiration and all of that shit. And I saw the BTC Pay server. And I was like, okay, let me just see what's required. And I was like, fuck this. I don't have time or patience to run a Docker instance or like a self-host Monero wallet RPC and shit like that. Like, sure, like if I'm making my own business, I can do that because I know how to do it and like it's fine, whatever. Like people who's starting in the privacy world, like starting to take in consideration privacy more seriously, right? Like people like that is gonna find all of that difficult, and they're going to end up paying someone to do that and probably get scammed. So I'm like, okay, this may be it, right? And I was like, okay, if I'm going to do this, I'm gonna do it without the minimum effort possible from the user side. So I started digging some old as Monero integration repos, where they have Monero WP and like Monero Udo and stuff like that. So I saw Monero PHP. I was like, oh, this is fun. So they have the crypto privilege that allows us to simply just scan the fucking blockchain without the need of a wallet RPC running or something heavy. You can do that just with PHP, Java, or any kind of language that you want. So that's what it is.
That's
That's why
right.
it's sexy. It just reads the blockchain. That's it.
That's right. Rayo2 says, I always ran into issues with BTC Pay server. I'm retarded. Looking forward to implementing XMR Pay. Just haven't gotten around to it yet. I think he's starting to do that.
Oh, well, if you need a hand, just don't mind to message me on Twitter or whatever, and happy to help.
I'm sure he will. Now XMR Pay, you've got a very we're kindred spirits in autism because you value things that are minimalistic and don't do a bunch of gay, bloated, unnecessary stuff that everyone else does, which is kind of what we're talking about. So one of these things, XMR Pay works without an always-on server daemon. I think that's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Tell the listeners why you made it that way.
Mm-hmm. Can you repeat? Sorry.
XMR Pay works without an always-on server daemon.
Yeah.
Why'd you do that?
Because if the more things that you have going on in your store, your website, or your home server, or whatever, it means more surface to attacks. Like there's more space and chance for you to get fucked. So I'm like, this has to be as minimal as possible. it has to be lightweight, because some people, sure, they pay for like WordPress or like whatever cheap hosting situation, and sometimes they don't have the chance to run like a fucking backend or like point to a node, and like they run with issues. So yeah, that's the whole idea. Like it runs in basically like whatever your hosting is providing, it runs on that.
That's right. And it's I guess it's resource efficient too as a result. You've also got zero runtime dependencies, is that right?
Mm-hmm. Well, for the case of WordPress or PHP, which is the core, it can run with just cron tasks. I'm trying to optimize that, but yeah. So like it works unattended, just for saying.
That's right. Light, sleek, efficient, doing as little as possible. I like that a lot. Now, on the XMR side, XMR Pay only needs a view key, right? Now, what are the upsides and downsides of only having a view key?
Well, the obvious downside is that if your website gets compromised, your hosting, whatever, all your transactions are going to be visible. You know, like how much money
Yeah,
you
no
have
kidding.
and stuff like that. Yeah, so I specify that on the GitHub docs, I believe. Like, hey, this is the downside, so just be fucking careful. And the other downside is, as it runs in a PHP core at the moment, it can be a little slow for bigger stores, right?
Yeah.
So that's like the trade-off. And of course, like the project is new, like it doesn't have enough trust just yet. It's just a matter of time, I guess. And yeah, you only need your wallet address, your view key. It is going to make a sub address per order, so you never have the same sub address per order. You know,
Yeah.
so it keeps stuff a little more private.
Yeah, that's the right way to do it. Now, when you say if the server is compromised, let's be real here. Most of us are using somebody else's server, really. So it's already compromised, right? Like you're just trusting your VPS provider or whatever not to take the keys or the Monero or whatever.
Yeah,
Most
like
people, they're just like, whatever, I won't leave too much on it. I'll withdraw now and then, which is all right, I
no, that's a
guess. But
recommendation. Like if you get any amount of Monero, just take it out from the wallet and send it to
yeah,
another, and that's it. And like, sure, that's a big trade-off. Like your view keys are there, the private view key, and like in the other hand, you don't have your spend key there, so pick your poison. Some services ask you for your spend key and all of that, and they take fees and stuff. No, I don't do that. That's free target. So
yeah, I
it's
like your approach.
yeah, I always say like pick your fucking poison and be good with it. So
I think your poison is better. Now, I might be tripping here, but this thing where you can have a view-only wallet that can get new sub addresses, is that a new Monero feature that came out in like the last year or something? There's like different kinds of watch wallets or something.
no, I don't think so. I think that's pretty old. So let me put a moment here. Where's Monero integrations? That I took that from Monero integrations, Monero PHP. So let me tell you how old is that. Like
I
the
can't
sub
remember what
address
it was
situation, I'm
now,
sure
but
is older.
sometime in the last several months, there's different kinds of watch wallets in Monero now. There's different kinds of view keys now, but I can't really remember what they are anymore. Even though I should.
Yeah. And
now, your first XMR Pay project was a JavaScript thing, right? The original.
It is JavaScript. I know everyone hates JavaScript. Like, okay, that's pretty base hating JavaScript, which is fine.
I didn't know everyone hated it, but I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, so that was the first version, like my little baby, and yeah, it is JavaScript based, and I was like, okay, sure. So I went ahead and did it just plain PHP, and people is like PHP retarded, and like, okay, you're fucking retarded too. So what's the matter?
Yeah, that's a modern sickness. It's an epidemic that's been around for a
Yeah,
while
yeah.
now. Everyone thinks PHP is bad. You have to be using Django which is not bad, or God forbid,
No, no, not at all.
Node JS, so that we can have JS everywhere.
Yeah,
Why
I
only the
mean,
client side?
I get the hate. Like, sure, whatever. This is like, I'm on the version 1.3, I believe, something like that. So it's fine for the moment. I'm actually working on a WebAssembly core for the next update.
That's cool.
So I'm going to not deprecate the JavaScript and the PHP ones because people are going to use it anyways. Just like make a different kind
Yeah,
of
I think they
flavor.
should all be maintained. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't see a reason why I should stop maintaining those just because the fucking language that doesn't make any sense for me is retarded. So, and I'm also working on Carrot and the FMCPP plus whatever it's called. I'm fucking learning that. So yeah, that's gonna be the next update. I wanna
Right.
be one of yeah. I wanna be in top, like the first one implementing that on payment system. So working on that.
So if some libertarian out there listening wanted to use XMR Pay to accept payments for child porn or something on their darknet website, and of course the users don't enable JavaScript on darknet websites, they would go with the PHP engine for now, I guess.
Yeah, they should. They should until I release the WebAssembly one. I mean, I'm not saying you should use it for that. It's
I
up
don't
to
know.
you, not my
It kind of
problem.
sounded like you were advocating it. You said yeah pretty
No, no,
quickly.
no. Like I don't care. They use
It's okay. We're all libertarians here.
yeah. Like whatever. Do whatever you want. Just fuck off and use the thing and be happy and whatever. Don't care.
Now, how the hell do these refund claim links work?
Yeah, this is a fucking link that says, "Hey, send my money back." You know. It's basically like there's nothing fancy. Like there's no
Yeah.
phonetic stuff or anything like that. Just like it lets know the merchant to they need to send back money or like if there's a complaint or something happening. When you check the widget, it is like, hey, contact the merchant if you need a refund. Or yada yada yada. It is like I make payments happen. If you are happy or not, it is not my problem. Figure it out with the owner.
Yeah. So does the refund claim link, like, does it give the customer or whatever a way to like provide a new sub address as like a refund address or
Yep.
something? Like, all right. And then it's up to the merchant to do whatever they want to do with that, I guess.
Yes. Yeah. Again, it's open source, so feel free to fork to issue a PR, whatever. If you wanna help to make it big, be welcome.
Rayo2 says, I wonder if XMR Pay could be used for the PAZNIA lottery /raffle instead. Refund link could be the payment address too. Just direct people to the website instead of XMR chat. That's an interesting thought. Yeah, we were talking about how to make a Monero based raffle or lottery. I don't know, that could work maybe.
No, it is a great idea. Actually, I have on my private repos, I have some raffle situation, just the idea and some random stuff.
Yeah.
So if you guys need a hand, just let me know.
Well, yeah. I mean, my idea for that could be an easy way to do it, but my idea for like a paranoid, mostly trustless way where you could like verify that you were following the rules of the lottery and everything, it would still be more involved. I'm not going to get into it. I already info dumped about this on another show, but yeah, I was talking about fucking making transaction proofs and fucking, you've got a view key released for the raffle wallet and blah 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 blah. And we would have like an algorithm that deterministically uses a specific, like these specific future Monero blocks, their block hashes to generate a random number to pick the winner, blah blah blah. It was a
No,
whole,
that idea is pretty base. Yeah, that's a nice idea.
yeah, it was a whole thing. Whatever. Maybe they'll just trust us. If the raffles get big, then yeah, we'll have to make it more advanced. But for now, I say just do whatever works and see if anyone buys into it.
Yeah, you make it work and then you make it perfect afterwards. So, yeah.
So you've got fucking WooCommerce plugins for those who are gay enough to use WordPress, like Rayo2. You've also got integrations for like Joomla and shit.
Yeah, I have integration for Joomla. I did a PR that got merged and the Monero integrations for WHCMS. It's like a hosting reselling software situation, weird shit. So it is using XMRP core, the situation, the logic, right? And I'm aiming to release a Magento version, sorry. Udo, like I want to make it available for as much platforms as possible, but well, that takes time.
Yeah, and hopefully you get. Have you had much interest yet from like other developers contributing or building shit in this XMRP ecosystem?
Nope.
No. Well,
it's
shit.
fine. Like whatever. Like, sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure I can make it work by my own. I'm
Supposed to
just
build
happy
everything
if
yourself.
people-
You're gonna make the Drupal plugin. You're gonna make the
yeah.
You're gonna make the 30 Bs plugin, the PrestaShop plugin.
We have the PrestaShop, the PrestaShop almost done, by the way. Yeah.
Oh. Oh shit! Yeah, you're making pretty good progress doing it all on your own. Now, one big drawback, I guess, of XMRP is how new it is, which I guess might worry some, because you're talking about.
And I'm always clear and transparent with that. Like, if you go to my GitHub situation, you see how it compares with like BTC Pay server, Accept XMR, Monero Pay, or Monero WP.
Yeah, you've got a good table there comparing them.
Yeah. Yeah, and I basically say, sure, like, this is a great product. Like, it is new, so it needs more testing, more trust from users and stuff. I recently got a guy from Twitter just fucking using XMRP on his website, so that makes me happy.
Well, yeah, I guess we're about to be using it soon on Liberty Under Attack or something, I guess, because Rayo2 wants to implement it.
Yeah, and in WordPress, there's 646 downloads, like people with the plugin installed. So yeah, it's a good number.
Huh? Yeah, that's not bad. I mean, hey, at the end of the day, it's only got a view key anyway. So how bad can it fuck things up?
It
could still fuck some things up, but it can't spend your Monero. So that's the most important thing.
Yeah, I spend a lot of time trying to, break my own creation because, as I told you, I have a little cybersecurity background, a little white hat situation. Right? So I'm like, okay, now that this thing is working, I need to fucking break it and like, so I can emulate real case scenarios like people lying to the fucking XMRP or submitting all the payments using the dev console of the fucking web browser. So I went ahead and just tried to break the thing. So that's what I proudly say in Twitter, like there's no risk of loss of funds using XMRP compared to the BTC Pay server situation that's going on.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I read the README on GitHub, and considering how new XMRP is and how it's just you doing it, I would say the hardening that you've done so far, the thinking like a hacker that you've done so far, has been pretty good, but better than the average single developer project that's that young. But usually they need a bunch of feedback from folks before they start thinking about stuff like that. They need someone else to tell them. Oh, Rayo2 asks, can you address the new BTC Pay server issue specifically, SBD?
It is BTC related, right? The thing I'm not even sure. I was throwing shit on Twitter. Let's see.
I don't
I mean, I'm
even
pretty sure.
know. Maybe you can tell me what's going on.
I'm pretty sure. Again, like, it is not affecting Monero, so I'm not going to help.
Why not? Oh, well, you don't have to. It's fine. I've got lots of other questions to ask you anyway.
Yeah, go ahead.
So how do you feel about the maturity of XMR Pay and how the development's coming along so far?
I feel pretty confident. Like, I had asked some close friends in real life situation, like, hey, do me a favor. I put this online. This is like a demo store situation. Try to break it. Try to make the store think that it receive a payment, and try to hack the fucking thing. With, of course, like just try to hack my Summer Pay. I don't give a fuck if WordPress has issues or if PrestaShop has issues or whatever. So I have battle tested Summer Pay, so I feel pretty confident. And with the quality of code, can be better, can be cleaner. It's going to be better and cleaner. It just takes a little time, and I think it is solid enough now, just for me to wait for the next Monero update to come, so I can just get back to work.
Right. Yeah. It's exciting stuff. FCMP and all that. And now, you ever want to get it audited, XMR Pay?
So one of the goals that I have in mind is getting that audited for sure. So I'm thinking opening a Monero bounty. Bounty is .monero.social. So I'm gonna do that, like, not right now, because I'm saving a little bit more of Moneros, so I can just pay whoever to does the thing. So yeah, that's it for the future.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. Now, how the hell do signed configs work? How do the payers get your keys or verify the signature for signed configs?
That's a little bit tough to explain. Let's say that as we have the crypto primitives from PHP, XMR Pay is able to take the address, to take like the information out of the blockchain and compare and like check the amount, check the ring signature. Like, it's pure mathematics and cryptography, so it is really hard. Or I'm not able to break my own creation yet, so yeah, it is just mathematics.
Well, signed configs seem like a good idea, so I look forward to that becoming a standard thing, hopefully, because that would be cool.
Let me write that down right now, because I have a to-do list, so I have to study more. So I'm not a pro dev on the Monero situation.
So because if it becomes like a standard thing that, like, it's kind of pushed on everybody that you're gonna have signed configs, and the payers will have some way of getting your keys and being able to verify it. That's gonna be good for the security.
Yes.
Now, what
that's
the
on
fuck?
my to-do list.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. I have all the best ideas. Now, what is the Nostr plus Monero idea?
Oh, that's just an idea. Like, Monero payments, like the same concept as Smart Pay, just as minimal as possible. Like, using Nostr to confirm, like using the nodes to confirm payments, and like people being able to use Smart Pay through Nostr protocol. It is just an idea. I still have that pretty raw and like.
Yeah, it's just a little gray note on your roadmap that basically just says Nostr plus Monero.
Yes.
So yeah, I was curious to hear about it.
It is just an idea. Like, it doesn't mean that necessarily I'm going to make it happen.
Yeah.
I want to, like, I'm super busy.
Well, Rayo2 is suggesting that we link you up with
Yeah.
Shadrach, our friend Shadrach, because he does Noster stuff. And maybe he could
Nice.
help in some way. We know lots of Noster folks. There's a lot of Noster folks around these days. We're on Zap.stream right now.
Nice prayer based.
Yeah, Noster's
there's
cool. It's not the best possible thing in the world, but why let the perfect be the enemy of the good? It's encouraging
Mhm.
folks to do cool stuff with decentralized networks. So I like it.
Yep.
Now, what the fuck is the XMR Pay escrow idea?
That's just another idea. Just trying to. So the issue with Scroll right now, for me, it is the user experience just fucking sucks.
That's
It
for
is
sure.
awful. Like the customer gets confused, the seller gets confused. Sometimes the fucking the scroll holder, the thing gets confused. It happened to me in certain websites and stuff. So my aim is just like make it as light as possible. Like that you have to run like a wallet RPC in your server, and like it is heavy. So I want to make it light, and I want to make it like look pretty. That's it. That's it. Like
And
nothing
it's
really
going to
new
support
or
multi-sig wallets too?
hopefully, yeah.
Because that'd be
I
pretty
think,
cool.
yeah, I think so. That's all the work for the version 2.0 of XMR Pay, the multi-sig wallet situation. So after that, I will try to integrate it to the scroll and other stuff. But there's a lot there. If you see the roadmap, there's a lot going on.
Yeah,
And my
there is.
issue
Yeah,
is that I
I saw it.
have a lot of ideas, and when I have a lot of ideas, I don't
Yeah.
finish all ideas. So it
Yeah.
is kind of a clusterfuck.
Yeah, I'm like that too. What else is coming down the pipe for XMR Pay?
Well, I'm looking forward to finish the Telegram bot situation and the Shopify integration. I think I found a way to run XMR Pay in fucking Shopify, and Shopify doesn't allow you to run anything, or like there's no
Of
hosting
course not.
situation. So
It's still
they
a pretty
provide,
funny troll.
yes. So it provides a super minimum. I think it's WebAssembly. I don't remember what it provides. I have the document somewhere. So I'm
I
using that to run XMR Pay. Like if you have a
I
little
got
hole,
an
I'm going to
idea.
just.
I got an idea for the Shopify plugin. So
Yeah.
what if the Shopify plugin or a setting of it or a flavor of it just comes with different branding where it pretends that it's not Monero? Like it could just be some made up shitcoin or something. And
Could be.
you can run with it. It could be different flavors. You can pick whichever. You can also insert your own made up branding if you want, but you can pick from some preset ones. And
Oh yeah. So
it's still giving you
I
Monero addresses, but we just pretend that it's not.
Yeah. No, that's an excellent idea. I like the decoy idea. Yeah, love it. And I had in mind like heavy customization and stuff. Like, oh my god, that's too much, and it could turn out to be too heavy.
Actually, this
So
joke idea gave me an even slightly more serious idea. We could have a standard protocol for sort of encrypting a cryptocurrency address for a specific payer so that only they know what cryptocurrency it's even for. That's an interesting idea, and it wouldn't be that hard to do. Ultimately, it's just a
no.
matter of
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
that's
Let
pretty
me write that
clever.
down. Yeah, I'm stealing your idea. I mean, kidding. Not stealing your
No,
idea.
please do.
Yeah.
I'm a counter engineer. You should steal whatever you can.
Oh yeah, that's the idea. Like, I just want to make it grow enough. I want people to use it and be fucking happy, and that's
I
it.
think you're off to
Like,
a
use
good
the fucking
start.
thing.
It's very promising. Is there anything else you want to touch on to do with XMR Pay?
I think we are good. I don't think we have anything else to cover unless you have any questions.
Oh,
I don't
I've
know.
got other questions on other topics. But first, I'm supposed to say, remember that you can call in to the show if you want to. Go to fucking PAZNIA.com/call2. And also, I'm supposed to read fan mail. I got a couple interesting ones from before the show. Charles gave us a couple good ones. Thing I started vibe coding with Hermes based on the value stream ZK Skillshare / ultimate Craigslist trading platform concept you discuss. And he gives me a link, codeberg.org/Mr_Lowry /Matchbox. It's called Matchbox. Charles is vibe coded slop, but it looks pretty cool. At least the white paper, and it's pretty vague. You know, it doesn't say that much on the README and the white paper. I'm pretty sure the white paper was written by an LLM too, but it seems like a pretty cool idea. It's like I don't know what value stream ZK is, but I mean ZK, you know, zero knowledge proofs. That sounds good. That's, you know, that's obviously what we need for decentralized marketplaces. So we can do matchmaking without revealing who's who, which it seems like that's what you're trying to build. Value streams kind of sounds like value flows, which gets me, it makes my erection respond because value flows is a super cool thing. And I don't know if value streams has something to do with that or if it just sounds like it, but I should probably look into that. And yeah, matchmaking over Reticulum. You're using Reticulum. That's fucking cool. Got an app image and everything. I don't know how AI is integrated with it or why or if that's needed, but that's cool. I look forward to seeing more vibe coding of Matchbox. We should be watching that and contributing maybe. And he also linked me to something called Dark WoW by a guy called Patrick Mockridge. So apparently it's a fork of DarkFi. Now DarkFi is a cool as fuck private smart contract layer 1 cryptocurrency platform. And there's some of the most based developers out there. You know, they do little wink wink nudge nudge like we should raise up and kill them all with guns. Ha ha ha. You know, like I like them. They're kind of like me. But this guy forked DarkFi, and I did read like the README and I skimmed the philosophy stuff and the why it was forked and how it's different from DarkFi. And I see what they're getting at. I'm picking up what they're putting down. It does kind of seem like they really are trying to improve on DarkFi. I think I understand their criticisms of DarkFi. So I am very interested in looking more into Dark WoW and also getting Patrick Mockridge on the show. Charles, it's up to you now. You have to get Patrick Mockridge as a guest on the show. I don't know who that is, but he's got to be good. That one guy said something about the graphene guy. Graphene OS guy wiped his phone, got in trouble for it. I've been thinking about this a little bit. If you put a small business card in your pocket with some personal numbers of contacts that you need in case you get arrested, you might want to add a PIN number to your phone that would destroy all the evidence on that card. That way you never said anything to the cops and they just use the information in front of them to try to open the phone. I think that's very smart. And I think my professional opinion as a privacy and security consultant is that is likely to work. They would absolutely try that. Absolutely. They hate it at the airport. The TSA guys and the CBP guys, when they get a graphene phone and they can't crack it, it's very frustrating for them. And they would absolutely try. If you said pin to my phone on a card and they found that, they will try it. And I'm no lawyer and I don't really care about the law, but it's a hell of a lot harder to argue that someone should get in trouble for that. We need a no-brainer self-hosted full backup and restore. That's for fucking sure. You can back up everything, but it's not a no-brainer yet. We need to kill anyone who uses smartphones. Well, backups sound good too, though. Yeah, that's my reaction.
That's
Well,
base.
kill anyone who's, but yeah, backups are good too. Yeah, I feel the same way. Let's see. Warm-up question for show by Privacy Wraith / Ghost. Is it useful to emulate all FOSS systems, Androidish, FreeDOS, OpenBDSM, etc., in VMs for some security or fingerprinting thing? Is there some use where we want to automate that for people? What about some system where it ships with a button for running in a VM that is easy to use? I mean, Tails is easy, so why not make something that is more extreme? Opinions on desktop Android for consuming ASCII art, maybe? I'm almost shocked at the questions you're asking, but I'm very pleased because there's such an easy answer to it. Yes, what you're talking about is an amazing idea. It's ingenious of you to have invented it. And I'm pleased to tell you that it exists. It's called Cubes OS. This is exactly what Cubes is. That, wouldn't it be good to isolate things with VMs and make it easy to do it automatically and blah, blah, blah. That's what Cubes is. You should use Cubes. And yes, you are right. Good job. And as for emulating Android, yeah, that's a thing. There are things for that. I think it's gotten better. I don't know. Comment. Have you ever given cocaine to bees? It makes them way more productive, and the honey starts having a nice aftertaste, just like the delicious drips. I can't answer that question. Question that is almost like FNA meow. If I always had good digital OBSEC, used multiple VPNs and Tor, and even had a disinfo computer on that, watches CNN all day, does the government know I dislike it? How bigoted are the people working for the government? We know what a threat the trash is that works for local government, but what about shithole countries? How many of the people who works for the government at low levels do have infos that come from mass surveillance? Which workers may know that I want to tickle them all? Thank you very much. I think the answer really varies quite a bit, depending on. I think a third world shithole country is more likely to have a state that leaks a bunch of that data to random folks. But
Yes, they do.
Yeah, they do. And of course we talk about things like some random person who doesn't get paid that much, like working for the tax collection agency at France, will just like sell your information to criminals that want to $5 wrench attack you for your crypto because you were foolish enough to declare it on your taxes. So yeah, stuff like that happens all the time. But if you're talking about like NSA level, like everything in a first world country, they play that close to the chest. Like, not a lot of agencies are given access to something like X key score or whatever. But that's changing. Like on the show a few weeks ago, we talked about how in Canada they're pushing to give cops access to that shit, to the CSIS stuff, that they can just without a warrant look at anything they want, and it's just the bludgies. It's not CSIS or something. So it changes all the time. It depends. Common privacy prayers. Our freedom, who art in privacy, hallowed be thy exemption. Thy Vonu home base come. Thy will be free on earth as it is in Vonu. Give us this day our daily Linux, and forgive us our trespasses as we burn those who trespass against us. And lead us not into jail, but exempt us from evil. Amen. We need to use water drones for logistics. Yes, Shadrach, you're right. Things float on water better. It's too heavy to fly. So yeah, you're onto something. Has anyone mentioned or discussed the grand distinction between open source software and free software? What's GNU? I hope that question is a joke. It's not an insult, by the way. If it's not, it's a totally reasonable question for someone to ask at some point in their lives. But I just read like Know Your Meme or something article. Just read like the Know Your Meme article on GNU Linux or something. All right, let's get back to these fucking questions. burned up so much time on that stupid fan mail. Thank you very much for your brilliant fan mails. So let's talk about the XMR Bazaar mobile app. It's going to get a fucking mobile app now?
Yes, I'm kind of making it.
You're just the guy. It's all you? Is that it? They gave it to you?
So I talked to Douglas and he's like, hey, are you interested in making the app? I'm like, yeah, sure. So they have a team. They have a team building the API situation, the API situation, the backend connections and stuff.
Right.
So I'm just doing the app, the front end, the user experience, and all that bullshit.
Right. What's it going to be like?
It's looking. Let me see. How can I send you? Hold on. I have some screenshots and stuff. If you want to see, let me try to locate that.
Yeah, Rayo 2 can put him in the video for this show, even maybe not live, but
I can show stuff on screen if needed. Nice.
Oh, he can do live or otherwise.
Let me locate the. Fuck, where's my SSD? Hold on, just give me a minute. I have everything all over the place.
Well, while you're, I don't know if you can. Usually, autistic people can't multitask, but I can keep talking to you while you're looking.
Yeah, I'm here. I still listening, and I'm here. All good.
Oh, I think you're standing in front of a train. You might want to move. I heard like a train horn go. This is probably what happened to Terry Davis. This is why he got ran over by a train. He's looking for files. You found it?
Yeah.
What is the screenshots?
Fuck my life. Now let me navigate my stuff.
Do you feel like it looks like how it's likely going to look, or are they going to bitch at you and be like, no, make it look different?
No, I have shown this to Douglas already, and he loves how it looks. So I don't think we are going to change a lot. Projects.
Are there any cool features that come to mind that you want to highlight?
So, not at the launch situation. Like down the road, we are going to implement like a wallet situation, so you can have your own wallet on your XMR Bazaar app.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, it's going to be super minimalistic. You know, like just the necessary stuff. Trying to close any kind of window that allows bad actors to fuck up people. So
it would be weird to pick you if that's not what they wanted.
Yeah, it's a Bazaar app. Where's the fucking things? Outputs, no. I'm sorry, this is taking forever.
How is it coming along so far? The development, like the pace.
I'd say I'm like 69% done. Yeah. I think it is good. Yeah. Remember, the only thing that I will have to do next is just wire up the app with the backend, and that's kind of simple.
What she said.
So. And so I'm trying to implement the user experience and the user interface for every fucking aspect of the app. I don't want people to miss out any feature that's in the website. I want them to have everything.
I think that's a big deal because everyone's, this is just coming into the 21st century for XMR Bazaar. Like all the big boys are mobile first, right? So they got to get with the times. You got any clue when it'll be out?
So I should finish in like 2 to 3 weeks.
Shit, really?
The situation without connecting the backend, okay, without the API situation, because that's a separate work as another team, and they're working on that. So I'm just waiting for them to be like.
You're saying that they're slower than you, but you're trying to be nice about it.
No, they are working something much harder. So
I guess that's true.
I'm just hold on.
Yeah, because I guess there was no API at all before, really. not
Yeah,
Freedom.
they're working on it. Yeah, it is not complete. And of course, I'm recycling a lot of code that I had, so it helps a lot. And of course, I use clankers, so
Yeah.
that's why the thing is a little faster. Some
What
people
the
is like,
hell's
oh, why do you
clankers?
yeah, fucking AI? Some people is like, why do
Oh,
you use AI?
yeah.
Like, yeah, AI clankers, yeah. So I'm like, if I have like a, a big chunk of the work done, I don't see a reason why I should do that completely manually if I have the tools, you know.
Yeah.
And of course, I'm not blindly like being like, "Hey, Clanker, do this and just fucking deploy to production."
Well, yeah,
No,
of course, yeah.
I review and make sure. And again, I try to use, even if it's just the UIs and the user experience and stuff that I'm making. I I try to emulate attacks like
Of course.
yeah. So I try to keep it clean and nice. Aha, found the thing. Found the screenshots. I
I'm
have a
glad to
shit
hear
ton.
clankers. I like that. It's about time.
I love
You gotta.
slurs. I love slurs. So
Yeah, slurs, and it's
yeah.
very cyberpunk. You know, it's very futuristic.
Okay, so I got the screenshots.
That
Where
comes
should
from
I
Star
send the
Wars, doesn't it?
screenshots?
Someone called droids clankers in Star Wars, I think.
I don't remember. Not sure. I'm just getting into the Star Wars universe
How should
recently,
you?
so
Oh well, I hope you're starting with the original trilogy.
of course.
And you should start with not with the specialized editions. You want people always used to watch Harmy's despecialized edition, but now we've got something called the 4K Project 4K 4K77. Where they've
No,
actually yeah, go on.
I have a friend. He loves Star Wars. It's like a Star Wars nerd situation, and he's like, watch this and this and this and this specific order. This version, avoid this version. So yeah.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that, but fuck your friend for a second. Okay, because there are Star Wars nerds who they just know about Harmy's despecialized editions. They haven't heard of Project 4K77. Some of them haven't heard of it, and it's a new thing where they've got new 4K scans of the original theatrical film, and that's fucking cool. Take your pick, really, but just don't watch the specialized editions. Anyway, Rayo 2. Look at these guys trying to make the screenshots work. Is there anything else you want to say
Yeah,
about XMR Bazaar mobile app?
it's going to be super fast, super easy to use. It's going to have all the accessibility options for people who has issues with hearing or vision. So I'm working really hard on making that like super nice, you know. So it's gonna be nice. So keep your expectations up, and if the app don't meet your expectations, well, there's my Twitter account. You can yell at me there.
Now, you're also like a web developer and a sysadmin guy. You make websites for people and shit like that.
Yeah.
What's your style there? How do you help your customers when it comes to privacy and sovereignty and blah, blah, blah?
It depends on the customer because I have people who don't give a fuck about any of that.
Well, of course.
And if they're not paying what my work is worth, so fuck off, you know. Like if you don't care about your privacy and stuff, why should I?
Yeah.
It is so yeah. Some people don't like this take. Like if you care about privacy, we can have conversation. I can try to help you out. You're gonna help me out, and like fine. We are within a fucking community. Like people who's not, I can try to talk to these people. Like, hey, you should take this in consideration, and this and this and that. At the end of the day, they're like, fuck you. I don't need any of that. So I don't
Now,
try to push anything. Yeah.
speaking of that, what is your security philosophy as like a sysadmin and a web developer?
My philosophy?
Security philosophy, if that means
I'm a
anything to you.
security. Just it depends. like if you ask me, like for my Monero situation, if I make, for example, this website, it's more paid website. just the bare minimum for it to work and to show what it needed to show. Right? I don't need any unnecessary stuff going on, no attack surface or any of that. So I love the zero trust mindset. So
Yeah.
that's my jam, the zero trust.
Yeah, those are good philosophies to have. Minimalism and trustlessness.
Yeah. No, no,
When
no.
you say you make high performance websites, what are you getting at there, and how do you do that?
Can you repeat, sorry?
When you say you make high performance websites, what are you getting at there?
I was just trying to make it as fast and lightweight as possible without any bloat. You know, some people when
Yeah.
they make websites, they include CDNs and they include this and make the website so heavy that
Some
takes.
people. It seems to be
Yeah.
most of them these days.
Yeah, especially with the clunker situation. So I don't like any of that because I got traumatized with a lot of customers. Like, why this fucking bullshit is so fucking slow? And they running the website from a more 2014 Motorola, you know? I'm like, fuck. So that just was in my head. And like, sure, I'm just going to make stuff minimalistic as possible. Like, that's it. I
I
don't
like
want
that.
to hear customers complaining. So I took that as a principle of work, you know, like don't put shit in the websites. Doesn't make any sense.
Now, on that note, tell them what a static website is and why you like that so much.
So I think a lot of web apps are so necessary. Like, why do you need to have such heavy stuff? Like, if you want to show up your business, just leave a fucking information, like contact information, like your email or phone number, whatever you want. So I prefer static websites where the attack surface is almost inexistent, you know? And
Yeah,
that's it.
well, I
Like,
mean, I see eye to eye with you on that big time. I mean, like, Web 2.0 has been such a fucking train wreck of faggotry, bloated and buggy. It takes 10
it's super
JavaScript
gay. It
libraries
is
to
super gay. It is
click a button.
retarded and gay and yeah. No.
The design's
So
fucked too. They don't even make the sites easier to use.
that's right. Yeah. No, and every day the websites get more complicated. Have you seen those websites where you scroll down and like you fucking have a hamburger assembling itself as you scroll down
Yeah,
to
they
showcase the
don't
fucking product and
even
stuff like that?
they don't even make shit load in the right order. Like they've forgotten the basics that, like, the user shouldn't be going to click on something, but then the thing moves because you're loading
Yeah.
something before it. This is shit people knew 25 years ago, and they've forgotten all this stuff
Eh,
now.
yeah, and to be honest, this is like a little boomer situation. Like there's no need for any of that. Like if I go to a fucking website, I
Right.
just want to see the relevant information or a fucking button that says do this and that's it, or get the email, like get
Yeah,
shit done. I
that's
don't
right.
need all of that fucking rabbit hole situation in how they look or how a website behaves, and it is so heavy and it no, it is just
I
unacceptable.
wish JavaScript was never created. And I mean, we haven't even touched on all the endless privacy and security issues with JavaScript.
Yeah. I know. Oh well, that was the one of the first languages that I learned. So
Well, that's
just
normal.
it's just giving it a good use, and again, just trying to reduce its attack surfaces as possible. So yeah.
What do you think's all the answer to all this shit? Just cut it out and be like SlowBearDigger. Because that's what I think the answer is, more or less. That's one of the answers anyway. How do you make a website immutable? By the way, use this term, immutable. How do you make a website immutable? And why the fuck would you want to?
Yeah, it depends. Like if you don't have in your roadmap, like your business or whatever you're doing, like you don't think it's gonna change, yeah, just do that. Like a fucking static immutable website. Like no need to change stuff, just leave it there. And again, you make it just without all the bloat. Like You just craft a fucking HTML website and that's it.
I think that we should sign the hash of the web page so that you know for sure I haven't changed it. I'm not even allowed
Oh,
to
yeah.
change it. How about that?
Oh, yeah, it's completely possible. Like, isn't that extra? Depends who you ask that.
Well, actually, that's a joke. This is another joke that is actually kind of a serious point when you think about it. Because one of my pet peeves, and I'm not the only privacy and security guy to bring this up. This thing where we have end-to-end encryption, but it's
Yeah.
with JavaScript in a web page that we just served you. So as far as you know, we're targeting you for surveillance or something, or we've been hacked and you're being served a malicious version of this right now that's backdoored. You have no way of knowing what version of this end-to-end encryption software you're running because it's not going through all the normal checks and balances of
Yeah.
you install something from a Linux repo and it's been signed. And
Just take a look to the NPM libraries and stuff. They get compromised all the time.
right, and then there's that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's bad. Like, folks should not be taking this shit seriously. It has to be signed.
Yeah, it has. So it is the right thing to do. Like, you're forgetting the fucking human factor. Sometimes we are in a fucking hurry, and if we don't notice anything different at all, we are not going to bother to just double check, And that has happened to me. I got scanned in a phishing website like 7 years ago, something like that. So yeah, sometimes you don't use the tools that you implement or that you have until there's like a super user friendly way to do stuff.
Now, when you say that your websites are built for the future of the web, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking about Web 3.0 or something more than that?
No, I don't care about Web3 or what they do with the fucking blockchain. That's supposed to be only for peer-to-peer cash transactions,
Yeah, I
That's
know,
it.
right?
Like, I don't think there should be any more things on the blockchain that's retarded, in my opinion. So for me, yeah, the internet, how we know it is gonna end, and like the future for me is a little cyberpunk. You know what I mean? For the internet wise, like a little, instead of the World Wide Web that we know now, it's gonna be like segmented networks, like communities or like this city, and like they're not gonna be super interconnected or like it's gonna be different. It's gonna be
I
different.
think you're right. I think we'll at least go through an age that is like that. Yeah. And it's coming much faster than most folks think. Doc Barber said something cool. Static websites with only client-side stuff can be easily migrated to Chordal, where it's immutable. Here's a website I created for Corbett Report on Chordal through a public gateway. And then he links to chordal.name/Corbett Report. Yeah, that's cool.
Back memories. Yeah. This is like a 2004 website. I love it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that. Yeah, I mean, Chordal's cool. It's definitely, Doc Barber's very into Chordal.
That's, I'm just checking the thing. Yeah, looks.
That is cool.
Yeah, that's great. Okay.
Now, speaking of Web 3.0, I mean, I don't necessarily think blockchains or whatever should only be used for currency. And of course, I also don't think blockchains are the answer to everything decentralized. I think that's wrong-headed, and people have gone way off the deep end with that. But but Web 3.0, the way it has gone, has also been kind of a train wreck. I mean, we talk about too much JavaScript. JavaScript's even more hard to escape from in Web 3.0. They kind of went the wrong way with that.
Yeah, it is a little retarded. It had potential, but like
it's bad,
no
yeah.
more.
And that's without even getting into how they all use centralized front ends, which kind of defeats the purpose to a degree.
Yeah,
What do you think? Do you know anything about how like MetaMask works or something? Can you even make MetaMask work with like a static? Well, you could make it work with a static web page, but how about without JavaScript? Can you even talk to MetaMask without JavaScript?
Yeah. The thing is, yeah, you have some libraries like they're the basic stuff that you always use because they're there, right? Like you will have to redo all of that from scratch for your need. Like for example, I'm working on the the amount of work it is. It's a lot of work. It is a lot of work. And people is not willing to do that, especially in the MetaMask space or these Solana
Yeah, those
communities or
guys are
stuff.
faggots.
Yeah. Like they're only thinking of airdrops or pumping this
Yeah.
fucking scam coin and like it is not fucking worth it in my opinion. Like I can
I mean,
try
there's
to.
something cool about what they're doing, and like there's some good stuff still happening in like the Ethereum ecosystem or whatever. I guess I don't want to let the perfect be the enemy of the good, but you know, there's just a lot of faggotry there, and that's the mainstream way to do it is gay as hell. But
I, I
whatever.
I haven't seen anything based from any other like cryptocurrencies and
Yeah,
communities
I
and
mean,
stuff like.
there's been a couple layer twos there, kind of worth looking at. Someone brought something to my attention. It's like a MetaMask alternative that has some privacy features. It's supposed to be like the privacy Web3 wallet, which is cool. So they're not all bad, but they just took years to start catching up on this stuff, and
Yeah,
most of them
and
are
they
gay as hell.
started doing that because this fucking sick ass situation. Otherwise, no one gives a fuck about privacy, Like most of the people in the crypto community, not all the people, are there just for making
Yeah.
money, not
Oh yeah.
not
Well,
to.
that's what
Yeah.
natural selection's for. We'll see
Yes.
what happens to their money because the government has a list of all their addresses, and all the major mining pools are KYC, and we'll see what happens with the lists of where all the ASICs are in the major mining
Uh,
pools.
it, it, it's gonna be fun.
It'll be interesting. What do you
Mhm.
think comes after Web 3.0, or better yet, what should come before, after, or instead of the web itself altogether?
I'm not really sure. If you ask me, I rather very much to see the end of the internet as we know it. Like this
Oh
thing
yeah,
needs to fucking die. It needs to
we'll get to
vanish.
that.
Like
Yeah,
after 2009 or something like that, the internet has become such a retarded place
that's
everywhere. And like,
generous.
yes. So I hope the fucking internet dies.
Well,
That's it.
I I think that we and our enemies agree on that. So I don't think the internet as we know it has a chance in hell of surviving. Um, and we're going to see, as you said, the segmented networks. It's going to be their lockdown walled garden networks, and it's going to be our decentralized ones that are
Yeah.
increasingly paranoid just to survive.
Mhm.
Um,
Yep.
do you have any thoughts on Gemini?
And Gemini as the AI.
No, Gemini is like. Do you know what Gopher is?
Uh-huh.
It's like Gopher, but it's newer and cooler and stuff. Basically,
Nah, I don't have enough information or
no, you
data in
should
my
look into it.
brains to.
It's kind of cool. It's basically just
I-
like, instead of like websites, it's just like, basic. It's even more extreme than a static web page. It's kind of like Gopher or something, but modern, with like modern encryption and shit.
Just checking right now.
You don't have to read about it now. You can just look into it later if you want. But I mean, speaking of
Uh,
replacing the internet, I mean, I talk about mesh networking a lot, and I'm kind of
yes.
starting a mesh networking project, or at least a mesh network tokenization project. Have you ever heard of Reticulum?
I think I did, but I don't remember anything at the moment. But yeah, it is like
You're gonna
a
like it.
reticulum. Okay.
Because I've got a read on you. So you are in line with God's law, okay, about how programming is to be done. Like Terry Davis, okay, God speaks to
Okay.
you
Why they're in
about
a
how to.
really? Oh, this sounds sexy.
Oh yeah,
Extremely
Gemini.
relevant with. No, the reticulum.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, you're gonna like it because so you like stuff that's resilient, minimalist. It works with the shittiest
Yes.
possible least,
Yes.
and also it's security is and privacy is top of mind. There is a little privacy limitation, but it's not really easy to overcome in mesh networking, which is just the identifiers for nodes. But I think the answer is obviously to build other shit on top of that. You know, you can build a darknet on it. You can build applications on it that, you know, it's not tied to the node identities. But yeah,
Fucking sexy.
Reticulum's way, it's like there's only 3 mesh networks really worth paying close attention to. There's Yggdrasil, and there's Reticulum, and there's FIPS. Those are and FIPS is like the new kid on the block. That's the Nostra one. And it's good enough to watch and care about. But Reticulum has had my vote for a while, and it really more folks need to know about it because it's the real fucking deal. Reticulum works over anything. It can work over Ethernet, fucking Wi-Fi, LoRa. It doesn't matter. It doesn't care.
It just
Low
works.
bandwidth, low latency, whatever. You can do it over carrier pigeon, Dixie cups. Doesn't fucking matter. It's some brilliant stuff. You're gonna like it.
Yeah, it's pretty based. Yeah.
But yeah, the Reticulum guy, he made something, a Reticulum application called NomadNet. And NomadNet it has chatting, but it also has websites. It's got a really interesting, not quite like Gemini exactly, but it's a similar concept where it's just
It
a
is
local.
from Mark Ubist or something like
Yeah,
that on GitHub?
that's right. Yeah, Mark Quist or some shit. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Okay.
that guy, he's on the same. He's cut from the same cloth as us. He cares. You should read his Zen of Reticulum and the documents and stuff. It's very good.
All right, that's my bookmarks now.
And yeah, NomadNet. NomadNet is like the Reticulum's native site application and also chatting.
Encrypted messaging over packet radio. Nice. Serial configuration. Encrypted message store. Connected nodes. Node size generator page with PHP, Python, Bash, or others. That is a browser. Nice. Nice. Muy interesante. Very interesting.
It's pretty cool. All right, now let's touch on the back end side of things here. I don't know about you, but I like to touch back ends. You know what I'm saying? Now, like when you're working with customers, do you and they want you to help them get hosting? Do you give them like shared web hosting mostly so they can admin it themselves, or
No, so I always tell them, like, if you want your things to just work and you don't have to worry about anything, you pay me this amount and I take care of everything, like updates, security, or patches, or whatever. Even managing the content of some websites. So they don't have to do any of that, because even if they want to pay for like using their own stuff, like the C panel or whatever, the WordPress admin area, all that shit, they're going to fucking break it, and it's going to be a fucking pain in my ass. So I'd rather just say no, and I'll take care of stuff. That's it.
There's not. Oh yeah, Doc Barber wants to bring up that Cordal will soon be running over the Reticulum network, breaking free of TCP/IP, which is true.
Okay.
And he likes the Cordal. Yeah, it's true. Cordal is into Reticulum, and they're trying to integrate with it, which is cool. Now, so you get into the nitty gritty with like installing an OS on a VPS and configuring everything.
I hardened the VPS myself, and sometimes, depending on the customer, I use some shitty share hosting situation. Depending on the
Yeah.
budget of the customer. Like if
Are
you don't
you
care about your
aware
privacy.
are you aware of any like user-friendly web interface for admins that are retarded that's open source? Because it's pretty bleak, isn't it? Like Webmin and Cockpit and shit. It's not very good.
I find CyberPanel to be super easy to use. It is open source.
What's it called?
CyberPanel for like
Cyberpunk.
managing, yeah, for managing like hosting situation instead of cPanel.
Oh shit. I haven't heard of that.
Yeah, I find it super easy. I can check the code. I can do whatever I want. So that's why I like it. I could go
Oh,
just
that's good.
bare bones or whatever. Like sometimes I like a fucking user interface and don't stop thinking to do stuff.
What OSs do you like best for VPSs?
I like Linux or Debian. That's it. I know there's some beef with systemd and shit, like whatever. I just like my Debian and my Alma
You
Linux.
like what in Debian?
Alma Linux. I don't know how to pronounce that fucking shit.
Fucking spell it. Oh,
I'm too
Alma
retarded.
Linux. Right.
Yeah.
Isn't that is it like Red Hat based or something?
I think it is. I don't remember.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember.
So let me check.
No, that's normal.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
I think that
Yeah,
it's good to not like systemd and everything, but it's not something you care about when you're setting up a server for somebody else. Just using Debian.
And like you can just get rid of the stuff that you don't like, and like it is fucking a fucking Linux distro. You can do whatever you want. So.
Yeah. You almost feel like a guy who would like OpenBSD or Alpine because of how much you like minimalism and.
I don't like the BSD shit. I like Alpine.
Really?
I have that on my I like minimalism. Like I like to have a good time with my OS and stuff. So it is hard to find like a good balance.
But yeah, Alpine's cool.
Yeah, Alpine. I run that on my Raspberry Pi.
Do you have any hot takes on what software you like to use for online services?
Hot take. Let me think.
Or like how I know you like serverless software.
Yes.
Maybe you like other light minimalist alternatives to shit that folks use. I don't know.
Nah, I don't really think of alternative. I don't think I have a hot take situation because it has been some time since I.
You mostly just want shit to work and be compatible when you're doing stuff, so you don't fuck around.
I think I'm too old now, and like I stopped working with like regular customers, and like I'm not making a lot of websites as I used to make before. So it is like whatever.
It's normal to when you're younger, you go through a phase where you're tinkering all the time, and your workstation is Arch Linux and whatever. It's like a part-time job just to fix everything that you're breaking. And there's a time that phase comes to an end. Eventually, you grow out of it, and you just want things to work.
You get tired. Like I don't fucking want to compile my own OS. Like
you compile your own kernel. Why?
Yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't have the time. I don't have the patience. There is not enough coffee in this fucking existence for me to do that. I just want things to work and like no necessary shit. So yeah.
Have you done any noteworthy work with server software besides web servers?
Not really. Not really.
Have you helped customers set up anything to do with like cryptocurrency nodes or cryptocurrency payment processing?
So in real life, I have done some cybersecurity like guidance or like assessment and stuff like that and implementations. At the end of the day, they end up firing me because I have a zero trust philosophy, as you know, and they don't like that. They don't like the zero trust philosophy. They don't like me saying, if you don't get this specific hardware, you're gonna get fucked someday. And like, yeah, people don't like the harsh truth. So
Yeah, I know what you mean. So like I've been a privacy and security consultant for many years, and so the topic of cybersecurity often comes up, and I often say, well, I'm not a cybersecurity expert before I get. But the thing is, what I've run into is that those who are cybersecurity experts, they're working in the field, seem to be a bunch of scammers. They seem to be full of shit, not doing anything. They're just like making commission for selling people stuff
yeah,
or
yeah.
something.
Most of them, most of the cybersecurity consultants
For
do
selling
that.
trust-based stuff, actually,
Mhm.
which so they wouldn't like you very much if they hired you.
No, they hate me. I had very nasty experiences. I had people throwing coffee at me. so, so I'm not even joking. Like,
That's a good sign.
so yeah, no. So as you all know, I live in Ecuador. That's on my Twitter, so that's fine. Here, I work for a certain company, and they had.
Is
Uh,
coffee just like water there? Like it just like rains coffee, and so people just splash each other with coffee all the time? Or?
no, it was a pretty intense situation because I discovered something big. So we were working on a fucking data breach, like out of nowhere, like 30 something gigabytes of customer data with IDs and like addresses, payments, like a lot of stuff was compromised or stolen, and it ended up on a fucking website forum online. So I didn't like that because I was taking care of the server and the web application, and like, how was this even possible? Like, there wasn't like any alerts, like there wasn't any like people getting in the network or like it was weird. So it turns out it was a fucking inside job situation,
Ah.
and it was the head of cybersecurity.
Oh, wow.
So we had a meeting, and I was like, so I was able to track down this computer that connected to this server in this time and did this and this and this and that. So I was able just to take all the, all the forensic situation, and he got offended, calling me a liar. And I had
Wait,
the
you did it
logs,
with the head of
sections
cybersecurity in the room?
in the room with the CEOs and stuff. Like, yeah,
Maybe you should have gone
I
over
don't.
his head.
No, I don't give a fuck. Like if you're a fucking asshole, you're going to know that you're a fucking asshole. Like I don't like these people who live in a world of like, oh, you have to be careful. You might hurt people's feelings. Fuck that. No.
I don't care
So
about hurting his feelings. I don't know what he's mixed up in. Maybe I'm gonna get assassinated. Maybe he's
so
doing some
I
corporate espionage.
so he told me I was a liar, and like, okay, here's the logs, here's the checksums, like here's everything. Like even your computer was attached to that server. Like your USSH to this, and like what are you talking about? And they presented all the evidence and stuff because that's my fucking job. The guy called me a chupaverga, a cocksucker, throw coffee at me, and demand the boss at the time to fucking fire
Close
me.
relative of the chupacabra.
Oh fuck my life. And they did fire me. I got fired. And I was like, okay, bye suckers, don't care.
Yeah, well, that's a good illustration of what I was talking about. That's the
Mhm.
cybersecurity industry.
Yeah. Yeah. And the business, they got charged for like 1% of their
Are you
whole
getting a call?
yearly
How are you making a
earning
call?
situation. So they lost a lot of money because of that.
Well, that's good to hear.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, this is a kind of peripheral. I don't know if you have an opinion on this. It's kind of peripheral to the issue of running a cryptocurrency payment processor. Now, like I think like BTC Pay Server's default way to do it is, well, we're just going to run our own node here.
Mm-hmm.
And if you actually want to do that, though, all the time, it takes a lot of space, which is very costly. So it costs a
Yes.
lot to just store the blockchain on 100 VPSs. Do you have any opinions on this? Because like ideally you don't want to just trust other people's nodes. I mean, I guess you could. Does XMR Pay support having like a quorum of other nodes to verify against each other?
Yes, it supports up to 4 nodes, if I remember.
Well, that's good.
I think it's 2 or 3. I don't remember, but
What
there's
would you do?
a
Like,
setting.
would you run your own node at home on a fucking UPS or something? Like, how would you get costs down?
I have I would run my own node. It's always recommended to run your own node. I always tell that to people. Or you can use a node that you trust. That's up to you. Or like just fucking run your node.
Yeah, I
and that's
guess a
it. You
quorum
should
wouldn't be
always.
so bad.
No, so I have a setting there. Of course, make things a little slower. But like you can set up XMR Pay to have more than 2 nodes to agree, in the transaction. And if there's a mismatch, you're gonna be notified, and the node, for example, if you have 3 nodes agreeing in a transaction, and order, let's say, is already paid, the system is gonna let you know, and it's gonna turn off that node that probably it's all a lie.
Interesting. Is there a way to have one node be more trusted than the others, but still use a quorum?
Use your own node.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, can you
configure
that? Like, use my node, but also check it against the quorum. Can you do that?
I think you can. Not sure if I implemented that. Let me check my own repo. Yes, I forget.
I mean,
stuff.
you could at least make your own node one of the nodes in a quorum, right? But it would be nice to be able to distinguish and be like, I trust this node especially, or something like that.
I think I. So okay, here's a node transport. I'm just checking the code at the moment. No, there's no way for you to set up that. Like, this is the most trustworthy node. No, I have to implement that. That's a good one. Thank you.
Yeah, that's an idea. Now let me leave planet Earth for a bit, because this planet's boring. You got to set your R-Wing to all range mode to take on the boss. Have you fucked with decentralized infrastructure at all? Distributed data storage, distributed computation, decentralized VPSs?
Not really. Like, no. So
right. It's worth a try.
Yeah, I know. That's on my to-do list. Like, I have a lot of stuff going on that I haven't had a chance to do that. I'm even getting some radio equipment to, a little pirate radio situation. That's always cool. I want to get into that. So
that's relevant to our interests. You should get into the PAZNIA anti-national security chat. If you go to PAZNIA.com/simplex, we've got different chat rooms. The anti-national security one, we're talking about also. Well, we're talking about mesh networking and radio, pirate radio, and illegal radio stuff. And we talk about balloons and airships and drones and shit.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, the PAZNIA radio network is supposed to be a pirate radio project. And supposedly someone in Peru is already transmitting us on pirate radio. We don't really know what's going on there, but they said that they are. So you're free. Okay. You're free to syndicate us on pirate radio.
Excellent. Yeah, no, that's a great idea. I'm just getting the hardware. I have a couple of antennas here, and I live in a place that's just perfect for that. I have radio towers close, or I'm far away from authorities, and like this is a kind of a neighborhood that you don't want to fuck around. So yeah.
Oh man, if you're saying that in Ecuador, this is serious.
It is
pretty hardcore in Ecuador.
Yeah. It's fine. Like, whatever. I don't go out, and I'm fucking Latino, so they're not going to.
I don't go out. Yeah,
I don't go out.
Now, something that comes to mind for me talking to you, because I feel like this would resonate with you based on your values. Unix philosophy.
Forgot. I used to
It's like a program should do one thing well. They should all have standard text inputs and outputs so that you can compose them. it's basically the same, like a minimalist, do as little as possible and just stick
Oh yeah,
the
yeah, yeah, yeah.
reliable working
Yeah.
pieces together. I feel like that's really been lost in the world
It
of
is.
crypto and decentralized networks.
No, in everything. Like
And in
even your
everything, yeah.
fucking your fucking phone takes like Android takes what like 30 gigabytes of storage or something like that for the OS only, and like
Maybe.
3 gigabytes of RAM, something like that in idle,
Oh, that's
like
bad.
doing nothing. So that's so fucking
And then it
unnecessary.
kills all your programs.
Yeah, yeah. Like optimization nowadays is a fucking joke. No one does that, and that's a shame.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
everything's as we were talking before, everything's so full of shit. Like
Yeah.
there's no other way to put it.
And
Like
it's not reliable,
unfortunately,
and it takes so much work just to fix it and reinvent the wheel all the
yeah.
time because
I like
nobody
to
just
take
made.
the I like to take the PS3 as an example. It has like less than 500 megabytes of RAM, and it was able to run GTA 5 as an example
I
of
mean,
the
did it have
fuck.
what about the VRAM?
Oh my god. Oh my god. No, 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 no. It is. It is.
What? Did it not
I'm
have
suffering.
VRAM?
So
What? I don't know PS3
no,
hardware.
no, the variant of the PS3 was something like 256 megabytes. Yeah, yeah, it is. It
Oh,
was
wow. Okay. So you're not kidding
256. Yeah,
around.
yeah. No,
It's the real deal.
it's the RG RAM and like no,
Oh,
no,
you're
no,
right
no.
then.
Yeah, no,
It's the hardware.
people is not optimizing anything for games or like nothing at all, and that's a
Yeah.
shame. That's gonna lead us to a
We're gonna bring it
technological
back.
regression.
It's counter engineers like us. We're gonna bring it back. We're gonna bring Unix
Excellent.
philosophy to the
I'd be happy to be
decentralized
a retard
networks.
here. So.
I'll be happy to be a retard.
Yeah, yeah, happy to be a retard here. Like I can get to be a fucking autistic, so it's nice.
Yeah. Well, retardation is what it's all about. You got to slow down all that bloat development that you're doing. You got to retard it. I think Rayo 2 is right. You do fit in well here. It's true. Because you say nigger, you're counter engineer. Probably an anarchist. We didn't touch on that.
Well, that's
close enough.
Yeah, close enough. I think there must be a little
You do the
order,
work.
and I think it has to be decentralized. Yeah, have you like, for example, you know that the Monero community, like, there's no governance situation. There's no framework. You know.
That's how it should be.
So
I don't really like
yeah,
governance.
so the future of Monero is just based on the community deciding what's best, and like there's no personal bias or like political alignments and shit like that. No, like we sit in a fucking matrix room and like this is the point A. Do we like it? Yes. Next point. Do we like it? No. This is retarded. Yes. This is a fit. Yes. So it is pretty straightforward and it just fucking works. I think that should be the way of running things. You know?
That's how it should be. Now, let me ask you this. What do you think is the top thing the listeners at home should do for their privacy or security?
Well, for privacy and security, it starts simple. Like, you love your social media, fine. You can keep having a social media situation. Just get rid of your personal information there. Start deleting. You can make like a anonymous account, like get a burner phone number, and if you like to watch TikTok, you can keep doing it. Just make sure you don't give the fucking app a lot of
You can
permissions
use,
and like.
or you can use
You can
open
have
source
burner.
front ends or the web app or whatever.
Yeah, there are plenty of alternatives for everything. And like, if you got a border phone situation with a VPN, there's Proton. Yeah, they may be a little retarded sometimes, but the VPN is great for daily simple use. So you can get just Proton VPN and like watch TikTok or porn or whatever. I don't care. You can start slow and nice, baby steps. And when you realize you're gonna like that, and you're gonna be full in privacy and you're gonna be safe.
Yeah, that's a good message. Let me ask you this one. In the world of privacy, security, and decentralization, what do you think are the top things that need to be built right now and going forward?
We need more decentralized networks. We need them to be more popular, right? We
Yeah.
need like today it is not enough if something catastrophic happens. Like
Yeah.
sure, some people is gonna be able to connect, to communicate and stuff that they're running decentralized networks and stuff like the other 80%, 70% of the world population is fucked. So we need to somehow bring decentralization to the masses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think,
I
yeah,
think that's
well, building stuff with our minimalistic modular philosophy that is tokenized and resilient
yeah.
from the ground up.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of my philosophy. And that's how we grow. We incentivize the infrastructure and everything. I think as long as we have a good private tokenized mesh network, good private distributed data storage protocol, good private secure distributed computing protocol, then on
Yes.
those three big dApps, as I like to preach, you can build anything, right? You can compose them to make fucking
Yeah,
anything.
no, we need to bring back the internet at is like sorry, like it was meant to be, like just free, decentralized. I communicate with people with person B and B with C, and like that's it. There's no middleman. Like thing just works. Like there's no data collection. Like you're a fucking product, or like
That's right.
like we
It
need to
needs to be
fucking
that
bring that back.
the user is sovereign and they can connect with whoever they want, send data wherever, receive data
Yeah,
from
yeah,
wherever, store data forever. No one can take it down. No one knows what's
yeah,
going
yeah,
on.
yeah.
They
You
can get
stick
any
with the
computation
principles.
done.
Uh-huh. Yeah, look, we don't need all of this retardation. Even if, for example, AI is useful, yes, because it is a fucking tool. I like the clankers when you use it right, but like it is so necessary.
Yeah, we
Like it
need
is gonna.
private decentralized computation more than ever to run AI and in a way
Yeah,
that's somehow private. And we can do
and,
better
and
than
you see.
TEDs.
Yeah.
on being prepared for the future.
Yeah, we can do better. It's just a matter of like the main issue with the humankind is like we don't work well in a community. We let everything that we see online to intervene how we think and manipulate us. So
That's right.
yeah, we can agree in like we can have a decentralized network. Decentralized is we can have everything. But at the end of the day, people can just fuck things up. Like there,
Yeah, well,
people can
this
get
is what markets are
yeah.
for. We can't just stop there. We need decentralized markets and decentralized security so that we can
Yes.
kill all the governments with mercenaries. And that's how
Oh yeah.
we'll enforce our
Yeah.
beautiful new rules.
Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah.
It's called insurrectionary agorism. I wrote the manifesto. Anyway,
Check it out.
thanks thanks for being on the show and
No, thanks for
putting up with
inviting me.
me.
I had a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah, you're a great guest.
Thank you.
Give us your plugs. Where can people follow you and your shit?
You can just find me on Twitter, ets.com/SlowBearDigger, and that's it. If you need something or if you need
There's
help
a
setting up at Summer Pay, just send me a message and I'll be there. It's fine.
there's slowbeardigger.dev, right?
Yeah, that's for the work situation, the website situation. If you need a website or whatever, just hit me up. It's fine.
You've
I
got
already forgot about
XMRPay
my
on
website.
GitHub.
And Summer
And
Pay, yeah, that's the golden boy at the moment. So
how can
make sure you
people
take a look.
figure out when the XMR Bazaar app comes out?
So we are going to announce that in the Monerotopia and Monero Talk accounts, I guess. And
All right.
yeah, you have to be on Twitter, I think. And there's a Matrix channel for Etzimar Bazaar. You can stay up to date there.
Okay. Well, thank you so
Mhm.
much, Slow Bear Nigger, for being on the show. We'll catch you on the
Pleasure.
flip
It was
side.
truly a pleasure. Yeah. All right. Take care.
Fucking PAZNIA.com/SimpleX. You will find chats there on SimpleX of various topics that you may want to enter. If you know any scrappy young men aged 3 to 25 who seem like they could end up being a cop, a soldier, a gang member, a terrorist, or a school shooter, please make sure to let them know that we're on TikTok and Instagram at PAZNIA Radio. I am a very good and serious and experienced privacy and security consultant. You can go to vonupodcast.com/CD. That's Victor Oscar November Uniform podcast.com/Charlie Delta to get me on SimpleX or Session. And I'll help you with privacy and security things. Because I'm the Fresh Prince of privacy and security. Everybody calls me that. I don't know why they started calling me that. It happened totally organically. On my next show next week, I'm not having a show. Go fuck yourself. I'm not coming next week. But they'll probably play a rerun, and you probably can't even tell. So I'm sure it'll be good. Whatever. Maybe they'll probably play one of the less bad ones. So you should be excited. I'll leave you with a quote from Phil Zimmerman. A quote which always sounds best when taken out of context. If privacy is outlawed, only outlaws will have privacy. This Self-Liberation Saturday will keep going for some hours still with a little sundry PRN deprogramming, unless I talked over it, and ending with a primer on PAZNIA, which is the audiobook PAZNIA, a proposed model for the Second Realm Network, followed by Vonu Podcast 240, Strategies to Improve Human Freedom. So don't touch that dial, boss. Stay tuned and stay frosty.
I can't speak without swearing, and I've only got my grade 10, and I haven't had a cigarette since I've been arrested, and I'm ready to fucking snap. So I'd like to make a request under the People's Freedom of Choices and Voices Act that I be able to smoke and swear in your courtroom. Because if I can't smoke and swear, I'm fucked. And so are all these guys.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Billy Mays here for the Pain Liberator Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray. Ever have one of those deep and dirty pains or strains that just won't go away? Annoying migraines? Maybe you got into an altercation with Goat General Willie II and are only alive because of his mercy. Regardless, you've tried everything, but have you tried Pain Liberator? With the power of DMSO, aspirin, and magnesium, this Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray is taken directly and deeply into the tissues, providing instant pain relief. Wow. Commonly used in sports and physical training independently, DMSO has its own benefits, but combined with anything, in this case, aspirin and magnesium, those compounds are taken directly to your pain point with 90% absorption rate. Double. Wow. That means lower doses needed, rapid relief, and a provably safe way to live pain-free. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/pain. Billy Mays here for the Pain Liberator Mini, the newest product available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. It's the same original Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray, just mini DMSO, aspirin, and magnesium blended with Doc Barber's high-quality colloidal silver water. Ready for your hiking backpack, the unfortunate circumstance of having to fly, or if you'd just like to try it out before buying the bigger jar. Visit libertyunderattack.com/mini. Again, libertyunderattack.com/mini and find the pain relief you're seeking today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/mini.
Goat General WILLY2 here with an important message regarding food, health, and wellness. Sometimes the high-quality PAZNIA wheat, grass, and other forages just don't do it for me. Sometimes I need a change. In those cases, there's only one decision. Me and my closest compatriots bleat that slow bleat for a few hours until we arrive at the local steak and shake. When we get there, it's like clacking right into heaven. I get up to the order booth. double steak burger and fries, extra spicy, with one of them glass bottle Mexican Cokes. Little one sexy ass walks up and orders some nonsense like 2 orders of fries and mozzarella sticks. The best thing about it? It's not like I'm cheating on my pure beast goat diet. They'll use the highest quality grass-fed meat, tallow, and you can pay in Bitcoin. Thank you, Shay didn't pay me to make this recording. I just think more goats should know where to go for a good and healthy time. Unofficially on behalf of Steak and Shake. Go eat Steak and Shake. It's goatlicious.
The warm weather is here, at least at Veritas, which means the springing forth of life in all its forms, as well as contending with those creatures of natural coercion. Ticks, mosquitoes, itchweed, and the like. Thankfully, nature provides the solutions, and Aura's apothecary is now almost fully restocked after the consulate fire. First, Aura's most popular summer product, her natural insect repellent. She blends a blend of essential oils proven to repel insects. It works, it's non-toxic, and doesn't smell like a chemical poison. Next is Black Drawing Salve. Featuring activated charcoal, andrographis, and bentonite clay, it's great for drawing out toxins, especially those associated with tick bites. After you're bitten, whether by ticks or mosquitoes, or if you wander through a patch of poison ivy, you're going to need something to help heal and resolve the potential itching and burning. Jewelweed Salve is here to the rescue. Also on offer is Thyme Salve, a fantastic solution for pain and inflammation, especially those nagging pains on hands, wrists, etc. from arthritis, typing, manual labor, or whatever. Aura's apothecary has you covered when you venture out into nature. The highest quality ingredients, all organic, made with love here at Veritas. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/aura. Again, libertyunderattack.com/aura, and make sure you and yours are defended from the natural coercers. libertyunderattack.com/aura.
In this day and age, any facilitation or interaction with the First Realm, the Servile Society, requires the revealing of some sort of personally identifiable information. Whether renting a place, buying a house, or buying cigarettes, one is faced with the burden of taxes, regulatory burdens, and in the case of the latter, a doxing of themselves to any random corporate employee that asks. Though, it's awfully hard or nearly impossible to get by without any sort of interaction. In Vonu terminology, Rayo describes this as a one-directional isolationism, wherein the self-liberator has access to their open but not free trading centers, but denies them access to his home base or bases. More expansively, a solution is found in Second Realm, book on strategy with the proxy merchant. The proxy merchant is a specialized individual who helps to facilitate said interactions with the coercers and haters of privacy, usually at a fee or premium. A proxy merchant may help with cryptocurrency trading, i.e. fiat to Monero, Monero to Bitcoin, or whatever, giving a self-liberator a private, more trusted solution versus using a third-party exchange. They might be in real estate and own apartment complexes, renting home bases out to self-liberators in Monero, off the books, and via a pseudonym. This real estate mogul might operate mail forwarding and residency services. Perhaps, this proxy merchant is also in contact with Thane Riddle's insurrectionary agorists, and they somehow got into possession of a pallet of non-KYC cigarettes. Now, they are able to pass on the benefits to those in the Second Realm, without paying the ridiculous extortion fees on such products. 20+ years back, every American committed at least 3 felonies a day. Today, it's surely far higher. The options for assisting freedom pioneers becomes ever expansive as each day passes by. Support the expansion of the Second Realm, the parallel, but still, circular economy, and keep our hard-earned money away from the baby bombers and coercers. Become a proxy merchant today. But this role isn't necessarily for everyone. It requires someone with a mind towards privacy, someone who exemplifies security culture principles, a self-liberator who thrives off exploiting loopholes and finding the glitches in this coercive matrix. If this sounds like you and you'd like to make a bit of coin, digital or otherwise, become a proxy merchant today. There's no website. Just start doing it. Tell the PAZNIA network about it. And profit.
Oh yeah. You gotta get your books, because we know that you're a big reader, you're an avid reader. You're not watching anime and reading comic books. You read real books as well as all of that stuff. And you gotta do that. You just like you do the other stuff without KYC and facial recognition and providing a DNA
So
sample.
you want to buy some books, okay? So you go to libertyunderattack.com to get all the best books in the world. And you think you're going to do it without KYC, but then you're like, wait, they want a shipping address? What the fuck? Yeah, if you want a paper book, we need to send it somewhere. But anyway, if you don't have a super secret ghost address, fret not, boss, because you can buy any book from Lua in digital form at libertyunderattack.com/digital without giving any identifiable info, but do put a reachable email address for Boomer Rayo 2 to send you the books if the checkout flow it breaks for some reason. But wait, it gets even better, because there's this crazy fucking deal called the PAZNIA Radio Network Digital Self-Liberation Bundle XMR Chat Special. You see, the Digital Self-Liberation Bundle normally costs $33.33, which is an amazing deal. But for you special PRN autists listening now, if you go to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio, leave a donation worth 20 USD or more, and say something about Thane and Digital Self-Liberation Bundle, you'll get the Digital Self-Liberation Bundle at no further cost, and I, the great Thane Riddle, will get half your Monero. Now, I know what you're thinking. The PAZNIA Radio Network Digital Self-Liberation Bundle XMR Special. It's 27 syllables long. Is that because there are 27 books in the bundle and 27 hours in the audiobook bundle? Nope. Just a coincidence, you fucking retard conspiracy theorist. Stop talking about it. Stop blowing up the chat. You're going to get banned if you bring this up again. Okay, it's like posting the word Tavistock on Godlike Productions. Okay, you're going to get banned. And anyway, it makes no sense because the XMR chat special gives you another 10 books on top of the other stupid fucking bundle. So it's not even true. It's a crazy deal, folks. Rayo 2 has gone crazy. His house burned down. He's I don't know if they ever found that last cat. He's crazy with grief. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's going insane. Okay, he should not be giving you such a good deal, but you have got it. So take advantage of that by sending 20 USD or more worth of Monero at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio and saying something about Thane and the digital book bundle, and leave an email address for Boomer Rayo 2 to send you the books at. And you can check the private message checkbox or use the super DMs or whatever so that people don't see the email.
There are those who blaze trails, whose actions tip history scales. They endure pain and frustration to prepare for the coming devastation. Weak men have made times hard. The plebs are being retards, but the pioneer is in charge. The pioneers are in charge. Pioneers are while the pioneers pursue their dreams, unswayed by the whims of NPCs. They are the ones the world needs.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio
PAZNIA,
Network.
a proposed model for the Second Realm Network. Authored by Coordinator Ryo. Coordinator at PAZNIA.com. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Table of Contents. Chapter 1, An Introduction to PAZNIA. Chapter 2, PAZNIA Compartmentalized. Chapter 3, PAZNIA Services and Marketplaces. Chapter 4, VonuFest and other events at the Free Republic. Chapter 5, the PAZNIA Network. Chapter 6, the Coming Intentional Community. Chapter 7, Get Involved, Join the Second Realm. Chapter 8, In Closing. Chapter 9, Freedom is Yours for the Seizing. In the real world, liberty will be limited for a long time to come to self-liberated individuals and, perhaps, libertarian mini-cultures and free ports. But this is not grounds for pessimism or defeatism. One can forget about the herd and become free, once he exorcises the collectivist spooks from his head. Ryo, Vonu, The Search for Personal Freedom. Chapter 1, An Introduction to PAZNIA. The root cause of humanity's problems, in my estimation, is coercion, herein defined as the removal of free will from an individual by force or threats of force. Many will point at some state institution in particular, i.e. public schooling, but the truth is, what we see manifested today is at least 27 steps of problems down from the root. So, if you're one of those individuals still dangling around the exterior, far away from the trunk, let alone the roots, this book probably isn't for you. At least not right now, and that's okay. We're all on our own individual journeys, and just as each tree in the forest is at a different stage of growth, so are each of us. Therefore, if you find yourself happily consuming the propaganda, media plus TV, excited about participating in the circuses every 2 or 4 years, getting an experimental vaccine for a fake, or overblown, virus, or even as a vehement crusader for the Libertarian Party, you might consider moving along now. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. Put the book away, close the tab, and come back later, if, when it resonates. But in the meantime, we as Vonuans, free market anarchists, agorists, or whatever other applicable label, are problem solvers, committed to living our principles in the here and now, and the only solution to coercion is voluntarism, free will, peace, cooperation, etc., not merely chopping off or manicuring the branches of the ever-growing tree of coercion. If the foundation, coercion, is unstable and dangerous, then, as any good building contractor will tell you, it's probably time to tear down and start over. But setting the tree of coercion ablaze or grabbing the sledgehammers may not be necessary. Rather, just remove the source of nutrients, fiat money, compliance, and its energy source, humanity, and let nature take its course of breakdown, purification, and regeneration. This book and the vision it contains will require you to drastically expand your perspective of reality and what is possible. If you'll give it a chance, it should be quite clear that what we know as the Servile Society is truly the modern-day incarnation of Babylon, the land of confusion, and the realm we find ourselves in is far more fascinating and mind-blowing than we have been led to believe. And further, since we already have a vast network of like-minded freedom seekers on the internet and throughout the world, the prospects for building an interconnected second realm network have never been better. This book will contain a thorough explanation of the vision and these concepts, but the idea is to create our own alternative infrastructure, supply chains, economy, culture/entertainment, and more, built upon the principles of freedom, non-aggression and self-ownership. In both the digital and physical. Our strategy for liberty is the creation of a culture of liberty, a society that occupies its own protected space and implements independent systems of cooperation. We need to create a second realm. Won't you join us? 1A, the second realm. I'm not a big fan of reinventing the wheel, so this section will be a brief summary at best, to be extrapolated further in later PAZNIA sections. The book to reference is called Second Realm, Book on Strategy by the pseudonymous smuggler in XYZ. It's available free online, or you can order a paperback copy from Liberty Under Attack Publications, libertyunderattack.com/srbook. In that concise guide, the authors cover the philosophical background/context, the various components/strategies involved, and some thoughts on how to implement them. And their credibility within this area is unsurpassed. Not only do the Institute of Cryptoanarchy and Parallelny Polis exist, i.e. parallel society, an actual storefront building in downtown Prague, but Smuggler and the Berlin cypherpunk crew have been on the ground, and in the digital realm, building pockets of freedom for self-liberators of all stripes and flavors to enjoy. The incredibly worthwhile crypto-agorist novella, #Agora, probably defines the Second Realm best. Technically, the Second Realm is described as encrypted communication, encrypted currencies, anonymous and pseudonymous identities and untraceable action. For those familiar with Samuel Edward Konkin III and his strategy of agorism, one other way to conceptualize the Second Realm is the expansion of the agora to include all facets of the human experience, rather than just trade/commerce, namely, living, secure Vonu home bases, a liberated culture, our own infrastructure, internal dispute resolution solutions, etc. These second realms are then protected/defended via the utilization of privacy and security culture principles, using pseudonyms, encrypted communications, vetting of individuals, etc. Other fictional examples that you may be familiar with include Aurora from Alongside Night and Cannonier's Farm from #Agora. The free second realm is the answer to the first realm, the realm ruled by coercion and totalitarianism generally. 1b. Vonu, introduced, defined, and expanded. As mentioned above, for as long as mankind can remember, coercion has been used to control, manipulate, and exploit individuals. It is an unfortunate fact of history. The state uses it to keep their hapless citizenry in line, and private criminals use it to violate the autonomy of their subjects for personal gain. So then, what is politics? Politics is the art and science of managing centralized coercion, plain and simple. That being the case, it's no surprise that politics is undoubtedly a counterintuitive way to decrease the amount of coercion in your life. Would you drink a fifth of Jack Daniels to cure your alcoholism? Engage a couple more prostitutes to assist you in overcoming your sex addiction? What about making a few more trips to Vegas as the means for eradicating that dreaded gambling vice? As ridiculous as those may sound, using politics to alleviate coercion is a far more dangerous utilization of this failed logic. It has more far-reaching, unintended, and intended consequences. People's livelihoods have been and can be destroyed by so-called public policy. The state being the apparatus it is, mass murder, i.e. democide, the most deadly form of coercion, is always on the table. Thus, the problem that freedom pioneers face is coercion. Back in the 1960s, a man named Tom Marshall, Rio, resided in Southern California, then a bustling libertarian community. He was a Tech Y engineer, a socially awkward fellow, a marijuana smoker, not much of a philosopher, but a freedom-seeking libertarian nonetheless. Early on, he spent some time at the Nathaniel Branden Institute, a school teaching the objectivist philosophy laid out by Ayn Rand, well, at its core, first by Aristotle, until his first major venture came about, the Free Isles Project. The Free Isles Project spawned out of the Preform and Form zine. The goal was to conduct research on the efficacy of setting up a new libertarian nation and the seemingly endless possibilities for freedom if it were to come into fruition. Rio said, the Free Isle resident would, hypothetically, have all of the advantages of participating in world commerce while being free from taxes and regulations. Furthermore, a free isle, if it were successful, could be a very effective demonstration of the merits of laissez-faire capitalism. Unfortunately, or fortunately, it was never successful. Hell, it never got past the talking stage. Eventually, the movement subsided after disagreements arose regarding the size and scope of government, the lack of individuals willing to become involved, and the potential ramifications from existing nation-states. As an aside, the latter two are still big problems for libertarian country-building projects today. Thankfully, most of the newer projects are more anarchistic, but the facilitators are often terrible strategists and tacticians. Generally, they fail to learn from history. Ryo, frustrated with the all-talk, no-action libertarians of his day, said screw it, and moved out of his apartment into a camper mounted on his pickup truck. He became a van nomad and began laying the foundation for the most interesting, plausible freedom strategy today. Naturally though, freedom means many different things to different people. Freedom to a propertarian anarchist means private property, personal autonomy, and peace. Freedom to a leftist means free healthcare, free college, and a massive welfare state. Freedom to a conservative means Christianity, the mass murder known as war, and social insecurity. Language is quite fluid, which is why Ryo and Roberta, his free mate, proposed a new term, Vonu. Vonu is an awkward contraction of the words voluntary not vulnerable and, simply defined, is the condition or quality of, as well as the action of achieving, an invulnerability to coercion. So, with one definition, Vonuans avoid the issue of subjective interpretation altogether. You know coercion and violence when you see it. If you make radical lifestyle changes in an attempt to avoid those things, you are a Vonuan, as you are taking steps to become more invulnerable to coercion, regardless of whether the perceived threat is corporations, the state, or a crime-ridden hellhole. But, early Vonuans also had interesting ways of interpreting liberty and freedom. Liberty, as defined by Funk and Wagnall's Standard College Dictionary 1968, the reference Ryo used in his book, is a measure of freedom within restraints, granted by or through a sovereign power. Freedom, as defined by the aforementioned source, is the widest term, suggesting complete absence of restraint. So, Vonuans say that liberty is the general exemption from coercion and freedom is an absence of coercion. To gain liberty, one utilizes legal interstices, or, as it is more vernacularly known, legal loopholes within the law. And you know what the state does to those, right? If they can, they close them. Damn those gun show loopholes and ghost gunners. Ryo specifically had an interesting take on legal interstices. One of his complaints about van nomadism was that it required reliance on slave tags, i.e. driver's licensure, registration, mandatory insurance. So, in order to hopefully avoid the coercion of the bludgies, you have a license plate on your car, you hand the bludgie your driver's license, and you keep your tags up to date. It's providing a safeguard of sorts, but the terms and conditions may change if they smell marijuana or if the bludgie in question just wanted to beat you for breathing the wrong way. Ryo also had a quite negative stance on utopian fantasies like Ancapistan, the free world, or a communist paradise. Therefore, freedom, the absence of coercion, is a utopian pipe dream. Even if the state disappears, there will still be psychopaths, violent murderers, and thieves, hence, there will always be coercion. He pursued the van nomad lifestyle for quite a while and realized that it wasn't enough for him. He disliked the aforementioned slave tags because if you have to ask, and pay off, the state for permission, are you really free? For that reason, Ryo decided that the wilderness Vonu life would offer him the most personal satisfaction, and he and Roberta moved into a polyethylene A-tent, deep in the Siskiyou National Forest. He continued to publish a few Vonu publications, Preform and Form, Innovator, Vonu Life, and wrote for others, such as Libertarian Connection, the Eleutherian Forum, and Going Mobile, nestled up in his foam hut, under his makeshift tent. His frustration with libertarians and the community at large increased, and all he saw around him were controlled schizophrenic, political crusaders. He once longed for Vonu associations, i.e. van nomad mobile communities, agoras, but his inclination to work with others waned like a recent full moon. As I receive more Vonu publications from his time, I hope to find out what truly happened. At this time, all I have is suspicion. He began to pursue troglodyte living and practiced building underground structures, when he mysteriously ceased communication and disappeared. All that remains is a portion of a letter he wrote to his correspondent, I think John Fisher, the editor of his first book, dated February 14, 1974. My thinking has undergone major changes in the last several months on interfacing, alternate economics, interrelations in general. I, too, am becoming very dubious as to the value of all libertarian club involvements. we do not intend to use the Libertarian Club in the future as an avenue for gaining non-anonymous friends or associates. But, the strategy he and other freedom seekers pioneered is still just as efficacious as it was before, and even more so thanks to advancements in technology. So, how does Vonu differ from direct action more generally, such as the methods listed on the freedom umbrella of direct action, FUTA? Well, with many of the strategies on the FUTA, you can more or less continue living the same lifestyle you did before, i.e. a 9-to-5 job in the servile society, paying some taxes, etc., and receive some increases in your personal freedom, but with the go-along-to-get-along path being decimated, the piecemeal direct action may not be an option anymore. Vonu, on the other hand, is a lifestyle change. It is a reorganization of your entire life, but the increase in personal freedom is quite substantial, and that's putting it mildly. Examples of these Vonu lifestyles include van nomadism and wilderness Vonu, both strategies Ryo and Roberta utilized, minimalist sailboating, intentional communities, mobile or stationary, vonuing in cities, perpetual traveling, and utilizing ethical enclaves. In the newest iteration, PAZNIA and the overarching Second Realm network, i.e., the building of semi-permanent autonomous zones, a parallel network. It's worth noting, back in the 1960s, such an idea may not have been Vonu, but, due to changing circumstances, such as the further centralization of basic necessities, i.e. energy dependence, supply chain dependence, empty grocery stores, etc., a little additional risk and exposure is necessary, the overall network relying on the notion of decentralization as a main source of defense. That is, if one must risk their life and soul to participate in the first realm, drastic actions need to be taken now to ensure our survival. In a free network built upon the principles of peace, voluntarism, and truth for future generations to come. 1c. The Model Country. Back in the mid-20th century, libertarian New Country pioneer, Erwin S. Strauss, who is still around, and who still runs the Libertarian Connection, wrote about the idea of a model country in his book, How to Start Your Own Country. Therein, he posits, many find it a rewarding hobby to run a model railroad, or operate model airplanes. These model enterprises have all the trappings of the real thing, in miniature. Similarly, it's possible to run a model country. You need only declare your home to be an independent nation, and proceed from there. From that point, you can have a more or less approach to challenging the established governments for recognition. This ranges from stopping the payment of property taxes and undergoing extensive litigation, time and money in court, on the radical end, to the PAZNIA end. Not only are we not seeking recognition by the United Nations or anyone else, we don't want them to know we exist. The Free Republic of PAZNIA is the newest iteration of this concept, our mission of truly founding the first free country. The flagship is Veritas, but other nodes in the PAZNIA network will serve as cities, but scattered all over the world. More importantly, considering the coercive nature of our world, this decentralized, security culture-minded approach, and the already rather large digital community of freedom seekers, all but guarantee the success of the network, so long as resources, time, and concentration are given to it. In other words, as long as we continue to utilize our generative force of creation to build the second realm. 1d. Comedy and culture jamming, the PAZNIA way. Sometimes, when an idea, ideology, belief, etc. is so stupid or dangerous, the best way to respond might not be with logic, reason, and rationality. No, sometimes, the best way to respond is to laugh at and make fun of it, relentlessly. And the craft of a good culture jammer is that the statist/coercer or coercive society you're making fun of doesn't even know that they are the ass of the joke. They might even share it on social media, thinking they're dunking on one of their ideological adversaries. Secondarily, being angry and pissed off at the servile society all the time is no fun. But having fun is. Laughing is. So as we're building PAZNIA, this parallel network, we're going to have fun. And make fun of the first realm, we shall. First off, culture jamming can be defined as a method of disruption or subversion using similar rhetoric and language to that of the mainstream, servile society. One general example is Simon Jester, from Heinlein's The Moon is a Harsh Mistress. In the book, instead of characters risking their own lives and reputations for speaking out, Simon, that little devil, would do it for them, as they littered streets, bulletin boards, and signs with such media. PAZNIA employs this tactic in numerous ways. We issue our own licenses and permits, we issue our own passports. PAZNIA audio-video advertisements are the best, and General Willie and his compatriots were victorious in the legendary Great Battle of PAZNIA, to name a few. Some of our departments, like the PAZNIA Department of Transportation and the PAZNIA General Bitcoin Fund, have government documents in similar legalese and style, see below. Comedy is also a highly effective way to reach folks, much more than through hardcore logic and rationality. This medium is more disarming to the subconscious programming, allowing a different form of rhetoric to handle the bulk of the work. It's also worth noting that culture jamming likely provides a bit of defense in terms of security culture. Visiting the surface level of the PAZNIA website, an individual or real government might see it as ridiculous if they don't plunge deeper. Furthermore, if an overpaid, bored bureaucrat stumbles across our wellness center, they'll be very challenged to throw the cuffs or fines at the dog for practicing without a license. Hell, again, the apparent ridiculousness would probably, hopefully send them moving along to a different website. In summation, please do consider visiting PAZNIA.com and take a look around. You just might get a bit of a chuckle. Secondarily, visit VonuPodcast.com and search for PAZNIA to find more. 1e. PAZNIA accomplishments and future goals. Accomplishments. The first stage of the PAZNIA vision began back in year 0, 2020. When the homestead here at Veritas first began towards self-sufficiency with lambs and goats. Aura arrived in 2021 and began rapid development on the gardens. Now, we have a few different zones and are honing in on what is most optimal to grow in this area. The flock of ruminants is ever growing. The next big goal is to finish our forever fencing and get the big shed set up to milk and process. High-quality lamb and goat are getting close to becoming a profitable venture. In 2023, we took the homestead corn and soy free. Now, any grains the ruminants or chickens/turkeys get are organic wheat, rye, oats, or malted barley. Local communication options are being explored, with a working option now, a simplex relay, see below. The private PAZNIA map and directory and P.A.Z.NIA list were launched in January of 2024, see below. Late 2024 brought the arrival of the Ghost Station, the expandable tower server hosting a simplex relay, Bitcoin/Monero nodes, the local PAZNIA LBRY, and more. Future goals, short term. Begin work on the public PAZNIA directory to expand the growth and options available to the PAZNIA network. Begin hosting semi-regular meetings on Jitsi for any interested self-liberators. Continue adding high-value health and wellness tools/modalities to the wellness center. Things like a wood-burning, red light sauna and a working rife machine. Mid to long term. When PAZNIA funds grow substantially, a dedicated laboratory with some basic equipment for research and development. i.e., mass spectrometer, lab-grade vacuum ovens, and other useful items for the curious-minded. Continue working towards the coming intentional community here at Veritas, and more opportunities in physical space and time in general. There's certainly some missing and some that are classified. These are presented as proof of work and to paint a picture of what's to come. 1f. The PAZNIA Constitution/Declaration of Independence. At critical times throughout human history, it becomes necessary for one people, self-liberators, freedom seekers, etc., to officially dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another. For we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed with certain unalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, and property over one's body, and the fruits of one's labor. That to secure these rights, humans have foolishly instituted governments, resulting in the democide and enslavement of the many by the few. This is, of course, our present situation. But after a long train of abuses and usurpations, with the intention of reducing all individuals on the planet to lives under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty, to throw off such government, or otherwise violators of person and property, and to provide new guards for their future security. and in terms of government, prudence, indeed, will dictate that these monopolies on violence are too dangerous to exist, that the belief in such authority on a societal level leads to the disconnecting of individuals from all things human, most importantly human freedom. Because some fates are worse than death. Slavery. We, therefore, as founding signatories of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, declare that we are absolved from all allegiance to the communist, fascist United States government, and that all political connection between the two is completely and totally dissolved. The founding principles of PAZNIA are as follows: our Constitution. A respect for and commitment to privacy, the use of pseudonyms is encouraged. Don't hurt people and honor your contracts. A culture that encourages humanity to flourish, rather than degrade and regress. A recognition of the important task ahead of us, to ensure the continuation of freedom into the future, another way for those seeking a way out. 1G, PAZNIA FAQs. 1. What does the name mean? Paz in Spanish means peace, which is the fundamental life principle of PAZNIA. It is also the abbreviation for the freedom strategy of building permanent autonomous zones. 2. What's the difference between PAZNIA and freedom cells? Freedom cells are an organizational model, wherein a small group of individuals, 10, meets/coordinates for whatever purposes they agree upon, i.e. survivalism chats, workshops, firearms training, building an intentional community, etc. These freedom cells together form a network of sorts, but a less organized and comprehensive vision than that of PAZNIA. Further, integration with other freedom cells is wholly optional, whereas individuals/homesteads that join the PAZNIA network will do so with the purpose of being a part of it, whether as a node for fellow self-liberators or as, say, a partner in the seed exchange. 3. What is security culture? Security culture is the direct application of the right to privacy. 4. Why do you encourage the use of pseudonyms? The servile society/first realm is becoming more and more unsafe for self-liberators/free thinkers. A pseudonym provides you with the ability to maintain additional privacy/anonymity while still building up a reputation of sorts, separate from your chosen/give names. 5. What are the requirements for visiting/becoming a PAZNIan? All visitors must be vetted according to internal procedures of the PAZNIA Department of Freedom. Anyone can become an honorary SDA holder, but founding SDA holders must be vetted/approved. We appreciate support from anyone, anywhere, but have to do things this way to ensure these second realms are maintained. 6. Do the passports look authentic? Will they work for international travel? The passports look strikingly legitimate and have been used to purchase age-restricted items in the USSA from a gas station. That said, they are for culture jamming purposes. No further uses are intended, though appreciated. Let us know. 7. What is the current situation at Veritas, PAZNIA? As of the time of writing, spring, year 5 2025, the homestead here at Veritas is expanding. Aura maintains a few different gardens, and I tend to the chickens and turkeys, and our ever-growing flock of sheep and goats. We built a pond on the property end of year 3, 2023, and it is now essentially filled, awaiting some bass and bluegill for a stock of fish, another resource. Electro-horticulture experimentation is going swell, and we now have an Ormus/monoatomic harvesting setup. Events at Veritas continue throughout the year, this year being VanuFest 6, the 6th annual, premier gathering of liberation in the second realm. Finally, the intentional community on the property is finally coming into view. Lots more to come. 8. What is the overall/long-term goal/plan for PAZNIA? For the entire PAZNIA network, the continued development of the PAZNIA map and directory as an incredible resource for living exclusively in our parallel network, the further building out of technology, i.e. local mesh networks, local communications, and sovereign infrastructure in all areas of need and desire. For Veritas specifically, an intentional community on the property with the appropriate number of families/individuals, as well as the overarching integration into the second realm/PAZNIA network. 9. What is the significance of the Veritas part of the above question? Veritas is the first free second realm, outpost /city, in the first free country, PAZNIA. 10. How do I build a PAZNIA of my own? A. Declare your independence from whatever authoritarian jurisdiction you find yourself in and start building an autonomous zone upon a foundation of peace and voluntarism. Beyond that, get creative and think big. No, bigger. The only limitations in this realm are your imagination. Please feel free to use Veritas or other nodes for inspiration. Advanced technology makes Vonu attractive. Contemporary weaponry and coercive institutions make Vonu imperative. In earlier times, government provided order if not freedom and defense if not peace. But now, when nuclear and bacteriological weapons can be rocketed or smuggled to any city on Earth, governments are as obsolete as moats and parapets. The contemporary state is not only incapable of protecting its citizens from outside aggressors, it has become the biggest aggressor with its endless taxes, conscriptions, and interferences. The state provides justice by mass terror, freedom by mass servitude, and defense by mass murder. Rio, Vonu Life, March 1973. Chapter 2, PAZNIA Compartmentalized. 2a. The PAZNIA Department of Freedom. Established in Article 333,555,777, Section 33 of the PAZNIA Constitution, the team's role is to contribute to the building and maintenance of this free republic here at Veritas. The coordinator shall be Commander-in-Chief of the defensive powers of Naomi Defense LLC, and of Willie II, the Goat Tank. In exercise of his, or her, duties, the aforementioned coordinator may require the expert opinion, insight, or otherwise hire advice of principled ambassadors and liaisons within the self-liberator's paradise. The coordinator, in concert with the ambassador of the Department of Freedom, has the power to grant or rescind PAZNIA diplomatic passports, immunity passports, and any other official Department of No state documentation that may be necessary in the future. Finally, provision shall be made for the future construction of the Great Wall of PAZNIA and other measures, incumbent upon approval by the local Committee of Safety. The PAZNIA Department of Freedom, DOF, sits at the top of this fake, wholly invented hierarchy of departments at Veritas, founded and maintained by the PAZNIA/Second Realm Coordinator, yet another fake, made-up title, as well as the ambassador to the DOF. These individuals, in addition to the No State Department, are responsible for coming up with proper vetting procedures, the issuance and creation of various forms of PAZNIA identification, such as passports, IDs, etc., and are even tasked with the role of calendar management, vis-a-vis the Office of Calendar Management. We are currently in the process of selecting a new way of keeping time outside of the nonsensical Gregorian standard, whereby mankind is intentionally torn out of balance with nature, its cycles, and the sky clock above. Other roles are envisioned in the future, but these are the main ones at the time of publication. 2b. The PAZNIA Committee of Correspondence. The PAZNIA Committee of Correspondence is the official chat of the Free Republic. The first, public layer is currently on Telegram, and the second, is on Simplex. As part of the forthcoming PAZNIA LBRY, for a full explanation, see below, it will eventually be self-hosted and include a variety of other features, including sub-chat groups by particular geography to help facilitate local trade. I envision it being incorporated into the PAZNIA Department of Transportation, our coming decentralized shipping/logistics network, as well. But, at current, the PAZNIA COC serves as the initial method of outreach and a way for new, interested individuals to learn more about what we're building, how they can get involved, and for pertinent announcements, in addition to serving as a general chat room for developing liberated lifestyles. 2c. The PAZNIA Department of Permaculture. Unlike the monocropping, nutrient-depleting, and nature-fighting method of modern, conventional agriculture, here at PAZNIA, we wish to work in accordance with nature, incorporating permaculture principles, biodynamic farming methods of Rudolf Steiner, electrohorticulture, and a synergistic use of the animal/plant kingdoms, among other items, to regenerate and build up the land. We are constantly looking for new ways to assist us in these goals, such as using basalt rock dust and monoatomics to improve the energetics, pH, of the soil, incorporating microorganisms to clean up and replenish the surely depleted populations, orgone devices to draw in more of that chi, life force energy, prana, or whatever other word you'd like to use, speeding up plant growth with hydrogen-rich water, adding back fulvic/humic acid-rich soil. And, of course, just using the seemingly endless, good OL animal shit for fertilizer. The end result is happy animals raised according to their species-specific diets, roaming around the beautiful pastures of our nature sanctuary, and nutrient-rich gardens, all providing the highest quality nutrition to restore and maintain the health of all those who visit or stay here. 2D. The PAZNIA Department of Transportation. Title 33, Transportation Chapter 1, Department of Transportation. Subchapter A, Carriage by PAZNIA Highway. By the authority vested in absolutely no one, the PAZNIA Department of Transportation is heretofore created. On this date of April 20th, 2021, the first order of business is to ban the use of, transportation on, and construction of all paved roadways in the Free Republic, except for the exceptions listed in subchapter B, below. Roads are an ancient relic of the First Realm, and such backwards thinking will not be promoted or enabled in this pocket of freedom. Enforcement of subchapter A will be carried out by Naomi Defense LLC, always be digging TM, for the lump sum of 16 ounces of muscle meat a day, accompanied by at least one other organ and a raw, free-range egg, or equivalent value of 8,300 satoshis, per day of contract fulfillment. B. At the request of the PAZNIA Secret Space Program, an appropriately sized piece of land will be excluded for the construction of a helipad and runway, as a special service to PAZNIA executive stakeholders. Subchapter B, Definitions. B. For the purposes of this directive, the following definitions shall apply. The term PAZNIA Department of Transportation refers to the subdepartment of the PAZNIA Department of Freedom responsible for the movement of goods and PAZNIANs from place to place and the various means by which such movement is accomplished. Subchapter C, Proposal and Purpose. C. Considering many Vonuans/PAZNIANs are nomadic, and since reliance upon centralized logistical services is silly, the PAZNIA Department of Transportation is heretofore created, as per subchapter A, above. The vision is for this to become the second realm delivery/logistical service, to replace the coercively funded variety, as well as similar, regulated white market services. The main task of the PAZNIA DOT, and of the light-created Telegram chat/group *, is to coordinate, transport, and deliver privately agreed upon goods or material. The light-created Telegram chat/group has an additional responsibility of designing and structuring the framework of the PAZNIA DOT. Note, the aforementioned group is private and for vetted individuals only. Potential ideas include an anonymous/pseudonymous, i.e. privacy-centric, delivery job board to be hosted on the coming PAZNIA LBRY Freedom Box, seed and supply transport between homesteads, R&D on advanced transportation services/transportation methods, etc. Note, this is not an exhaustive list, just a few ideas to get the thinking going. Subchapter D, PAZNIA Department of Transportation Budget. D. In accordance with the Department of Freedom's Accounting Office, the Secretary of No State shall submit the appropriate documentation to the Strategic Director for the PAZNIA DOT to be included in the Coordinator's fiscal year 2021 budget request. Conclusion: join the network, get involved in the network or the planning for the PAZNIA Department of Transportation, join the PAZNIA Committee of Correspondence Telegram chat and start building your reputation in the second realm today. Alternatively, if you're already vetted, reach out, you know how to get in touch, and we'll get you added. Further planning will also ensue in person at events hosted here at the Free Republic. 2E. The PAZNIA Department of Education. Our mission: provide the knowledge and tools to learn anything, using the trivium and quadrivium as foundations, with the goal of empowering future generations with the resources necessary to thrive in the first or the second realm. The PAZNIA Department of Education was foisted into existence, thanks to the initiative of HBO star, Jason Henza, the anarchists. The objective is to come up with a curriculum, or curricula, for the PAZNIA network, and begin to accumulate as many homeschooling/unschooling resources as we can. Planning and discussion has taken place in the Telegram Committee of Correspondence, and a CryptPad document is located at PAZNIA.com/education for those looking to contribute ideas. Further, I added some 50+ GB of homeschooling resources to the local PAZNIA LBRY, see below. The DOE is definitely in its infancy, but progress has begun. Roadmap and goals, crowdsource ideas, resources, and more on the aforementioned CryptPad document, to create a comprehensive curriculum on self-liberation, incorporating the trivium and the quadrivium, teaching current and future generations how to learn anything, expose anyone interested, children, adults pursuing lifetime learning, etc., to a wide array of perspectives not found in first-realm schooling. Real history, real science, real finance/economics, Vonu/self-liberation strategy and tactics, etc. When V1 of the PAZNIA homeschooling/unschooling curriculum is finalized, create digital modules, resources, etc. to be utilized and beta tested. We are still seeking the director/head of our Department of Education, an opportunity to take on the critically important task at hand. Email coordinator at PAZNIA.com if this is of interest. 2F, the PAZNIA Secret Space Program. A document by the coordinator of PAZNIA in association with the local Committee of Safety on September 26, 2020. PAZNIA Space Directive 3 of September 26, 2020. Section 1. Introduction. Following the establishment of the PAZNIA Secret Seasteading Program, the next logical step is to set our eyes and intentions to the stars. The ancients didn't intricately study and construct their societies/worlds to be in alignment with the heavens for no reason. The sky clock is an immutable ledger of humanity's past here on Earth, and everything is integrated, meaning the energies of the planets and universe can be harnessed and even exalted. We live in an electrical universe of abundance, and the main task of the P.A.Z.NIA SSP is to enable Veritas and the overarching second realm to thrive in accordance with these truths. Section 2. Definitions. For the purposes of this directive, the following definitions shall apply. The term PAZNIA Secret Space Program refers to the subdepartment of the PAZNIA Department of Freedom, the program tasked with the challenges laid out in Section 3 below. B. The term PAZNIA Secret Space Program refers to a PAZNIA department led by the lead astronaut, the strategic director of the Office of Calendar Management, and the Galactic Ambassador. Section 3. Proposal and Purpose. As enacted, the PAZNIA Secret Space Program, A, would facilitate the construction of a HQ and acquisition of a 3D printer plus associated tools, printer plastic, etc. This will permit the launch of a workshop/factory, and our prime goal of the 3D prototyping of wheelchairs for chickens with broken legs. If we have the tools to do it, it's our duty. No chicken left behind. Engineering assistance may need to be contracted. B. The training and initiation of fellow astronauts into the SSP, in accordance with existing PAZNIA code. C. The investigation into breakthrough/alternative energy devices harnessing the electrical and magnetic nature of our universe, and the planning for the equitable distribution across the agora. D. Head of Bird Security, Naomi Defense LLC, is permitted 16 ounces of raw meat per space adventure. Section 4. PAZNIA Secret Space Program Budget. In accordance with the Department of Freedom's Accounting Office, the Secretary of No State shall submit to the Strategic Director of the Office of Calendar Management for the PAZNIA Space Force to be included in the Coordinator's fiscal year 2021 budget request. Further explained, the greatest discovery and the greatest cover-up of the 20th century was indeed zero-point energy. This discovery was made by major U.S. aerospace companies in the 1950s, and discovered by the Nazis/Third Reich in Germany around the time of the Second World War. This project was called Die Glock, or the bell, named after the shape of the device. This discovery allows for essentially unlimited free energy, but it has been hidden away behind the trade secrets protections of major corporations. Obviously, for control, but also due to the fact that, much like with nuclear energy, you get nuclear weapons. Likewise, when you acquire zero-point energy, you get a weapon wherein a coffee cup's worth is enough to evaporate all the oceans on Earth. Obviously, if the servile society can't overcome the more basic and less destructive elements of coercion, like fraud, theft, etc., these non-player characters cannot be trusted with technologies such as these. So, whether it's ZPE or something like Sky Huddleston's upscaled and more powerful Burke engine, wherein a parking lot of these things could afford a small community a small nuclear power plant's worth of power, it would be wise to use the PAZNIA network as a much safer way to roll out this technology as it becomes available. This would also give us some much-needed and much-deserved advantages over the coercive first realm. Think off-grid Bitcoin/Monero mining, easy/cheap energy, enabling off-grid living in isolated, low-coercion areas like Alaska, or just good OL entrepreneurial opportunities. The PAZNIA SSP will also be doing R&D into other possibilities, such as a Brown's gas-powered Lord's pump and crystal power cells, to name a couple. 2G, the PAZNIA Department of Technology. Technology is moving forward at an ever-increasing speed. Babylon will continue to build out its infrastructure of surveillance and control, but as a disparate network, we can and need to use these tools for defense, for liberation, and for independence. This is the goal of the PAZNIA Department of Technology. Communications, Simplex is the current, working solutions, that is, a self-hosted simplex relay at Veritas, accessible to anyone, adding one extra layer of uncensorability. On a local level, a self-liberator could create a new identity, and only connect to our local relay, and we'd have a local communications network across the homestead. For local applications, and even potential larger-reach mesh networks, R&D has begun into LoRa/Meshtastic sort of systems. These low-power devices, powered by solar, could enable a lot in the range of our own communications network, outside of internet, cellular, etc. Hugely powerful, and even beyond PAZNIA, this is a major area of focus for folks interested in freedom. Finance, living in a highly digital world, as well as being a dispersed network, we have to have privacy-friendly options to transact value. On the Ghost server here at Veritas, via virtual machines running StartOS, Bitcoin and Monero full nodes are running, as well as a Bitcoin Lightning node. At the time this book goes to press, those are not ready for action, but at the very least, we're contributing to the networks. The idea is this: instead of connecting to a random Bitcoin node that's potentially operated by chain analysis, the enemies of privacy connect to PAZNIA nodes directly. Education/entertainment, the local PAZNIA LBRY is live and ready for self-liberators visiting Veritas. Currently, there are documentaries, books, homeschooling/unschooling resources, terabytes of movies and TV shows, music, podcasts, and more. This same LBRY vision will be accessible publicly at some point in the future, likely via PeerTube first, essentially, combining YouTube with torrents, and/or IPFS. More on the LBRY below. Artificial intelligence, so-called artificial intelligence, is here, whether we like it or not. And it's not going away. So, instead of being left behind, or maybe worse, left to the privacy-hating AI tools of Babylon, we have begun looking into self-hosted AI. At a base level, this technology has major time-saving capabilities, from text-to-speech, or vice versa, organizing bullet point notes into coherent creations, AI-generated art, etc. There are other highly interesting possibilities, such as a Ryo GPT, inputting every single article, book, publications, letter, etc. into AI, and having the ghost of Ryo there to ask questions to. Finally, a moment should be spent on our PAZNIA Second Realm assemblies, most of which have been meetings of our Department of Technology. From highly dense discussions between experts like Brian Sovereign, Dave from Start9, Shamin Biconic, and more, we go extremely deep into exploring the sea of vast solutions ahead of us. If you're interested in checking these out, just visit vonupodcast.com and search for Department of Technology at the top of the page. 2H, the PAZNIA General Bitcoin Fund. A huge thanks is owed to Josiah Warren, a fellow PAZNIan, who came up with and initially funded the PAZNIA General Bitcoin Fund for voluntary mutual aid. The following are images of the document he wrote, laying out the details of the fund. PAZNIA General Fund, official founding document. Section I, Purpose/Description. The PAZNIA General Fund is established for any citizen of PAZNIA for the purposes of furthering an individual's goals or toward that individual's utilizing the fund in order to further the cause of liberation and self-liberation for others. Section 2, Creation of the Fund. The PAZNIA General Fund, the fund, will be set up on a private, newly created Bitcoin, BTC, address and will be funded with the initial sum equivalent to $1,000, 1,000 USSA dollars at the time of funding. Section 3, Requirements to utilize said fund. The fund shall be established and shall be in effect until the balance of the fund reaches 0.00 or near 0.00 BTC, upon which time the fund will close after a period of no less than 45 days. B. An inquirer who wishes to seek invasion of the fund must be a citizen and or contributor to PAZNIA and must present proof of citizenship, e.g. PAZNIA passport, PAZNIA flag, PAZNIA coin. C. Some examples of a valid and reasonable request from the fund are but not limited to furthering the cause of Vonu and self-liberation. An individual, I, wishes to utilize the fund in order to plant a garden on his/her land. 2. Needs to temporarily fund a food supply. 3. Any equipment needed to construct mesh networks or further the cause of crypto-anarchy. 4. Is destitute and needs money from the fund or without it risks rejoining the servile society. V. Needs to cover upfront costs of publishing a liberty-oriented book or pamphlet through Liberty Under Attack Publications, LUA Pub. 6. Wants to use the funds for black or gray market activities. 7. Needs to protect him/herself and his/her family by utilizing the fund to purchase protection. 8. Is using the fund to culture jam first realm culture and or create new culture throughout the PAZNIA and PAZ. 9. A PAZNIA citizen and or a family member of a PAZNIA citizen is captured and needs funds for release and or legal defense. Section 4, Inquiries for invasion of the fund. All inquiries will be considered on a first-hand basis and must be in writing and encrypted. Use of pseudonyms are encouraged. The creator of the fund reserves all rights to the fund and has the right to decline funding for any reason. Inquiries can be submitted to josiah.warren@protonmail.com and will be answered as soon as possible. The inquiry must contain, I, the individual's pseudonym, 2, a brief description of need for the funds, 3, the exact amount needed, 4, if items are being purchased, a manifest and or invoice, v, a valid and confirmed Bitcoin, BTC, address not originating from an exchange or Coinbase. Section V, Prohibited uses of the fund, abuse of said fund. The fund shall not be used to fund any state activities including but not limited to, I, payment of taxes, 2, purchase of materials that support law enforcement, military, or any welfare warfare schemes cooked up by state actors, 3, funding political crusades in any way either indirectly or directly, 4, pro-servile society first realm propaganda, v. Creation of a culture of dependence on any individual. This is not a welfare program or a crutch. Any funds received from the fund are considered a gift. Any citizen abuse of the fund will be dealt with in a respectful manner and in accordance with the PAZNIA Constitution and within the non-aggression principle, NAP. Any abuse or use of funds that may be considered to be prohibited or unreasonable or not adhering to values of PAZNIA and Vonu will be required to pay back the fund with a 20% penalty. Section 6, Donations to the fund. Any citizen can make a donation to the fund by inquiring to the fund's creator at josiah.warren@protonmail.com. Any funds given will be irreversible once they are given. Such funds will become part of the fund and utilized in a responsible manner in accordance with fund principles outlined above. The fund will be created/funded on or around the month of February 2021. Signed, Josiah Warren. And for many, the general fund has been of crucial necessity. Donations have been made to political prisoner funds, such as SW and TDEV of Samurai Wallet, Vonu podcast co-host, Kyle Reardon, called on the fund and the generosity of self-liberators to help him through a terribly tough situation, and funds have been contributed to a PAZNIA in the eastern USSA to help develop a food self-sufficiency project on their homestead, to name a few. Please do consider making a donation to the fund, or if you're a self-liberator needing some assistance, do reach out. 2i, the PAZNIA Monero Department. With the arrest and indictment of the developers of Samurai Wallet, the only real project in Bitcoin privacy, the future of Bitcoin doesn't look great, at least in terms of routing around the first realm. Additionally, Bitcoin is being more and more ingrained within that society, with the majority of freedom-minded Bitcoiners abandoning principles, and the vision of Bitcoin only caring about price. For that reason, we launched the PAZNIA Monero Department, essentially a clone of the Bitcoin General Fund, to begin focus on infrastructure here too. Rather than pursuing Bitcoin mining, efforts will likely be shifted towards mining on the XMR network. The guidelines and stipulations are the same as for the General Fund. For more information or to donate, visit PAZNIA.com/Monero or use the QR code below. 2J, the PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness. Almost regardless of where one finds themselves in the world at this moment in time, the biggest coercer is indeed Babylon Pharmaceuticals. And despite what the pharma quacks might say or want you to perceive, allopathic medicine is a rather new phenomenon in the grand scheme of humanity. Even if a self-liberator, for some reason, desired a Babylon pharmaceutical poison, the barriers to dash care will likely continue to get more coercive in the future, if the price for entry isn't already too high. As an example, experimental gene therapy with long-standing consequences could be a required precursor to a basic doctor's visit. But let's get back to fundamentals here. If any individual in question would simply, 1. Stop chronically poisoning themselves with toxic food, water, propaganda, etc., and 2. Fix nutritional deficiencies, the vast majority of so-called disease would disappear, in my humble opinion and with much supporting evidence. And while the above two things really are the best prevention and methods to restore balance in the body, Babylon Pharmaceuticals has done a number to many, including myself, with the severe overprescription of antibiotics and injectable poisons, and just pharma treatments more generally. Sometimes, additional modalities and methodologies are necessary to restore said balance, such as red light therapy, the Aquacure Brown's gas/molecular hydrogen electrolyzer, ozone therapy machines/generators, electrical/magnetic healing devices, youth hormones, DHEA, pregnenolone, and progesterone, thyroid hormone, T3/T4, and in general, the realm of bioenergetics inspired by the late, great Dr. Ray Peat. One function I foresee of PAZNIA is that it's a health cooperative of sorts, wherein SDA holders will have access to the above, as we are able to obtain them. Much like the bulk seed purchasing, Veritas, and other nodes, could buy and store large quantities of critically important remedies like DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, shilajit, fulvic and humic acid, nutritional/vitamin supplements, vitamin C, D3, K2, zinc/copper, etc. This private membership setup, not serving the general public, would also provide another layer of protection from the coercers. Further, we also envision healing retreats, both with and without the use of entheogens. These could include group meditations, utilizing the scientifically verifiable tool of focused intention, to heal certain diseases/imbalances, entheogen-specific expeditions with our spiritual liaison, Aura, and possibilities unforeseeable at this present time. Lastly, it's worth noting that Aura's apothecary is already open and helping many here at the Free Republic of PAZNIA. You can check out her products by visiting libertyunderattack.com/aura, if you like. Some of her products include comfrey, grown at Veritas, jewelweed, and black drawing salves, as well as her extremely popular, all-natural insect/mosquito repellent. Notable features at the PAZNIA Department of Wellness at Veritas. High-quality animal nutrition, corn and soy-free fed lambs, goats, chickens, and turkeys. Lowest PUFA, polyunsaturated fatty acid content, as currently possible. Red light therapy, artificial blue light rampant in technology and lighting is disrupting our circadian rhythm. Red light therapy is a cheap, easy, and also, quite miraculous therapy. Aura's apothecary, Aura's handcrafted creations, some formulations made with medicines grown here at Veritas. Medicinal mushroom foraging, certain mushrooms, whether medicinal, i.e. tea, spiritual, or culinary, have some amazing properties. Rife frequency healing. As bioelectric beings, frequency can serve to put us in a state of imbalance, or once of balance. This is a focus on the latter. Dr. Ray Peat focused philosophy, in a world of hypothyroid-induced chronic fatigue, aka low metabolism, focusing on youth hormones, i.e. pregnenolone, progesterone, thyroid hormone, T3/T4, aspirin, and many other aspects already mentioned above. Other focuses include Rosicrucian spiritual sciences, homeopathics, and the use of dimethyl sulfoxide, DMSO, as a carrier into cells and all-around miraculous healer. 2K, the PAZNIA Church of Self-Liberation, our nature sanctuary. A hypothesis I'm currently throwing around my head is that the more one becomes disconnected from nature, source, creator, etc., the worse state of health they will find themselves in. Taking into account Dr. Barlando's conclusion that DNA is merely a dual impedance antenna connecting us to source, when said connection is quelled or suppressed, interference occurs within our bioelectric bodies, just as would happen with conflicting radio signals. In Western medicine, this phenomenon is described as the shortening of mitochondrial telomeres and is associated with rapid aging. And when individuals make lifestyle changes, the process reverses, and the telomeres uncoil, rekindling the aforementioned interfered connection. I would also posit that another critical factor at play is, as mentioned earlier, the Servile Society's constant desire to disconnect mankind from nature and its cycles. This is explicit when examining the total deception of the Gregorian calendar, as well as daylight savings time. I say of all that to introduce probably the main attraction to the Free Republic, our Church of Self-Liberation, our nature sanctuary. While vestiges of the centralized, fascist electric grid exist here, as they do really everywhere, we remain far out in the wilderness, away from these detrimental influences. And even then, tower busters and orgone cannons work great at neutralizing those negative radiative effects. Attractions in our Church of Self-Liberation include ample selections for meditation or contemplation, lots of wilderness for hiking, creeks and ponds for relaxing and therapeutic swims, a large supply of natural forages, ranging from mushrooms and blackberries, to sassafras, and much more in between, and no light pollution, giving PAZNIans an uninhibited view of the heavens above. 2L, the PAZNIA LBRY. Some attention has been given to the LBRYs in the Department of Technology section above, but more details might be helpful. Starting with the local LBRY, any visitor to Veritas that is connected to our Wi-Fi will have access to it, it being a private Nextcloud server. The link to visit is PAZNIA.com/LBRY, or the Self-Liberator can download the Nextcloud app, scan the QR code, and have access through there. Since I use VPNs 100% of the time, I personally prefer the Nextcloud app, as split tunneling around the VPN is rather easy via something like Mullvad, safer, too. The only real improvements on the local side are a few mini routers located strategically around the homestead to increase distance and reliability, as well as a bigger external hard drive. On the other hand, the public PAZNIA LBRY is very much still theoretical, though the solutions, we think, have been found. I inquired to a few close colleagues about hosting a Nextcloud server through a public domain, lbry.paznia.com, and sending a few terabyte hard drive. Even with gigabyte connections, centralized streaming and downloading require a lot of bandwidth, and are not the optimal, decentralized solution. The cost is ridiculous too. That brings us to PeerTube, essentially putting YouTube channels onto torrents with seeders. This looks like a really beautiful solution, with even potential on-ramps to IPFS in the future. It's just, as with most of the Department of Technology projects, the learning curve is immense and would take a lot of time for me to figure out. I've put out the call for anyone willing to help, and am still hopeful that will come. Thinking forward, once the PAZNIA PeerTube instance is live, there should be implementations directly onto the PAZNIA site, i.e., recall lbry.paznia.com above. Also, with apps like GrayJ, which pull many feeds, YouTube, Odyssey, Rumble, PeerTube, etc., connecting to the LBRY would be seamless. Further, from the launch, we'll have multiple seeders throughout the world, and hopefully always more coming on board. Truly, a most unfuckwithable library of Alexandria. Let's make it happen. 2. The PAZNIA Free Press. The PAZNIA Free Press is the operator of the PAZNIA radio network, the now best source for all things PAZNIA, and all things self-liberation. Currently streaming to YouTube and Odyssey, with more destinations forthcoming, the goal is to create an entertaining, educational, and more continuous source of content from these sorts of perspectives. The current vision is to aim for one broadcast a week initially, achieving daily broadcasts with daily themes, list below plus more, and eventually, 24/7 streaming, with live shows, guest hosts, and more. The options are truly endless. Sacred Sundays, a day of focus on mental and spiritual liberation. Music Mondays, freedom music blocks, metal Mondays, etc. Free Energy Fridays, breakthrough energy, fringe science, electric universe, and related miscellaneous topics. Self-defense Saturday, physical self-defense and digital self-defense. The eventual goal is a bit more radical. Back in the day, I ran a pirate AM/FM station for a short time. There was nothing cooler than driving home from work and tuning into Ben Stone or the Vonu podcast, along with the few other folks that stumbled across the station. Eventually, some money could be allocated towards a handful of AM/FM radio transmitters, and donated to areas across the world, offering the PAZNIA radio network on AM/FM stations anywhere. Maybe we'll take over the shortwave radios too. Furthermore, the PAZNIA Free Press promotes and features the highest quality publications, ranging from strategy guides, old Vonu zines, all the way to agorist and anarchist fiction. Similar to culture jamming above, this is a way to create and express, and to use fiction as a medium to show what is possible. It's a way to create our own culture, our own entertainment that is empowering, liberating, and uplifting. Classic examples are the aforementioned Second Realm book on strategy, but modern agorist/anarchist fiction from contemporary self-liberators are worth a mention. #Agora by Anonymous, the Brushfire series by Matthew Wojtecki, the Evolution trilogy by Todd Borho, Second Realm anthology. That leaves movies and music. Alongside Night, the J. Neil Schulman book has a movie, but it's mediocre and kinda awkward at best. The first Atlas Shrugged movie was pretty decent, but the rest, and the first, could be done a lot better. Firefly, the old TV series, is touted as one of the most libertarian science fiction shows. I have it downloaded to the LBRY, but haven't finished it in its entirety yet. Point is, the movie/TV portion of this is lacking, but I think that tide will turn with AI and coming technology. The ability to produce a Hollywood-quality movie with some $10,000 worth of investment is near. The music has always been here. From Kadhar chants, they were essentially exterminated by the state in the 1300s, to Triumphs, Fight the Good Fight, 1981, up to Affiant's incredible We the Machines, 2012, and now, to the incredible acts of Richard Greaser, the Bitcoin Bugle. Here at Veritas, we strive to bring talented and like-minded acts to help facilitate this burgeoning second realm culture, to provide our own alternatives for entertainment. Chapter 3, PAZNIA Services and Marketplaces. If there's one page to bookmark from the PAZNIA site, it's the one highlighting our services and marketplaces, PAZNIA.com/services. Some links are for private members only, others are available to anyone, and there's much more to be added here in the future. The first item of note is the private, vetted PAZNIA map and directory, available to an initial set of founding SDA holders of the PAZNIA network. These folks have access to a map/directory of self-sufficient homesteads, PAZNIA BNB sites, city squat spots, local health food stores/farms, guerrilla gardening plots, and more coming, things like mail forwarding services, residency assistance, etc. Next is PAZNIA list, the Craigslist of the second realm. Categories include arbitration and security, crypto anarchy, for sale, health and wellness, help wanted, homestead/contractor services, looking for work, the Department of Transportation, the PAZNIA Seed Exchange, and proxy merchant services. There are quite a few posts up already. Visit PAZNIA.com/list, check them out, and make your own today. Chapter 4, PAZNIA Fest and other events at the Free Republic. While staying connected in the digital realms are a necessity today, so are regular meetings and gatherings in physical space and time. For the most part, the digital helps to facilitate the physical, since these two areas of the human experience are essentially inextricable. So, that is a foundation of PAZNIA, something we strive to offer at Veritas at least a handful of times a year formally, though vetted self-liberators are welcome to visit whenever. These formal gatherings typically align with statist holidays, but are reappropriated to freedom holidays. This will be evident in the list below. Spring gathering, usually around the spring equinox, the true new year. Voluntarism Day weekend, Memorial Day weekend typically. Anarchy Day weekend, 4th of July. Agorism Day weekend gathering, Labor Day weekend. Vonu Fest Ethical Enclave Day, Thanksgiving celebration. Though, these events are not open to the general public. All self-liberators must be vetted, either by me personally, Aura, or someone already part of the PAZNIA network. In these wondrous gatherings, self-liberators still in transition from the first to second realm can enjoy time our agora, spending time with, learning from, and building with others of like mind. Not only is this about fun, but we strive to offer numerous self-liberational activities for those looking to expand their skill sets. As some examples, the assembling and testing out of a 3D printer self-defense training with our own Thane Riddle, learning about our unique horticulture setups across Veritas, ranging from electroculture opportunities, learning how to process lambs and or chickens, experiencing and learning about the many unique offerings via our wellness center, mushroom identification and foraging hikes, rhino/four-wheeler rides through the wondrous wilderness that is our nature sanctuary, and much, much more. Interested in getting vetted and coming out to Veritas sometime? Join one of our committees of correspondence, introduce yourself, and start building your reputation. Please also reach out to Coordinator Ryo to see if there's an individual we both know in common that would vouch for you as a non-coercer, coordinator@PAZNIA.com. Alternatively, we usually make it out to the Midwest Peace and Liberty Fest in Michigan, and might work Mid-Fest into the future. Come meet us at one of these public events to expedite the vetting process. Overhearing the conversations in one of our clubs irritates the neophyte. Words and customs that are unknown in the filth of the first realm, and an occasional dispute spiced with curse words like statist, stotzy, or parasite. Nevertheless, the newcomer will be welcomed and taught, and given opportunity to prove himself should he show willingness and skill. However, not all of us live here all the time. Many lead a double life with only an occasional visit to our markets where they are greeted with their pseudonyms. Others operate their business half a day in the first realm, and open shop in the second after sunset. Still others are true ghosts to the first realm, having no footprint there except for traveling through it from one autonomous zone to another, some of them having perfected their livelihoods in our world, but others that just cannot stand the shallowness of the other side anymore. We are tribes of mind and soul, not defined by nation or race but by thought and substance. We are everywhere, and we are here to stay. Second Realm, Book on Strategy. Chapter 5, the PAZNIA Network. To try and paint a picture of the possibilities here, let's participate in a little thought experiment. Fast forward to PAZNIA Year 10, 2030. The public map and directory are not only available, but include 42 self-sufficient homesteads, 25 city squat spots, 7 guerrilla gardening plots, and even more regional homesteads to more efficiently facilitate trade. Let's also say the full vision of the PAZNIA Department of Transportation is in effect, and we have our own fleet app, much like the First Realm alternative does, and that we also have a dedicated Second Realm fleet of drivers to connect these disparate network nodes. One of the hardest areas to overcome in the pursuit of self-liberation is financial/economic. That is, either saving up enough money where a job becomes optional, or discovering/building up different income streams. If there's any way that we can expedite and assist in the transition from first to second realm, we must do it. Tom Marshall, hypothetical in this case, could begin to chart out trade routes and opportunities found on the map and directory, and might even plan on stopping at a guerrilla gardening plot or two to harvest some food. Or maybe to plant some more seeds for those coming after. Passing through self-sufficient homesteads, Mr. Marshall acquires most, if not all, of his food, water, and other needs, almost entirely not reliant upon the first realm grocery stores or services. For those that he can't acquire in the second realm, he consults the map/directory again, and finds a fellow self-liberator offering proxy merchant services in Chicago. Not only can Tom have a nice, safe spot to sleep and a warm shower, but Warren will run a couple errands for him and serve as a mail drop for some deliveries Tom had incoming for a small fee. Tommy, then, might hit up a second realm no-tell, that is, a nondescript empty house, rented pseudonymously, paid for via Monero, and unlocked via ghost phone. An internal reputation systems protects both renter and rentee. And finally, to conclude this thought experiment, Tom would like to visit some friends down in Ecuador. He returns to the wondrous map/directory to find a second realm private jet service leaving in 2 weeks for South America, putting him near enough to his destination. And without breaking the bank. He finds a freedom festival happening in the meantime, after a week and a half in the wilderness, soaking up the second realm with fellow self-liberators. Tom concludes this leg of his journey and sets his sights for the southern border. Such a network offers other advantages, a second realm underground railroad for those needing protection or escape, i.e. a network of safe houses. Van nomads could offer offline data mule services, downloading communications/data/etc. when leaving a homestead, and delivering it to another. Mail forwarding and permanent mailbox services could enable entrepreneurial opportunities for the offering self-liberator, and more options for the consumer in choosing residence and exercising other legal interstices. The stakeholder model beyond our public, free services, the PAZNIA network stakeholder model employed is much like that of a cooperative or a private membership association, only, ours isn't necessarily local, but worldwide. It's worth noting, these prices will go up in the future when we expand to our Tier 3 of fundraising. For current stakeholders, new tiers are 1/2 price. Honorary stakeholder memberships are available to anyone that visits the website. They are a way to gain access to some perks and benefits of the network, as well as contribute to the second realm, but not to areas that could degrade the safety or security of the network. $3 donation, stakeholder ID card, $55 donation, PAZNIA sticker, ID card, and digital self-liberation bundle from Liberty Under Attack Publications, $99 donation, stickers, ID card, digital self-liberation bundle, and PAZNIA flag, $333 donation, all of the above plus an official PAZNIA passport. Our founding stakeholder memberships are usually purchased when folks visit Veritas, but they are available to any vetted self-liberator. The benefits and perks are much greater here, and involve some participation in the building out of infrastructure. Discounts to other businesses/hustles in the Agora, access to the second realm network of non-coercers, access to the PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness, healing devices and treatments. PAZNIA flag, ID, PAZNIA beach towel, and PAZNIA passport, access to the PAZNIA map and directory. Be a part of the alternative/decentralized energy rollout beta test/contribute to the building of various infrastructure projects, i.e. the PAZNIA library, ghost system, etc. Lifetime 25% discount to Liberty Under Attack publications and goods/services at PAZNIA, meat, eggs, dairy, chicks, etc. Early access to purchase items available at Veritas. Have questions? Looking to barter? We're always open to other possibilities. Again, just email coordinator@rayo.com. Chapter 6, The Coming Intentional Community. Back in year 0, 2020, when the vision of PAZNIA first came to me, the prospects for my desired intentional community were purely theoretical, not really developed in any real sense. Sure, I suppose there was 5 years of interactions and developing relationships with the core group of folks I invited to the first Vonu Fest. We'd all been going to the Midwest Peace and Liberty Fest in Michigan for a long while, me since 2015. But still, relocating one's life is usually not easy, so it still seemed rather unlikely. Then my wonderful free wife Aura moved here in 2021, and something like 20 freedom gatherings have taken place here since, including 5 Vonu Fests. In that time frame, there is now one couple interested in constructing a wilderness structure, one individual, and one family. That's not to mention we've had a van nomad select Veritas as one of his home bases where he spends most of the year, and has, for the past couple years. One option we've been mentioning to folks is the Amish sheds that are everywhere around here. With some work, it would be rather easy to have a small, self-contained, comfortable off-grid tiny house shed. There would be room for a good-sized garden and plenty of opportunities to help around the homestead, which is almost more needed than money, i.e. rent, now. And when the nomads decide to travel elsewhere, they can rent it out as a PAZNIA B&B while they're gone. These options are still available to the right, vetted self-liberator. Needless to say, I'm extremely happy with the progress over the past 5 years and that this far-out possibility is actually coming into fruition. Here's to looking back come year 10. Chapter 7, Get Involved, Join the Second Realm. First and foremost, join us in our various committee of correspondences. If you're not super tech-savvy or are new to the realm of encrypted apps, Telegram is a good enough start, t.me/PAZNIAchat. If you'd like to join us in what more resembles the second realm, Simplex is our current go-to platform. The encryption is rock solid, there are no phone numbers/identities attached, and messages are routed through many relays, offering censorship resistance. Scan QR code below. Wherever you join, please consider an introductory post. Let us know how you found PAZNIA, a bit into your path here, your current, or desired, liberated lifestyle, and whatever else you like. Second, consider becoming a SDA holder. Not only do you get some great perks and benefits, but it greatly helps us in funding the expansion of the second realm, of the PAZNIA network. After getting your feet wet in the second realm, maybe you want to become a bigger part of the network? This would entail things like adding your homestead to the vetted map and directory, a van nomad squat spot, if you had one, or whatever other opportunity that could be of value to a traveling self-liberator. If this sounds like you, please visit PAZNIA.com/join and fill out the form. Or maybe you're a nomad, and are looking for access to all that the PAZNIA network has to offer? In this case, visit PAZNIA.com/join too and fill out the form. Let us know what you're interested in, and anything you're able to offer. Get vetted and come out to an event at Veritas. There are bigger freedom festivals, like the Midwest Peace and Liberty Fest and Midfest. There's something about a tight-knit community of radical self-liberators who are already building liberated lifestyles. And for us all to be in the same place, it's truly magical. It's truly the only way to experience the second realm, in my opinion. Maybe you've got some technical/developer skills? If so, consider offering assistance in setting up the public PAZNIA LBRY on PeerTube, run Bitcoin/Monero nodes for folks in the network to connect to, help get the PAZNIA website set up on Tor. To name a few available projects. One other possibility, amongst a sea of them. Contribute to the development of the PAZNIA Department of Education. Much of this discussion has taken place in the Telegram chat, but a document is available for your submissions and contributions at PAZNIA.com/education. And finally, are you planning to attend a lot of freedom festivals, Monero conferences, privacy conferences, etc.? Become a PAZNIA ambassador. We'd get you set up with some merchandise and promotional material, and you would preach the good word of PAZNIA to anyone who will hear it. Other ideas? Just reach out, coordinator@PAZNIA.com. Chapter 8, in closing. While I do get impatient at times about the seemingly slow development of the second realm, I have to remind myself that all good things take time, and the amount of work to be done is expansive. I mean, hell, we're talking about the complete rebuilding of society. That, and taking a step back, it's easy to see how many important connections, developments, and events really transpired in just the past 4.5 years. The right folks are finding the PAZNIA network and real headway is being made. And with the publication and release of this book, the vision of what we can build together is hopefully clearer. So much so, that you're ready to get involved, whatever that means for you and yours. I'll end with one of the most impactful quotes from my posthumous mentor, Bill Cooper. Like it or not, everything is changing. The result will be the most wonderful experience in the history of man or the most horrible enslavement you can imagine. Be active or abdicate. The future is in your hands. Chapter 9, Freedom is Yours for the Seizing. By J.E.T., May 1966 Innovator. So you want to be free? Then become free. All of the freedom is yours which you are able to seize. How does one seize freedom? By avoiding, evading, escaping, discouraging, overpowering, destroying, or otherwise frustrating anyone who initiates force or threat of force against you. But the oppressors ignore my pleas for freedom, you complain. Do you expect them to set you free? As you yourself point out, your oppressors have morals which would shame a beast of the forests. So long as you obey all their rules, no matter how onerous, and pay all their taxes, no matter how burdensome, why should they? And the oppressors dupe my neighbors, who are confused, unaware, and apathetic, you protest. Do you expect them not to deceive? The herdsman can milk only tame cows, the tyrant can drive only submissive slaves. We must overturn the oppressors, some of you proclaim, and rule wisely and justly in their place. Then go do it, if you can. But don't be surprised when the oppressors stampede their bewildered subjects against you. We must educate, teach increasing numbers our values and ideas, others of you shout. And someday evil will be banished from the earth. But as even you admit in your more reflective moments, this will take time, much time. So how shall you live the only life you will ever have? And how many followers can you attract and hold if you offer only visions of a paradise for their great-grandchildren? I do want freedom, you cry. But there is no way to get it now, no chance to elect, no means to revolt, and no place to go. I reply, if you want freedom, seize it. But my oppressors are organized into a powerful state, you object. They have thousands of agents and millions of police. However, each of the state's minions has only the same 2 eyes, the same 2 hands, and usually not so much brains as you or I. They cannot be everywhere, they cannot see everything. But they will collect a tax on my earnings, you protest. Only if you are so craven as to hand it over. Discover ways to avoid their extortions, trade with those who practice freedom. Or be a gypsy who sells, and flees. But they will confiscate my property, you quaver. Only if you are so foolish as to lead them to it. Convert your wealth to forms you can conceal. And rent your shops and homes, or mortgage them to the hilt. But they will throw me in jail, you whimper. Only if you are so careless as to stumble over them, they who have trouble apprehending morons and psychopaths. Make yourself hard to find. But that is too much trouble, you wail. I would rather follow their rules and pay their taxes, lick their boots and hone their axes, do everything they demand, and maybe, oh maybe, they will leave me alone just a little. Then tag along with the sheep to slaughter, you who expect freedom on a silver platter. For how long can you appease the tyrant who will demand more and more, until he has you? And what do we know of this utopia that some of you dream of? In every land, of which we hear, there are some who covet the lives and creations of others, predators who rob and enslave the weak, the foolish, and the cowardly. Sometimes the predators are alone, and slink about as criminals. So the free men go like tigers, armed and ready for self-defense. Sometimes the predators join together, and stalk about as rulers. So the free men go like foxes, inconspicuous and ready to hide. Occasionally the free men ally to put down the predators. But sometimes their forces tend to become slavers and looters in return. However, in almost any land, those with the courage to assert their freedom seldom need to fight or hide, for the predators live off the easy prey. But this will pass, you say to me, for now, at last I have the key, the elixir for liberty, for the first time in history. And once sufficient numbers see. Well maybe. But in the meantime, all of the freedom is yours which you are able to seize. About the author. Shane/Ryo 2 founded Liberty under attack in mid-2012 when he was just beginning his research into the nature of reality. He began with an adventure down the conspiratorial rabbit hole for a while, focusing primarily on the work of the late Milton William, Bill, Cooper. In February 2015, Shane started LUA Radio, which was one of his goals for quite a long time, and would prove to be the most critical step in his development personally, as well as the point of origination for the now real-world connections in the second realm, by getting connected with the Michigan Peace and Liberty Coalition via the Midwest Peace and Liberty Fest. Not long after launching LUA Radio, he adopted the philosophy and ethics of voluntarism, and shifted his focus towards solutions to increase personal freedom in the here and now. This manifested in the freedom umbrella of direct action, the digitization of RIOs, Vonu, the search for personal freedom, this book being another critical step. Naturally, in January 2017, he launched the Vonu podcast with Kyle Reardon, a podcast dedicated to promoting the philosophy of Vonu and developing the liberating strategy up into the modern day. This was about the time he began writing his first book, Vonu, A Strategy for Self-Liberation, and founded his publishing outfit, Liberty Under Attack Publications, which focuses on strategies and tactics for self-liberation, in addition to anarchist/agorist fiction. In addition to all laid out above, he currently resides on his 22-acre homestead in the Free Republic of PAZNIA with his free wife, Aura, raising his lambs, goats, and chickens, and publishing books and podcasts. He hopes to publish more of his own work soon.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
The warm weather is here, at least at Veritas, which means the springing forth of life in all its forms, as well as contending with those creatures of natural coercion, ticks, mosquitoes, itchweed, and the like. Thankfully, nature provides the solutions, and Aura's apothecary is now almost fully restocked after the consulate fire. First, Aura's most popular summer product, her natural insect repellent. She blends a blend of essential oils proven to repel insects. It works, it's non-toxic, and doesn't smell like a chemical poison. Next is Black Drawing Salve. Featuring activated charcoal, andrographis, and bentonite clay, it's great for drawing out toxins, especially those associated with tick bites. After you're bitten, whether by ticks or mosquitoes, or if you wander through a patch of poison ivy, you're going to need something to help heal and resolve the potential itching and burning. Jewelweed Salve is here to the rescue. Also on offer is Thyme Salve, a fantastic solution for pain and inflammation, especially those nagging pains on hands, wrists, etc. from arthritis, typing, manual labor, or whatever. Aura's apothecary has you covered when you venture out into nature, the highest quality ingredients, all organic, made with love here at Veritas. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/aura, again libertyunderattack.com/aura, and make sure you and yours are defended from the natural coercers. libertyunderattack.com/aura.
Billy Mays here for the Free Republic of PAZNIA. Ever get tired of the stain of statism, the stinking odor of coercion? Visit PAZNIA.com and join the Second Realm today.
Welcome to the Tinker Tribe. We're purging our minds of all of the lies. Keep staying on the grind.
All right, welcome everybody to another edition of the Tinker Tribe podcast. I am joined tonight by returning guest Shane Radliff. He's the host of the Vonu podcast. He runs Liberty Under Attack Publications. Host Vonu Fest has done a lot of great work to get out some self-liberation solutions to everyone that is seeking these solutions. So welcome back to the podcast, Shane. How's it been going?
Hey man, it's great to reconnect. It's been too long, but things are great. Still building, and I have to compliment you. You actually pronounced Vonu right. I'm the host of the Vonu podcast, and I kind of reincarnated it. But we found out about 2 years into the podcast we've been saying it wrong the entire time. I just kind of said, "F it, we'll just so I'll just keep rolling with it." But you pronounced it correctly, so yeah, good job.
Yeah, can you remind everybody what that stands for?
Yeah. So, voluntary but not vulnerable. It's a weird acronym. And basically, the idea behind Vonu is, and this originated back in the '60s with a super hardcore self-liberator. Someone who was very forward-looking on technology. We're gonna talk about technocracy stuff tonight, but he was talking about kind of like underground payment networks over like ham radios. So like a very early, he was an engineer, very very forward-looking in terms of like Bitcoin. But yeah, the idea is building lifestyles that make you more invulnerable to the coercion of the state, which obviously that one's obvious. For anarchists or libertarians, like the state's a big enemy, but there's also private coercers too. And even if the state disappears tomorrow, there will always be private coercers. There's no such thing as a utopia. There's not going to be a society where everyone has forsworn the use of coercion. It just won't happen. So, regardless of who the potential coercers are, it's about building lifestyles that are resilient to that. Back in those days, he talked a lot about like van nomadism, like living on a sailboat, strategic relocation, like just moving can be like a huge, like just going from one place to another, like going from Chicago or Iraq, moving to somewhere like like Idaho or Mexico even might be advantageous to Iraq. I mean, they're getting bombed all the time. There's other downsides to it, but I mean, there's all sorts of things, and moving forward into today's day and age, one of the unavoidable aspects is kind of the digital, becoming invulnerable to the digital coercion and the surveillance state, and all of the control grids that are being put in place right now that a lot of people aren't even really aware of. It just sounds like rainbows and unicorns, and Trump's up there with fake Elon and Mr. Palantir, and things are just unicorns and rainbows. Everything's going to be fine.
Right.
And
it's coming to save us all, right? Like that's kind of the idea is that
round two. Mr. Warp Speed round 2.
Yeah, he's gonna save us, and it's don't worry about it, guys. Go back to sleep. It's okay. Trump's here. Big Daddy Trump is here to save us all. But once you start to see a lot of this stuff, you realize ain't nobody coming to save you. It's all a big show. They're showing the left and the right, playing you against each other, and it's always the same agenda rolling out underneath, and it continues to roll out while everybody's distracted, divided, fighting with each other.
Yeah, certainly, and like with 2020, they couldn't have gotten that stuff passed along with and again, not playing into the left-right paradigm, but it's just the people that the state has to worry about are the ones with guns, and the ones that have some reasoning capacity. So like the way that you get these digital technocracy things in place is to put someone like Trump in there and have him start his own meme coin on the Ethereum network, and talk about how America is now the place for crypto, but then at the same time, the Samurai wallets, the only real beacon of Bitcoin privacy, they had to take a plea deal because they were facing 20 years in prison for running a privacy service on Bitcoin. So it's like,
right.
I tell people in my personal life, it's like, they're not pro Bitcoin, they're not pro crypto, like they might be pro crypto,
they're
but
pro
they're not pro privacy. Yeah.
They're pro surveillance that comes along with crypto, and if you're not like willing to fall in line with the surveillance of that system, then you're persona non grata.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, man, you get some people together to talk about solutions. You recently had Vonu Fest, right? And you got some folks out there to you do it kind of as like a private vetted gathering kind of thing. It's not open to the broad public. And you get a bunch of people up there that are focused on some solutions and are wanting to build some stuff. I listened to some guys that you had on there that were talking about some kind of alternative energy kind of stuff, and stuff that they were working on in that realm. So how do those go? How do you organize those? Like, what are some challenges? What are some things that you go through putting those on? And do you have some good turnout? Do you get some good folks that come out there and check it out?
Yeah. So Vonu Fest this year is actually Vonu Fest 6. The first one was in 2020. What I called our Declaration of Freedom, or I actually know our rebirth of ceremony, rebirth of freedom ceremony. Wow, it's been so long. Yeah, that was the initial the idea behind it. It started back in, I guess it would have been May of 2020. And the world was very tumultuous then. But my buddy Jason Hensa, who you might have seen on the HBO documentary The Anarchist, he stopped by, and I was like, I've got this 22-acre homestead, like people should come out here. There's the Imagine Network set something up, and I thought there'd be no way in the world that people would just come out here. But it's actually a pretty good location. We're like 30 minutes off of like I-70, so east west, like a lot of Vonu nomads that are doing, a lot of people are just traveling in general. It's not far off. It's not far off the beaten path per se, but it's still 30 minutes out in the middle of nowhere. But anyway, so that was so I kind of I organized the entire thing back in that time. I was on Keybase pretty much. Keybase, I think I messaged 1 or 2 people off the platform, but there was no public promotion or anything like that. And then a couple months later, I got really, I guess the next couple months I got a little out of control with it. And I've been familiar with the micronation and kind of like declaring your independence, like this, like Sealand and some of those old, new country projects. So I declared my independence and started the Free Republic of PAZNIA. And Vonu Fest is our yearly gathering of liberation here at Veritas PAZNIA. And the Vonu Fest 6 this year was great. We had Sky Huddleston, his right hand man, and one of our executive PAZNIans, we call him, who worked with Sky for a number of years. They were all out here, and we also even had, I'm not going to say names or whatever, but I'll just call him, for people who are familiar with Ben Stone, the Bad Quaker. This guy is the Bad Quaker Breakthrough Energy. I'll just put it that way. But we had it's always different kind of each year. Like depends on who comes out, like what kind of the spontaneous focus is. But this year, with them out there, a lot of it was breakthrough energy type topics. And Sky's interesting. He's like this 31 year old, extremely brilliant dude, single-minded track, single-minded focus to breakthrough energy for a lot of reasons that I'm not going to get into here, but people can go find out. But he's this brilliant guy, and he's got his main company right now is Liberator Rocket Heater, and it's a 99.7% efficient rocket stove, and better than more efficient than SpaceX apparently, when he found the testing. And so that's kind of his main, the way he's trying to make money, his main financial venture. And he's doing R&D right now on a Tesla turbine that you would put on the rocket heater, and that same 99.7% efficiency that you're using to heat your house and maybe even cook your food, you can also power like a small homestead or something like that.
You could extract some of that heat energy.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a really, I couldn't explain the technology to you, but it involves some really wild stuff. With the Tesla turbine, I couldn't get into it with you, but that's down the road anyway. He's even got another project before that's more feasible. He was kind of handed the main prototype from it was kind of handed to him per se. But the Bork engine is this 1930s engine. It's like it takes 5 minutes to take the entire thing apart with one tool, and he's made a couple modifications to it to where it could get super efficient. It basically puts anything that you put into it in supercritical form. So you can put like charcoal slurries, pretty much any type of fuel that you want to put in it, it'll burn, and at super high efficiency. And starting small scale, like his initial, he's not trying to he knows about Stanley Meyer and how a lot of these people that come out with these things and challenge, cars and like the oil companies, they end up unalive. So right. He's starting with like lawnmowers or whatever, get the foot in the market or whatever. Yeah. But what he's talked about on our podcast, like the bigger vision for these, where like the main model that's being pushed now is like, hey, buy an electric car and plug your car into your house or plug your car into the grid. But he's trying to flip that to where no, it's you're producing so much energy with your car that you pull up to your house and you plug your house into your car. or even some even bigger scales like where it's actually feasible for a small community, say, to put 100 of these together and have a small nuclear power plant's worth of power. So and things like Bitcoin mining, like super cheap Bitcoin mining, that could put like the second realm at an advantage. Like there's so many possibilities. But Sky is incredible. And I guess to add one more element to Sky, there was we just concluded the last second realm speed dating finale on the PAZNIA radio network, and Sky is trying to get better at talking to people. So there's a few occasions where he was calling into this speed dating show on Twitch or on Discord/Twitch. And it's this, 25-year-old millennial or whatever. And it's exactly what you'd expect from that sort of platform. And Sky's getting on there and talking about like all of this stuff. And she's just like, you can watch her like mind explode. But no, it's like, and it's hilarious. It's all around just hilarious. If people want like an entertaining, but also like educational experience, I try to make it because, education is, for not everyone can consume just super dense, boring information like I can, or like maybe you can, or like other people can. But if you do it in an entertaining manner, it works pretty well. So Sky's one of a kind, truly one of a kind. And he was one, like I said, he was one that was there as his right hand man. And just beyond that, Vonu Fest is there's usually I guess it's just been the past couple of years we've really had I guess big visitors or big guests like that. But it's people that my free wife and I have met. We've been going to the Midwest Peace Liberty Fest in Michigan. I've been going since 2015. I think she might have been going a year or two earlier, but pretty much that was how Vonu Fest and PAZNIA started, was from people, from people I've met and had been going there for like, almost, 7 or 8 years. They've all been, vetted by personal experience. So that was the very first Vonu Fest. About 30 of them. There are about 30 people that showed up for the Constitution signing. And there's a video out there. It's pretty wild. It's ridiculous in like a funny manner. But there's a video out there with all this stuff, showing the ceremony and the signing and all that. But that's how it started. And, every year, I don't remember what week it is. But people can go to PAZNIA.com/Vonu Fest for our full event schedule. There's usually 5 or 6, but Vonu Fest is definitely the biggest one. And we get together, we enjoy time in the second realm. Most come for the weekend, but it's a week-long event. So it's great, for people that come before and stay after. You actually get like a lot of time together and a lot of time immersed in the second realm. And people really like it here at Veritas, and we do too, obviously. So I've been rambling for a bit, but yeah, Vonu Fest, PAZNIA. Any other questions come to mind? Please bring them up.
Really focusing on solutions and what people can do instead of, a lot of times, a lot of the information and stuff that we're looking at, it can look bleak, right? It can look kind of bleak on where everything is going. But I think if we're focused on building, right, if we're focused on the solutions that we can implement and be a little bit more proactive, then and take action on those, right? Then that alleviates some of these like kind of dark things that are on the horizon. And at least we're given the attempt to push things in a different direction. And I guess, being the organizer of all that, is that kind of like something that you found that you've gotten better, you keep getting better at over time? Was it a little bit of a challenge in the beginning getting that going, or how's that been on you?
Oh yeah, it's definitely been it's all been a learning experience and all unplanned. Essentially, for the most part, all unplanned. Like PAZNIA wasn't part of the plan. Even being here at this homestead wasn't part of the plan. But I don't know. I guess it's you were kind of you were talking a moment ago about how things can look very bleak and they can. But I'm so there's so much stuff going on in the PAZNIA network right now, with and PAZNIA Radio Network being one of the bigger ones that is taking up some of my time, happily. But our propaganda and entertainment and educational outfit. But it goes a lot deeper with again building out the infrastructure, whether we're talking Bitcoin or Monero. There's Bitcoin Monero nodes that you can connect to. I think I have to check. It's been about a week since logged in and updated. But yeah, there's nodes available. There's simplex relays available. There's ways to try and connect in a decentralized manner, or if you're using cryptocurrency, not connecting to a random node that might be controlled by chain analysis or something like that. We've got PAZNIA.chat, which is our self-hosted Jitsi instance, which is like Zoom. Pretty much, you just go to like PAZNIA.chat, you put in your room name, and you share that link around. People can hop in there. It's encrypted, open source, all that good stuff. And then more beyond that, with kind of talking about physical space and time, and with the networking and building out the network. I was talking to you pre-show about kind of like the really important part is networking and trying to get these. We should technically speaking, this stuff should have been done before 2020. It would have been a lot better. So we're kind of working behind now a little bit. But at the present moment, there's a lot of work being done. Whether it's PAZNIA network or kind of the cypherpunk homesteaders, some of those sorts of groups. But a lot of folks are really focused on mesh networking now. Things like Reticulum. Because the internet's super the internet's super fragile, super controlled, and it's not going to be around forever. It's a decade ago, a lot of this stuff. I was talking about mesh networking on like the Vonu podcast a long time ago, but a lot of it then was theoretical. But now it's actually happening, and all of this kind of coalesces very nicely into the communications is one thing, the PAZNIA Department of Communications. Then you have the Department of Transportation. And a pretty major recent revelation, thanks to buddy Shadrach, who does a lot of driving, and he's got a lot of pretty good mesh networking, mesh network set up so far. He basically combining mesh networking communications with the transportation, because we've got like I mentioned in pre-show, we've got right now it's a vetted map and directory, so only like 50 people have access to it or whatever. But there's a map of locations on the map. Or there's a map of locations, and pretty much the idea is to eventually get that built up enough to where people can just maybe plan routes around the network, alongside that, a lot of the 5G communication infrastructure, a lot of communication infrastructure in general is based around highways and interstates. So why not do the same thing essentially, and knock out two things at once, two critically important things. But I think I guess that's a couple things. Let me see if there's any other tech developments, or I guess any other building things. I'm not sure. But the breakthrough energy aspect is big too. The energy is a major controller. I guess that's been a major avenue of investigation. Mostly it's been finding folks like Sky who are trying to find the ones that are actually building cool things that are going to be feasible soon, versus all the tinkering in the garage. Nothing wrong with it, but it's not going to be quote unquote commercially available or anything like that. Per se.
Mesh networks. We've been playing around with these Meshtastic little nodes, and the little Heltec little handheld.
Got a couple
units.
of them over there. Yeah.
Yeah, so you mentioned Reticulum.
Mm-hmm.
So what is that in comparison to this Meshtastic system? Is that something a little different, or is it similar to Meshtastic?
Yeah, so what I can offer is what I've so one of the hosts on the PAZNIA Radio Network, Thane Riddle, Cloak Dagger is a show that he runs. He's a privacy and security consultant, and so there's him, who's very much in favor of Reticulum, and then I mentioned Shadrach, and there's Shadrach's kind of in this Bitcoin. It's not like a kind of like a Bitcoin. It's not like a Vonu libertarian circles. He's big into the Bitcoin community. There's Shadrach and Thane. So Shadrach and his people are in Austin, for example. If you go to Austin, Texas, you can connect to 30 different mesh tactic nodes and never ever communicate with the mainstream infrastructure. But there's Reticulum, and I don't know I haven't used Reticulum myself yet. I've only dabbled around in Meshtastic, but there's some, I guess the way that Thane puts it is that Meshtastic is for hobby and fun, and Reticulum is the real deal kind of thing.
That's
so he's been
hardcore people that want to stay super secure and stuff.
Well, I mean, it's just the better their security. I guess there are limitations on Meshtastic, in terms of like it's hops and routing and all that. I don't understand all of it. I haven't gotten into it that much, but or that deeply. But no, apparently, so like for the purposes of building like alternative infrastructure, like we're doing, apparently Reticulum is the way to go, and projects like Chordal and Start OS, Reticulum is the it's the more serious route for folks that know more than I do. That's kind of the way that I can put it. And folks can go, I recommend. I think Thane talks about Reticulum like every single week. So if you you can definitely find plenty of discussion on that.
Okay. Yeah, that's a really important part of all this is how do we keep in communication, especially while they're rolling out these different forms of digital ID. You know, there's like these digital ID systems and tied into, you get your world coin and then you just got to submit your retina scan, and then you get some world coin, and now you're in this whole iris or retina scan system. And people think, okay, well, I get some nice world coin cryptocurrency and I can, I don't know, use that, but I've given up part of my privacy. And yeah, man, there's all these flock cameras all over the place now as well, with the reading license plates and stuff like that. Recently came across, like, Jason Bassler made a post about this thing where you can tag all these little flock cameras all around, deflock. But as all this infrastructure is being built, there's these countermeasures and different ways that we can become a little bit more proactive on these things. And so, part of that is building out these series of nodes for these mesh networks, right? Like, if we can have enough of these mesh networks so we can be able to still communicate with each other and have this kind of like travel network that you're talking about, like, we can maybe work a little bit more effectively with each other. And I see that as kind of one of the things that's maybe in our community that we can do a better job at, is like, how do we work together more effectively in our different regions and areas?
Yeah, that's a good question. And it's the problem, I guess it's not a problem. It's just things are slow. Like, I envision sometime eventually with the PAZNIA network that we'll have regions, like PAZNIA regions, to where you don't have to just like jump in and like hope that someone will blindly be somewhere close to you or something like that. But yeah, that's tough. I guess really, it's I don't know. It's continuing to build here personally at Veritas, and then also try to expand the network, bring people in as much as you can. But to find, I guess that's where it's slow. Like, to find the hardcore self-liberators that the PAZNIA network is looking for. It's like the way that I put it is like, I'll do a month of broadcast and maybe bring in a new stakeholder or something. Like, it's like you're trying to find that one diamond in the rough, per se. So like the thing with networks is that you need numbers for the network, especially if it's geographically dispersed. But like, I think there are ways to expedite that. So with the Department of Transportation, I've tried to work on it. Like, I've tried to, tried to bring it into Vision, but I guess it's too soon. But, so like for fleet apps, like, there are a lot of fleet apps out there now, for transportation, like for drivers. And I'm sure you could buy one bare bones and modify it however you want to. I haven't gotten around to it. There was one other solution that I was looking at a few years ago, but I don't think that's going to be possible. But, like a lot of people are driving for Uber, a lot of people are driving for Lyft. People are looking for other sources of income, and I kind of envision like a Department of Transportation, like a white layer. Speaking in Agora's terms, where like delivering pickles and like the newspaper or something. Like there's nothing nefarious about it. Any Joe Schmo, like, you don't got to worry about like any security concerns or whatever. And so we could join like the PAZNIA Department of Transportation, and they'd have like their reputation built in. And in the white layer, like they could build up reputation, make some money in the second realm, maybe the payouts would be in Bitcoin or Monero or something. I don't know. I guess that'd be organized between because we'd stay out of payments. When you enter payments, that's where things get complicated. But that'd be worked out between the shipper and the shipper and the driver.
Right.
But yeah, you have the white layer, which could be open to anybody, and like you can show people that I mean, there's lots of ways you could propagandize that way. And then you have like a gray market, which is for maybe not necessarily vetted in the sense of like coming out to Veritas, out to our physical homestead, but maybe vetted in the sense as they like a 5-star reputation. Everything's always been solid, and there's even been a few like in-person contacts, like people can vouch for them, like they're good people or something, and they can start delivering. I don't know what gray market would be in this context, but whatever it is in the context, where people are talking about this. And then yeah, like an actual, like this would be,
well, it could be even raw milk. I mean,
there you go, exactly, raw milk. Yeah, exactly.
It could be raw milk,
unlicensed eggs or something. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Food products, because some of these things are becoming
meat that was not processed at a USDA approved butcher.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess that's kind of a roundabout answer to your question, is like how do we, it's kind of like we got to build it up, and I guess it's just continue to do what we're doing, and keep slowly building, because I mean it'd be great for it to be bigger, but if it gets blown up, like if it, if the project gets blown up because you just let people in, like that's like a lot of the hardcore intentional communities, like people can go to like ic.org, and there are some intentional communities that have been around since like 1970. And yeah, they're more left leaning, but whatever. They don't advertise. You don't know they exist.
Right.
And that's how they stay in existence. I'm not saying they aren't open to people, but it's like one or two people, like a small amount of people that are interested in that find it. So
right.
Yeah.
We have one over in Blount County, Alabama. It was a bunch of back to the land people back in the day, and they have their own little community out there, and they do some stuff with the public, but yeah, they're pretty much like they got their own people in there, and they're still operating the way that they have been since they started that little community out there. And they've been going on like that for quite a long time. But
yeah, I guess that is a one area to look at for inspiration in terms of building community and networking is. And again, like you can learn from anybody. You can learn from any example. So like whether it's organized crime, like obviously that's like a parallel society. Organized crime they've existed simultaneously with, and also in coordination with, the state at times. And then you have like the Amish. The Amish it's also kind of a parallel society. And then the same, like the intentional community, like these parallel societies can exist for long times. Side by side with each other. And this is one thing I think it was a valuable contribution by Rayo, is essentially that, oh gosh, yeah, I'm gonna butcher that quote too much, but yeah, it's I guess that's I'll stop there, but yeah, that's
Rayo, the guy that was developing this concept of becoming not vulnerable to the system, living outside of it.
Building parallel societies and learning from those societies that have existed for gypsies, for being a nomadic example. I mean, there's a lot of examples out there to learn from. And yeah, I mean, the Amish are interesting for sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think that at a certain point, like, that nomadism might become a necessity at some point? Like we all have like our little pockets of little freedom communities, but maybe the situation gets a little too hot in that one location and you're gonna have to jump around a little bit.
Yeah. So with Vonu, Rayo was very much in favor of mobility. If the coercers can't find you, they can't coerce you. Yeah. And pretty much every way that you get property nowadays, unless you do it through something like a proxy merchant, someone that you trust that will act as the intermediary and you can not be listed on the property or whatever. Anything beyond, and even with nomadism, like there's still registration and driver's licensure and all that stuff too. So like there's no, there's no perfect. There are solutions and ways to legal intersites and stuff, but no, like so Vonu is very much most of the lifestyle changes are mobile in nature, or at least semi. So like the way I call it, off-grid homesteading, semi-permanent homesteads is the way that I talk about it. And with Vonu, it's having multiple Vonu home bases. And again, like building out this network is also, like there's a network, like there's obviously I want to build out the network, but I'm also trying to build out the network for, me and my wife and that
Your
too. Like
local
if
area,
ever,
yeah.
well, no, I guess everywhere. Just building out, trying to build, build out a worldwide network so that if things do get super hot and you got to take off, like, got people in many places.
You got people you can plug into in different areas.
It's already and obviously, hopefully, nothing like that, transpires. But it's again, like you're saying, being prepared, and being proactive, for sure.
Right. Yeah. So what are some things? I know you, the last time we talked was like pretty much going through kind of the lockdown period and kind of going through all those times with the tyranny coming down on everybody. And you were working on some more stuff to become more self-reliant on your own property. Like, have you continued to build a lot of that stuff and work with building up your homestead and everything?
Yeah, for sure. I guess it's a lot more knowledge and a lot more experience. So yeah, I mean, I guess was last year's big project was we moved the ruminants over from our it was an old chicken coop, wasn't good enough. There's a big shed on the other side, and we put out a bunch of huge, run of fencing, big chunk of fencing on the left side of the property here, for originally going to be for lambs, but I think we're going to switch over. We've got actually a small herd of goats now. So I think we're going to switch from lambs to goats, because really the only market for lambs is taking the public auction. Well, except I guess we're looking into other avenues, but goats, there's a much larger market for goats, and goat milk
is like goat milk, basically.
Exactly. And a lot more people like my parents don't like fatty lamb or whatever, but they would love goat, and that'd be like for a lot of people around here. So we're kind of switching over there. So I guess we're gonna have one more lambing, one more big batch of lambs, and our homestead's a corn and soy free homestead, so we don't feed them anything. But my neighbor right down the street he grows non-GMO corn, non-sprayed, that on my dad's property, for cash rent. So
okay.
The plan is basically have another batch of lambs, fatten them up, feed them the corn, and then take a big batch of lambs to auction, and then buy another goat or two to get some new genetics, and kind of transitioning there to try to actually the first number of years was learning. And I mean, I don't know anyone who's very quickly made money on the homestead, so we're still learning, figuring it out. It's been slow. And so yeah, we at that time I think I had the chicken shanty is what I called it. But yeah, there've been a couple. They had I had a lot of birds, 40, 50 birds or something. Ducks, turkeys, and chickens, and a big carport that we reinforced to protect from the raccoons and other predators.
Yeah, those predators get to them.
Yeah, for sure. But we downsized that now and downsized the flock, and now I'm in the process of building I bought like a 212. It was like $200 for like a 20 by 10, like metal. It's a metal base with chicken wire on most of that comes with chicken wire, and you just got to put it on. And then I'm building it out from there, because if I was looking at how much it would cost to buy a chicken tractor, and for like a 4 or 6 bird one, like already made is like $800 or $1,000, and it's like, that's crazy. It's for like that many birds. Forget that. So that's been what I've been working on now is the chicken coop. And I guess the other big project was actually a Vonu Fest project, and I should have mentioned it earlier, but there was I won't go into details, but someone came by, came to PAZNIA, came here actually to physical homestead, and we started it's a compostable outhouse and outdoor shower project. And he got the kind of the base foundation done, and then had to leave. And so like I finished some of that, like a day or two of that, and then for Vonu Fest, it was for 3 or 4 days. Me and one of our good buddies, Alex, was here, and we finished the shower side. And the compostable toilet part isn't done yet, as far as like the actual toilet, but it's all up there. It's all tongue roll and it looks really, really good. And it's kind of the first actual project here. So yeah, next year, like the outdoor shower is already in operation. Well, we took it down for the winter, but yeah, shower and yeah, next year there'll be a compostable toilet here on property. So those issues will be will be solved.
Nice. So when you host people and you have them out for events and camping stuff like that, that there's like a little shower place that people can get cleaned up at and stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess there's also another development. We got a pond on the property now too. We just stocked with fish. This past spring. But so yeah, the pond's there too for swimming. And I guess for folks in your network. If they're traveling around or they want to experience Veritas, I'm email away coordinator@PAZNIA.com, and if they're vetted by you, they're and as far as I'm concerned, they're definitely welcome. So we've got lots of places to camp. Lots of garden stuffs if it's the right time of year, wellness items, all sorts of stuff. So I would definitely invite you or folks that you trust. Definitely invite them out here.
Yeah, I think what your partner does a lot of stuff with like healing and like some tinctures and different herbs and stuff like that. He's still working on that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah. So Aura's apothecary. People go to libertarianattack.com/Aura. She's got lots of good stuff like comfrey salve. The comfrey's grown here on the property. There's jewel weed for poison ivy or for itchy stuff. Works wonders. Thyme salve. She's got natural insect repellent. All sorts of stuff. All sorts of stuff. And that's libertarianattack.com/Aura. And then I actually released my first wellness product called the Pain Liberator. I've been big into DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, which if you ever go to the farm supply store, you can find 95% of that, 95% pure of that stuff. If you're ever in a pinch, but I get 99.9% pharma grade DMSO, and then blend it with aspirin and magnesium. And this most recent batch had I don't know if you're familiar with Doc Barber, but he makes some of the best colloidal silver out there. So it's in that colloidal silver water base. And the idea, it's called the Pain Liberator, and it's the problem with aspirin when people take it takes takes some time for it to kick in. But with DMSO, there's 90+% absorption, and with the powdered up aspirin and the DMSO, it's instant pain relief.
So is it like a topical thing?
Oh, it's a spray. Yep, you spray it like wherever you're feeling pain, you spray it. I use it for headaches. It's good stuff. It's great stuff. But that's available at libertarianattack.com/pain if anyone wants to check that out. But it's pretty. I mean, people can make it themselves too. It's just like DMSO is. It's getting a little more expensive. But aspirin is you can buy 1,000 pills for $15, 325 milligrams. So that's cheap. And then this last batch would have been a little more for the colloidal silver. It's a little more high value than other stuff I usually use, but people can make this stuff on their own too. I just didn't know why it didn't exist already. Well, actually, I guess athletic trainers have known it existed. They've used it. NFL training back in the 90s, DMSO was huge in the NFL.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you can find. It's funny to read the articles. Like every locker room smells like garlic. People are using DMSO, and it's like, they don't need to do that anymore. They got better stuff.
Yeah, it's like there's all kinds of these like alternative health things, but a lot of them become suppressed or called like, what are you doing that for? That's like some quackery or whatever. But that's all the world that we live in with the Rockefeller medicine system and how all that came about. So there's plenty of solutions out there. You just got to go seek them.
Oh yeah.
So we talked a little bit. You mentioned earlier a little bit about like getting the kind of like the entertainment and the word out through different forms of media and entertainment. I know that you've had your publications and you've been putting together like several different little publications, and are you self-publishing a lot of that stuff and putting it out there under your Liberty Attack website? And like, what does it take to get something like that going and doing that kind of publishing? Because I know the last time we talked a lot about how, it's important for the ideas to get out there and the philosophy behind a lot of this stuff to enter and people to get familiar with, for things to change. Because unless you can have like some kind of alternative thought or alternative way of thinking about how the world is, then you're kind of stuck in the centralized paradigm of our system. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think probably one of the best ways that we can get it out, maybe get our message out there, is to become like pretty effective at media, and having, like you said, like having an entertainment bent on it. Like you said, you did the speed dating thing where you get some people together to like maybe talk about some ideas, and maybe how does that go? Is that like just some normie person talking to somebody that's like has some of this philosophical bent to them, or how's that been going?
Well, so the second realm speed dating thing was purely, it was probably a maybe just like a 3. I don't know. Thane's talked about. I've looked around for him too. This is just a speed, like this lady, her Coyote Boot or whatever her name is on Twitch. She literally just gets paid to like people call in and with video and like talk to her. It's just like a speed dating show, and Sky just literally just got connected, like got pointed in her direction and started, called a few times. But I've looked around to see if there's anything like that anymore. Because Thane wants to call in and just imagine, like, instead of the breakthrough energy. Well, I guess you might not have heard Thane, but Thane is, I don't know. It's not, to put it frankly, I don't know how, every once in a while I'd broadcast to Twitch. And I'm not sure how, we're allowed on there. He's not like, he's not for like, it's supposed to be a comedy show. With trying to make privacy and security sexy and fun. So he goes through initially like the news and whatever news and then into like building the second realm. And again, a lot of it's like mesh networking, or lots of tips, lots of tricks, all that stuff. But no, I would like it. So to imagine like a breakthrough energy angle with Sky, and then I don't know. I can't even imagine what something like that with Thane would be like. I don't think there'll be any more second realm speed datings. It would be cool if there were, but we'll see. We'll see. But no, you're exactly right. Like entertainment, debating is useless nowadays. Like 95% of the time. Especially if you're debating. Like if you're actually going to get to the root of an issue, you've got to like. There's some like for anything that I talk about, it requires so much context, so much 10 plus years of research. Like how, like it's almost unfair to ask me to condense it down into like a sentence. I try to, it's helpful, but it's almost like unfair. So entertainment's where it's at. And via Liberty Attack Publications, initially it started out, I wanted a publishing company. Like I was publishing my first book, my only book now, Vonu Strategy for Celebration, which the second edition's out now. But Audio Publications was other than that, the first books that I published, #Agora and second round book on strategy, were books that were hidden on this website called Interplex.net, and they're available for free. And #Agora is published by Anonymous. This was I call it Agora's fiction. And it's a really, really great story. Quick read, I used to make a habit of reading it every single year. I've gotten out of the habit for the past couple of years, but takes a few hours to read, and really gives you an idea. Like the guy gets introduced to Bitcoin, and then he meets this woman who takes him into the second realm and shows him how into the world of like encrypted computers and freedom, like true freedom and autonomy. And lots of other good stuff in there too. And then second round book on strategy, which I call it like the nonfiction counterpart to that. But getting back to the fiction part, we've made it a big part. Like a big part of our focus is freedom fiction, or Agora's fiction, anarchist fiction, whatever you want to call it. Because fiction, if you give people a great story, you can kind of program propagandize ideas. I mean, the first realm does this, obviously, right? The Servile Society does this. We can do it too. It's effective. But at least they're being taken towards guided towards their freedom and not like again like something like the centralized control grid or something. But yeah, we've got so hashtag Agora is an amazing one. It's available for free too if you don't got to pay for it. I just please read it if you can. Then we've got one of our clients, and let's say one of my good friends in real life published. He's got the Brushfire thriller series. Brushfire in 2048, and I think there might be another. It's supposed to be a trilogy, so maybe there'll be a third one. But those are available. Those are incorporate a lot of the crypto anarchy sort of solutions, digital technology freedom solutions, and then we just got added. We didn't publish this one initially, but we didn't publish these initially, but Paul Rosenberg is like the OG. Like cypherpunk crypto anarchist. He wrote a book called A Lodging of Wayfaring Men right after 9/11, or he started writing it before 9/11, and after 9/11 happened, he released it anonymously because he was. But this book they basically hide the free digital economy in a video game, and it's not just it's not just digital transactions like people like carpenters. Stuff's happening in real life. And it becomes, I'm not going to spoil it, but it's truly like it's probably one of the best pieces of fiction out there, and it goes beyond just kind of the freedom aspect. It gets into the human experience. Paul's a Christianity even. Paul's a super interesting guy. He's definitely a Renaissance man. So, that's one that we offer. Paul's newer book, The Breaking Dawn, is there too. But yeah, like
I have that book. I haven't dug into it.
Okay, yeah. Breaking Dawn.
Breaking Dawn.
Okay, yeah, it's great. I've actually read that one twice. I reread that one a couple of years ago. And it's fantastic. But yeah, so those books are there. But it's super important. I mean, there's that saying that like art imitates life, or life imitates art, and it's both. 100% both all the time. But
that's a lot of the way that we relate to each other, right? Is through the telling of stories, right?
Yeah, that's the entire history of humanity. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So it's a really
good point.
It's a really effective way of getting the message out, right? Like if you can put some of this stuff into a fictional story, then you're able to get that across to somebody. Some ideas that maybe you couldn't, share, or somebody would be receptive to just by putting it out there in some kind of technical terms, or like explaining it to them. But if you give them a story and then they can follow along with the story and get involved with it, that some of these ideas will come across that through that story, right?
Yeah. Yes. Certainly. And there's widespread benefits like that. But then there's also like for me, when I got into the realm of Austrian economics and libertarianism and anarchism, there was hardly any focus on solutions. Way back in that day, in those days. So like that's one of my primary goals. Early publication. We one of my big projects was digitizing all of the Vonu zines from the 1960s to the 1990s. And I was thankful enough to get in contact with Jim Stum, who was pretty much a libertarian archivist of again like 1960s, 1990s. And he went and met Rayo back in 1970 and went and camped with him for a time. So he's probably the only person in existence that actually met Rayo that's alive today. And I got in contact with him. He's still alive, still typing on that same typewriter. He doesn't use computers. He sent me his entire collection. And it took me a number of years to finally get digitized. Those will be slowly released in paperback format. Over the next year or two, and then they'll all be available for free digitally. No, it's we were talking about the fiction aspect. I'm not sure if there's any other angles there, but I thought that was important to drop in just because like so much of this I had to struggle to find to find so much of the stuff on liberation, like the valuable stuff. I had to weed through so much nonsense or so much stuff that would violate security, culture, privacy, and condense down yeah, like being able to condense that down, and maybe instead of like a decade of tireless research, if someone can sit down and get a picture of how these ideas and lifestyles could look in a book, and they can enjoy it, and maybe it only takes them 3 or 6 hours to finish the book, saves them a lot of time,
Right.
saves them a lot of time, and yeah, the inspiration part of it too. It's hard to it's hard to see, like, especially if you're super ingrained in the first realm of survival society, to see the way out is very, very difficult. Like how the hell does a free lifestyle look like in today's day and age? So yeah, you can give people visions, ideas, inspiration. It's critically important. Critically important.
Yeah. So you mentioned zines. What are zines? If you could explain that a little bit.
Yeah. So I guess these were instead of like magazines today, back in the 60s or 70s, these were small booklets. Ink and paper cost mattered back then a lot more than it does today. But yeah, these were just they were usually monthly. At least like the Vonu ones were usually monthly zines, and they would have usually like an initial section for letters from contributors or advertisements, and then there'd be some articles or contribution, some articles or whatever, and then but they were just small zines, small booklets that were cheap and easy to ship. Back in those days, nothing super special. But there was a lot of special stuff in those publications, so let me tell you, and a lot of other weird, interesting stuff that I stumbled across. Weird stuff that doesn't relate to freedom, but relates to like how the opposition, the enemy always wants to control the opposition, and I'll just say early libertarianism, especially around the 60s, the counterculture time,
it's getting infiltrated.
There's some of that, and then there's also the fact that these strategies are so good that there was probably a big serial killer that was a contributor to Preform Inform. Actually,
wow,
he was big into ciphers in the San Francisco area around in the late 60s. There's a guy, I'm alluding to Zodiac Killer. But there's a guy that released a book just in the past decade or so who ran through, and I noticed this when I was digitizing. I was like, this guy is either like he's either a retard or he's like a high functioning autistic, like he's brilliant. I'm not quite sure. And then I just see weird things. He would just make these weird comments, like, turns out you can send a letter to the San Francisco Examiner without a postage stamp. And it's like, why would that be valuable knowledge to anybody anywhere? And I just see like weird things like that. And that was before I typed in Paul Dewar on Google after that, and I was like, holy shit, San Francisco Zodiac Killer. Whoa. And wow. There's a book, and the author of the book actually got in contact with Paul Dewar's daughter, and they went around, showed evidence and all, and she initially was like, there's no way, and after she went around with the author, she was like, actually, my dad's a Zodiac Killer. The Zodiac Killer was Preform Inform, offered some valuable stuff. He was big into big into the Lord of the Rings and like Hobbit houses and stuff. He was a big weirdo, but not that I'm not into that stuff too, but he was just big into ciphers.
He was putting in like some information into this like kind of a underground kind of Liberty publications.
Paul had his own publication called The Pioneer, and he contributed to other ones. So I mean, there's a lot of valuable information in there. Like he was using it to like brutalize people, which is unfortunate. But the point is, the strategies to remain invulnerable to coercion work, and that's the Zodiac Killer might have slipped through the cracks. But
wow, that's wild, man. I've never heard of that. That's
no,
wild.
I didn't either. This was one. Yeah, it was one of those. Now that's only one of the two things too.
That's something that you stumbled across through going through all these old zines and everything.
Yep. And apparently, and I brought that up to a researcher, Corey Hughes, who does a lot of JFK research. And apparently, Paul Dewar was tied into a militia. There's a militia outfit in California that might turn him on to further research connecting him to JFK, like in the circle of JFK assassination too. So like it's wild. And I've mentioned another cool part of this, but I don't really want to go there. There's some interesting stuff for sure.
Yeah, I was listening to part of that show that you had on with Corey Hughes is what his name is.
Yeah. Yep.
about
Carrie
the
Thornley is an interesting character.
yeah.
Yep. Found that out a few years after publishing his book. But or not, it wasn't his book. It was from Innovator, an old libertarian zine. He published 5 articles over the span of a few issues on it's called the Permanent Floating Voluntary Society, and it was really great stuff. Really great stuff talking about finding freedom on the open ocean. You know, building community, ways to make money on the open ocean. Really, really great stuff. So yeah, we published it as a book, and yeah, come to find out. Kerry Thornley was deep naval intelligence. He won a Voices of Democracy writing award in high school. Super smart, but very much anytime, like as Corey says, like anytime you hear like Voice of Democracy in the 1960s, it's only one thing.
Yeah.
Or in the 50s, 60s, whatever. It's only one thing.
That was intelligence.
Yeah, they're trying to get the smart people that they want. For these sorts of things. But yeah, Kerry Thornley was apparently, I'm not going to say apparently anymore. It seems pretty, Garrison knew back in the 60s on the front page of the J.D. Tippett file was talking about Kerry Thornley. Well, Kerry Thornley was the one that shot, one of the two that shot Officer J.D. Tippett's the morning of the JFK assassination to get the Dallas cops to give a shit about it because most people didn't like JFK back in those days. So they had to kill a cop to get him to care. And people might remember an Oswald lookalike from the upstairs theater that was taken down from the upstairs theater that got out cleanly. Well, that was Kerry Thornley. Kerry Thornley also shadowed. This is the other weird part too. Is even before all of this, Kerry Thornley was at the same at Sugi military base in Japan, and like 1960, 1961, Kerry was writing this book called The Idle Warriors. About how basically the story of Oswald before it actually happened, that this Marine, this is idle warrior, over in Russia got indoctrinated communism and wanted to start murdering president, killing a president or something. And this was before then. Wow. That book's actually published. It's called The Idle Warriors. And yeah, after that, Kerry really didn't, he's kind of stayed under the radar as he could, but there were times later on. Corey Hughes, there was one letter recently on his podcast feed that he reads from Kerry that was a little before, but I have a book where it was a letter to a psychiatrist, because this shit, I think Kerry might have, like, later on in his life actually been remorseful. He didn't realize what he was a part of back in those days and what would actually transpire from it. But there was a letter where he was like, and I don't remember all the names, but it's like I was connected with a dozen people that were involved with the JFK assassination. I would call myself crazy too. He's like, yeah, like it's not a coincidence. And Corey Hughes kind of points it out as like it's his confession essentially. Like these are his confession letters. But he's doing it in a smart way so he could not like go to prison. Or whatever. Oh, wow. So yeah, Kerry's an interesting character. Yeah, and the weird part about it too is that like JFK was, it was 1963, and through so like Innovator was 1965. So he had done this, and then he was writing for these publications afterwards, as a co-editor to Rayo. And wow. I can only imagine Rayo being I don't know. Like maybe that's one reason that he I don't know, like if I found out that I was a co-editor to someone that was like deep naval intelligence and deeply involved with the JFK assassination, I might disappear too, like Rayo did in 74. Wow. So I don't know. I keep finding these little gems. Now I want to go through them more, because the most tedious part of the process is these are old, like they're not always good quality, so you can't. I had someone, he had the OCR copies, like scanning copies of a lot of these, but they didn't work because they're old. It didn't work. So I have to type messed up. Yeah. So I had to actually type all of these in, and to digitize them. So, it was tedious. And I guess I didn't always necessarily probably at 150 words per minute typing. I probably didn't actually internalize as much as I should have. So yeah, once the books are out, I'll sit down and actually, read them like a reader instead of, a transcriber. But yeah, tons of gold in there, especially Vonu Life.
Yeah. So knowing some of this, knowing that some of these things get, there's some bad actors that come into these spaces. Like how do you safeguard from some of that happening? Like, do you have any ideas about that?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just vetting. Yeah, it's vetting and the foundation. I mean, one of the principles of the PAZNIA Constitution, to be a PAZNIAN or to be any associated territory, you have to forswear the use of coercion.
Mm-hmm.
So it's I mean, there's not much stipulation. It's basically the only one, and that you have to be committed to privacy, or understand the importance of privacy, whatever. But yeah, vetting's where it's at. Yeah, truly is, and it's hard. Like I get asked the question, quite a bit, and it's like, well, my advice, I guess, is to find a freedom festival and go there for 5 years, and you'll probably find some folks that that you can build with, but that's not always relevant to people. So yeah, like I guess now, and I'm even considering this more now, because we've got there's this really terrific family that we met at the farmers market, and we'll slide in a health tip or something here and there, and they're actually taking like they're actually doing some of it, and she's making she makes like super great like homemade sourdough bread and stuff like that, and she'll like, if we have a problem with something, she'll usually just take it out for everybody. And like see her at the health food store every Monday when I'm there at the distillery, and like I think there is some value and some possibility. Like obviously I'm not going to invite them to Vonu Fest probably, but as far as building local community too, yeah, that's important. And it goes beyond just building local relationships with good people. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So now we're living in such the digital age and everything. Do you think that there's kind of a resurgence in this physical media now that there's so much surveillance and stuff over the digital pathways that we live in, the digital airwaves and electrical signals and everything that are going on? Is there somewhat maybe of a resurgence in physical media again, to where you can maybe pass along a pamphlet to somebody, or a physical book, or a DVD or something like that? Are we going back to that in some ways, or do you see an importance for that?
No, I think so, but I don't think it's necessarily like a DVD or a pamphlet now. I think it's more something like a 2 terabyte external hard drive, something along those lines. One of the projects, and this LOA Publications goes right along with this, but it's the PAZNIA library, and I guess the idea is I've got the PAZNIA library here locally, on a external hard drive, but I guess the big goal is redundancy. The big goal is that if one Library of Alexandria gets burnt down, it doesn't matter. That's the idea. We want to build a decentralized Library of Alexandria with podcasts, videos, books, homeschooling materials, anything and everything, entertainment, movies, TV shows, whatever it is, doesn't matter. I guess we're looking at a solution like it's called PeerTube, and it's basically like YouTube over torrents, I guess is a way to think about it, over BitTorrents. And you can still put books up there and all of that, but the idea is that people could, like with IPFS, Internet Interplanetary File Storage. I'm not sure how familiar you or your listeners are with that.
Yeah, I'm familiar with IPFS.
Okay, cool. Cool. So it's kind of the same thing as like people could seed a node. We have our initial Veritas PAZNIA one, and we try to make it where it's like a one-click download, where every single PAZNIA could download the entire PAZNIA library or seed it even via PeerTube, and then we'd have like 30 redundant nodes. And I mean, it's 30 redundant nodes across various jurisdictions, different states, different countries, etc. It'd be very, very hard to stop it ever. Yeah, I guess that's kind of the answer in the future. But I don't think it's necessarily. I mean, so we went to a Freedom Festival last year, a new one, Midfest in Oklahoma, to try to reach a new group of folks, and it was very good, very effective. I actually did sell quite a few books there. So that was so I guess there is some need for it, but you got to go out to like freedom festivals or something. I think Aura, the Free Wife, and I are going to we're going to prioritize Pork Fest this year. I've never been, and it's pretty much one of the biggest ones, and I got to go sometime. So I think that might be our focus next year. And yeah, we go there, we'll probably sell quite a few books, but it's like I mean, even people within our network, books don't sell much. Like people come out here to Vonu Fest, you might sell a handful of books or something, but yeah, I don't know, physical medium. I think for like data mule purposes or whatever, like for some of the hardcore folks, yeah, I think like passing flash drives or hard drives. But no, I think it's mostly digital now. I don't think there's much of a need for it. I like physical books. That's one of the reasons I publish a lot of these books, so I can actually have paperbacks. So I mean, yeah, I'm one of the few rare ones. So a lot of people just have a Kindle and just read on it. So,
well, I'm the same way, man. Like, it's more difficult for me to like sit on a screen and read than to have a physical.
I'd get distracted
and read that book. Yeah. So I'm there with that book in my hand, and when I read it, I'm able to digest it more. And staring at the screen and the light on the screen and stuff like that kind of messes with you over time. Yeah. So yeah, that's one of the questions that I know you're a deep reader and you've read a lot of different materials. So how do you find the time with all this other stuff that you're doing? Like, how do you find the time to read? Is that a part of like a daily thing that you do, is take some time to read, or how do you work that into your life?
Yeah, so I wish I could be one of the people that was like, yeah, I have a very rigorous daily schedule that I adhere to. Well, I don't know, maybe I wish, maybe I don't. No, it's not like that. I've noticed my routines, and around December to March or April, I'll pretty much read like, I don't know, depends on the length of the book, but I'll read like 10 or 20 books in the span of like 3 or 4 months. Wow. And then I'll be too busy for the rest of the year. And I guess the rest of the year, I'm just trying to assimilate all of the knowledge that I read in those 3 or 4 months. So I've noticed that routine. When I get into a reading routine, it's hard to get me to stop. So I guess it's naturally worked in, like during the winter months around here is a good time for me to intake, and then I've got time to assimilate, and then hopefully some time to act on the things that I read. But yeah, I don't know if that's gonna. I guess the other hard part about that too is the stuff that I'm reading now. It'll take lifetimes to assimilate G.I. Gurdjieff and stuff. So yeah, it's time doesn't matter in this case. It doesn't matter that much. So yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's something I found in my life is that I like to read these books and to digest them and do that, but I find it difficult for me to get to the point where I can find the time to read it nowadays, and so it's finding that time and being able, like you said, to digest the books and then be thinking about them and seeing how you can integrate them into solutions and things that you're working on.
And I guess that's the other part of it. The other part that I've found, and Kyle Reardon and I started doing this back in like 2015 or 2016. But he used to write super long and boring and dull articles. I think they're entertaining, but speaking for the majority of people, they probably find them boring. No one ever is going to read any of his articles. So like we would always do, we call them spoken discourses. We turn anything we put into like writing format, we turn into audio. So I think that's another. You're asking earlier about like, is the physical medium coming back? No, it's not. I don't think it is. But even if people aren't going to read books anymore, like even for me, that's how. So that'll be my alternative answer. If I want to listen to a book, I'll find an audiobook for it. Because I can't just sit down and read a book but I can listen to it while I'm working. Right. So yeah, and I've done that forever. I'm 2,000 hours of Bill Cooper archives back in like 2012 when I was like 18 or 19. So yeah, it could be done back then. It was difficult. There were no podcatchers, and it was hosted on the shitty website, and it was not easy to do. But damn it, I found a way. So yeah, you and anyone else can too. I know you. Yeah, I know you. Yeah, but listening and also just like that's something like I make people go to VonuPodcast.com. They can find the second round book on strategy audiobook for free. My book, Vonu Strategy for Self-Liberation, is up there for free in audiobook format. There's more. The Book of Secret Hiding Places, how to bury your goods. What else is there? There's more. I'm forgetting. Vonu, the Search for Personal Freedom, Part 1 and Part 2. There's so much. Yeah, everything out there is available for free. But yeah, if you do want to help support, what we do, if you want, paperback copies, it definitely helps. LibertarianTech.com for that.
Excellent. Yeah, there's so much of this stuff when we talk about being able to pass these messages out and just get the word out to more people that you look into how some of this stuff was done in the past and in spycraft and things like that, and how they left certain symbols around or whatever that only people in your network might be familiar with and things like that. And it's there's a lot of these strategies that were done in the past that could be relevant today when we're talking about building out a network of people that get it and want to work together. That there's some of these symbols and things that could be put out, and some of these things where they have these strategies for moving materials and things to not be detected around in different areas. In these military guys' strategies and tactics and stuff like that. And recently talked to a buddy about some of that stuff, and the military's been working on a lot of this stuff for a long time, so they have some useful information to glean, I think, from some of the that they developed over time.
Yeah, one of the books on my reading list, now actually I don't remember the actual name of the book, but there was a book on CIA spycraft, tradecraft or disguises, CIA disguises or something, from the 40s or 50s. Again, learn from anyone, doesn't matter. It's like, of course I'm gonna learn from organized crime. I learn from the Amish. I'm gonna learn from who gives a shit what I'm learning from. I'm just gonna learn from them. I don't gotta agree with them morally or ethically, to glean some value from it. So yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I've talked about that because these guys, especially when you're talking about getting people to work together in leadership and getting groups to work together effectively, these guys have really thought about these things over time and developed these strategies on being able to work effectively with teams. And I think, I've kind of seen it in the freedom community that we're really hardcore individualists, right? And sometimes that doesn't tend towards people working together the most effectively sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of those things that I've been thinking about a lot recently because we've got our own little freedom cell group in our area, and I'm doing my best to try to get us to work on things together. But it could be a challenge, man. It can be a real challenge.
Yeah, no, it definitely can be. And I won't go into any personal things here, but coordinating the digital network is one thing. But we've had people come stay on the property and such, and the personal disagreements and stuff, and that sort of stuff happens, and it's I'm thankful for it because I can learn from it and try to figure out better ways to deal with that in the future. But yeah, dispute resolution, private arbitration, and I guess those are big words for just saying working, finding agreements to work between people. But I guess something and maybe this would be a value for you, and I'll just toss it out there. We're so for anyone that that comes to stay on stay at the property for any extended period of time, we're going to default to what's called a win-win-win contract. Explicit, because you got to unfortunately, if you don't make things explicit, just it seems to be natural that give people an inch and take a mile, that sort of thing. So yeah, kind of laying it out and finding English, plain English, needs on both sides, needs on both sides, what's needed for this to work, and then basically come up with an agreement where it's a win for all parties involved, both me, Aura, and the other individual or family or whatever, and then also for PAZNIA too.
So because it's kind of setting expectations kind of thing.
Yeah. It's not anything mystical, but it's something you probably should have done it to start with, but you can't know until you know, right?
Put it to practice, right?
Yeah. So I guess that's one thing. It's I don't know. I've mediated many disputes. I guess it's been Telegram's a lot slower than what it is, but I've acted as coordinator and mediated numerous times in the PAZNIA Telegram chat, but I haven't really had to do much of that now. It's been more trying to I guess navigate the waters of trying the waters of building community with a bunch of radical individuals like myself. It's not easy, and it seems like something Thane's big on is monetization is big. Whether we're talking about decentralized anything, monetize anything. You got to give people incentive to to do it. So right. I don't know. There's solutions. I don't know any. I can't give you any specifics there, but
yeah, but well, you touched on something good there, which is like having some way to exchange value with each other and to give value to others, in some way or some regard, so that we're not all just out here like starving freedom fighters that are just like eking out some kind of existence,
Yeah.
So the entrepreneurial aspect and building each other up, like to figure out whatever your strong suits are, if you can turn that into some kind of a entrepreneurial venture that can be fostered within our community. I think those are, that's important skills, right? And you're demonstrating that, and you're doing that stuff and figuring out how you can give value while you're spreading the message.
Yeah, man, and it's unplanned. It's worked out pretty well, and I guess there's been a little planning towards the end of merging, but I mean it all. And this is another thing where it's like, well, it's the baseline general advice is just build multiple, build up endless side hustles. Endless side, and it gets like a lot of people say, well, focus on one thing, but in these are like the niche, the markets are kind of small in every single one of these areas, and you never know. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna sling a ghost pad or ghost phone this month, or I don't know if I'm gonna get stakeholder membership. Maybe you'll get a self-liberation bundle order on the publication site. Maybe maybe the Amazon angle will be good this month. Like you never know what you never know what's gonna sustain you. So, yeah, I mean that's the general thing is like just build out side hustles, and even better if they can feed into each other. To where because I was always trying to find ways to monetize podcasting or whatever, and you can't just monetize podcasting unless you reach a bunch of people, and so that was never possible. But so I can get kind of somewhat, not now, maybe in a month or 2 months or whatever. But someone listens to that podcast, goes and buys a ghost pad or something, like, okay, there's my payment. But but then again, maybe it won't happen for 6 months. You never know. So it's pretty much just it's building up a whole slew of side hustles, just so that at any given time, hopefully, very likely one of them will be doing fine to where you're always somewhat okay. And then buying Bitcoin and Monero is also a good thing too, because the number is going up. Not that that's the sale or end all or be all, but economics is economics.
Yep. Yeah. So there's these different, I guess, ways that you can offload your Bitcoin into Monero to kind of make like payments happen for larger things that I've heard about. Do you know anything about some of those solutions that are out there?
So not so as far as Bitcoin to Monero, there's definitely a lot of services like that. I actually just started using. I'm really only into Bitcoin and Monero, and there's an app called Stack Duo, which only has Bitcoin and Monero, and they've got a really slick. Was it that or was it Cake? I think it was this one. I've got like 12 Bitcoin wallets. I do a lot of testing. I'm pretty sure it's this one though. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So in Stack you can swap directly, internally via the app, no KYC, like Bitcoin to Monero. But the other one that's kind of even more interesting, is it's called Cake Wallet, and let's see, use Cake. There's one I used where I bought a gift card directly in the app, and it worked really, really well. Kind of mad that I can't remember which one it was now.
Yeah, because that's the big hurdle, right? Is getting your crypto into fiat if you need it.
Well, yeah, it's gift cards. Yeah, gift cards is the way to do it. Or the other, like, so gift cards or a service. One I've been using out the past month or so, and one that was recommended to me from via Shadrach. He met this guy in Prague, and that's where the original hardcore cast of crypto anarchists that built a lot of the stuff, a lot of the Bitcoin technology and private technology today. That's where they're from. So the site is called 2Fiat, the number 2Fiat.com, and you can get a MasterCard. It works for recurring subscriptions. But yeah, you'd basically load that up. There's some fees there, but whatever. They're open, transparent about it. And if you want to, you can, if you think it's worthwhile. But it's great in terms of like, yeah, this is a no KYC digital. And you can even add it to like your Apple Pay, which I don't recommend that, but I don't recommend Apple Pay. But like if you're trying to pay like with credit card on Apple Pay or something like that, it works for this. So yeah, you can load it up with Monero, Bitcoin, probably other ones too, but I haven't paid attention to it. So yeah, the number 2Fiat.com is my newest biggest recommendation for like a digital, or even if you're, I guess apparently you can use it like Walmart too if you scan it or something. I don't know how Apple Pay works or Google Pay or whatever works, but it works with it. So that would be a big vetted, one of those vetted solutions that just stumbled across my lap. And I'm super thankful for, because there are a lot of scam sites out there. A lot of scam sites, especially if you're paying in Monero, because there's no reason for them to send you the card or send you the card information.
Right. Because once they got the Monero, right, they can kind of just disappear.
Yeah, that you can't track them. So,
right.
Yeah, so I guess that would be one, and then yeah, there are plenty of swaps. Like I mentioned, Stack Duo. There's internal swap. I think there's internal swap on Cake Wallet too, but. Going through, Bitcoin to Monero or Monero to Bitcoin is definitely not, definitely not an issue. I used to use, when I was practice bad security culture, there's a site called Changelane. At least I used a simple login, like a throwaway email address, but I used to use Changelane and like set up a 2-hop VPN and probably a bunch of unnecessary stuff that I probably made a mistake somewhere. Whereas you can just swap internally in the app and
be done with it
for you. Yeah. So it's easier now. Easier now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Those are some cool tools that people can utilize. Well, yeah, Shane. I appreciate you coming on and catching up with me and having a chat, and really appreciate your time. So, yeah, man, where can people find everything that you're doing, all the stuff that you got going on, and, let people know how they can follow, support you, and get all your stuff.
Yeah, man. Well, it's been great to reconnect, and I'll put this out on the PAZNIA Radio Network. It'll be not Saturday, from I guess 8 p.m. Eastern. Starting 8 p.m. Eastern. So I'll throw this out there. Or I guess whenever it is, whether it's a week or two, I'll get this out there, and hopefully some of my folks will go out and check out your work too. I've been loosely following, and I've been seeing you've been doing some stuff, and I need to actually have a conversation focus on what you're doing. So I do intend on doing that. Regardless, people want to keep up with what's going on. Vonu podcast, VONU podcast.com is the best place to go. Everything PAZNIA, everything, pretty much everything. You want audiobooks, you want PAZNIA information, you want live shows, anything like that, it all goes out in the Vonu podcast feed or website. And then LIBERATOR.com if you're looking for books, wellness items like we talked about earlier, or privacy tools. We help you share your story via the publishing, but we also help you find your freedom. You shouldn't be using spy phone in your pocket. You should have a ghost phone. You definitely shouldn't be using a computer with an IMEI Intel management engine in there. That's no good, no bueno. Don't need to operate with snitches in our pockets, or or in front of our faces or on our laps. So we offer it's complicated stuff. So thankfully, via vetting, I outsourced that to our good friend, very, very good friend, Jamin. One of my best friends, actually, I would say. And I've only actually met him in physical. I've only spent like 3 occasions with him in physical space and time. We're going to go to his place next year, hopefully. But yeah, he's a hardware hacker. He has been for a long time, and he does all that stuff. So I can trust it. I don't got to deal with it and learn all that shit because I don't want to be quite frank. So I outsource that to him, and they're available to anybody. Lowest prices, and you can actually trust it. It's not just from some random website, and you're not going to pay like $1,000 for like an old Pixel or something. So yeah, we offer Ghost pads, Ghost phones. There's more available too. There's a bunch we have to get listed, but like Ghost stations if you're a content creator or something. Comes with like 25 different versions of Photoshop and video editors. Too much for me.
Oh really?
But,
wow. Okay,
yeah,
I didn't know you had that available.
Yeah, and then there's he's built. You can add in even more GPU power, or CPU power for mining or whatever. The Ghost stations are great. They're mega machines. Ghost. So we've got that Ghost tablets, which are small little Lenovo Ghost. I guess Lenovo X200 tablets. Oh, and they're great little beautiful machines. But there's only a certain number of computers you can do this to. So there's not like a wide variety, but they're all great, and you can toss on your own Linux distribution, whatever you want. And lots of custom options too. Like he's been doing a lot of work on like Wi-Fi surveillance cameras, using mesh networks to like cover the property, things like that. Even drones. He's been doing a lot of stuff with drones too, which is pretty cool. So.
Wow.
If you've got any custom solution needs, just email me, Shane@liberatech.com, and I will intermediate and get in contact and see if what you want is possible, because we can always do custom deals. Otherwise, PAZNIA.com, PAZNIA.com. We're building the second realm. We're building a parallel network founded on the principles of peace, voluntarism, and coercion, and non-coercion. So if any of that is interesting to you, PAZNIA.com. Is the place to go. PAZNIA.com/VonuFest to actually get out to an event in physical space and time. Get vetted. Just takes an email usually, and we can get started from there. And then the last thing I'll mention, it's been my baby. I love it. The PAZNIA Radio Network, especially Self-Liberation Saturdays. We start at 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central every Saturday. Starts with Cloak and Dagger with Thane Riddle. It is an incredible show. Don't listen to it with your kids in the car. But unless I'm not going to tell you not to, but I'm just giving you for people listening, maybe listen to one first and then figure out if you want your children to listen to it. It's a little more hardcore than South Park, but it's good stuff. So that's usually Self-Liberation Saturday starts with Cloak and Dagger, and then James Cordoner's the Voluntarist Academy goes usually for an hour and a half, and then Saturday evenings, if I'm not doing I'm not doing a special thing like second speed dating or a rebroadcast, then I sometimes do a Vonu podcast live, and on Saturday evenings. And it's a nice little 6-hour thing. A lot of comedy. Bitcoin Bugle is a great Bitcoin culture jamming outfit. They put out some amazing ads, quote unquote ads that aren't actually ads.
Yeah,
skits. But it's everything surrounding the PAZNIA Radio Network is comedy. But it's also serious. It's also serious too. But we got to have a good time. We got to laugh, and then we also got to get real deep into the Bill Cooper stuff, to where you're about in tears by the end of the broadcast. So we try to encompass the entire sphere of human emotions and human experiences. PAZNIA.com/radio to check out the full schedule. And if anyone wants to start it, I mean, we are looking for more shows for the network. So if anyone's looking for you or anyone else, Saturdays. Last Saturday, so we can talk about it, and we're looking. But man, it's been great reconnecting, and I need to I'm going to set an intention to get you to spend some time with you on the Vonu podcast live and hear more about what you're doing, because I know you're doing a lot of cool stuff, and people need to hear about it. So we'll make that happen. But yeah, with that said, man, thanks so much again. It's been a pleasure.
Absolutely, brother. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Make sure that we'll get all those links and everything into the show notes so people can go check it out, support you. You've been in the game for a long time, getting the message out for self-liberation and freedom, so that you definitely deserve to get this support. So yeah, everybody go check out Shane. Make sure that you follow him and get yourself some stuff so that you're not being tracked, traced, databased all the time that Shane has to offer amongst his many other things that he's got going on out there. So please support him. And if you guys like this, please like, share, subscribe this all around so that we can get this message out to more people. So really appreciate it. Once again, Shane, thank you so much, man.
Hey, cheers, brother.
All right.
All across the country, the people are awakening. Politicians are quivering and shaking. They fear a population that is not docile. They are afraid, so they will act hostile. But do not lose hope. The revolution is happening. The answer to 1984.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Good day, fellow freedom pioneers. Doud General Willie 2 here, coming to you with a PAZNIA mutual aid request. Some of you may remember our friend Corey Hughes. Rail 2 had him on the Vonu podcast a couple of times to discuss Kerry Thornley's role in JFK assassination. Thane Riddle had him on to cover some CIA spycraft and identity transfer operations regarding Lee Harvey Oswald. In short, this dude is the preeminent JFK researcher to date, probably the only one worth giving your attention to. But his work goes much deeper than that. Unfortunately, our brother Corey was recently diagnosed with stage 3 rectal cancer. It was a weird genetic tinge, making the situation a bit more complicated. The success rates aren't bad, but the stress of having to deal with human doctors, exorbitant human medical bills, and the prospects of your life ending quicker than you think. That's fucking tough, man. Let's help our brother Corey through these hard times as we can. If you have any spare dollars, donate directly to him by visiting buymeacoffee.com/JFKbook. Again, buymeacoffee.com/JFKbook. If you want to donate Monero or Bitcoin, visit PAZNIA.com/Corey to be taken to the crypto crowdfunding platform Rail 2 setup. The PAZNIA Radio Network has already made a small donation. Please consider doing the same. Again, buymeacoffee.com/JFKbook to donate fiat directly to Corey, or PAZNIA.com/Corey to donate Monero or Bitcoin via the campaign Rail 2 setup. General Willie 2 here with a message from a PAZNIA Radio Network partner, Agorist.market. There are a lot of directories attempting to connect freedom pioneers with businesses and hustles in the Agora. Whether it's bad design or website subpar marketing or just a lack of buyers and sellers, most hide in obscurity. That is not the case with Agorist.market, a new partner of the PAZNIA Radio Network. Do you have a business side hustle or items you're looking to sell? Are you a potential buyer seeking ways in which to keep your money in the second realm, supporting like-minded ventures over faceless, heartless corporations? Head on over and check out the newly rebuilt Agorist.market, now featuring a slick reputation system, partnership plans, and more. Again, the link to visit is Agorist.market. Create your free listing today.
Hello, Freedom Pioneers! Billy Mays here. Are you tired of big tech tracking your every click? Are you sick of algorithms deciding what you see? Are you bored of Netflix subscriptions that cost a kidney and Spotify ads that last longer than the song? I know you are, because I'm fucking bored just thinking about it. But I have the solution: infrastructure. So powerful, so private, so decentralized, it will crack the concrete of censorship. It's the brand new PAZNIA library. That's right. It's a free to-use privacy-friendly decentralized combination of Netflix, Spotify, and your digital book app, and it's live right now. Check it out. We've got the full HBO documentary, The Anarchist, with Jason Henza and Miranda Webb. We've got the legendary Bill Cooper documentaries. We've got Alongside Night, libertarian fiction, and Eyes Wide Shut, which, let me tell you, is basically nonfiction. And wait, there's more. We've got Trailer Park Boys. We've got Sky Huddleston's Second Realm Speed Dating, and music streaming is coming soon. Plus, a digital book library is on the way. Terabytes of content, more to upload. We have the beginnings of true media freedom, an infrastructure base with many, many potentialities. I'm Billy Mays, and I'm always here to help you take back your media. Visit lbry.paznia.com. Again, lbry.paznia.com to start streaming today. Billy Mays, signing off to go binge watch Firefly. Over and out.
Hello friends, fellow self-liberators. If you're new to the PAZNIA radio network, the overarching vision is much bigger than just the best, most valuable, and most entertaining radio network in existence. We are building the second realm, a parallel network founded upon the principles of truth, voluntarism, and peace. That is, the rebuilding of all necessary institutions upon these frameworks: Department of Transportation, Health and Wellness, Department of Technology, etc. And thankfully, we're at a point where some infrastructure is being deployed or will be very soon. This means ongoing hosting costs, maintenance, and more. We have a little bit in our PAZNIA Monero fund at current, but a good chunk went to the PeerTube instance, aka the PAZNIA LBRY. Other projects include our own Mumble server, think an open source, privacy-friendly version of Discord. This can be used for the PRN call online, in addition to just a cool persistent chat room. A low-data audio-only feed is forthcoming as well. There are always endless projects on the docket, so this could go on. For now, though, the point is, your financial assistance will greatly expedite the bringing of this infrastructure into fruition. To make a donation to our PAZNIA General Monero Fund, just visit PAZNIA.com/Monero. To make a one-time Bitcoin, fiat, or Monero donation, visit PAZNIA.com/shop and use the custom one-time donation option. If you want to donate silver or some other metal, email coordinator@PAZNIA.com and I'll get you mailing information. And finally, if you aren't able to support financially, that's okay. Just talk about PAZNIA, promote PRN, share links to the website, the PAZNIA audiobook, or whatever. It all helps. Again, those links are PAZNIA.com/Monero for Monero, PAZNIA.com/shop for a one-time Bitcoin, Monero, or fiat donation. And reach out to me, coordinator@PAZNIA.com, for metal donations. Thanks so much for being here. Onward to the second realm, but for now, back to the deprogramming.
Billy Mays here for the Free Republic of PAZNIA. Ever get tired of the stain of statism, the stinking odor of coercion? Visit PAZNIA.com and join the second realm today.
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA radio network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, a public service of the PAZNIA Free Press. Long live